ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good afternoon. Rallies are being held across the country today to honour the lives of women lost to gendered violence. Ali Crew reports.
113 women have been murdered in Australia over the past 14 months, including 12 since the beginning of this year. The She Matters Stop Killing Women rallies are being held in 14 cities and towns representing every state and territory. Organiser Sherelle Moody says federal and state governments still need to do more to address the ongoing epidemic of violence against women.
There is a really big gap between the funding that's being offered and the actual need on the ground.
She's also encouraging men to attend the rallies and get involved in the solution to ending femicide.
World leaders, including the Australian Prime Minister, will join a phone hookup tonight to discuss the possibility of sending troops to Ukraine in the event of a peace deal with Russia. The call is being arranged by British Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer and is set to include the leaders of France, Germany, Italy, Canada and New Zealand, as well as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Anthony Albanese has previously said he would consider a request to send Australian peacekeeping troops to Ukraine if there was a peace deal. But opposition leader Peter Dutton has accused the Prime Minister of shooting from the hip and says the ADF should be focused on this region. The state government says it's open to hosting Olympic tennis as part of the 2032 Brisbane Olympic Games in Melbourne. Tennis Queensland is asking the government to upgrade the Queensland Tennis Centre ahead of the Olympic Games as it's not currently up to standard. Tennis Australia says if those requests aren't successful, it will consider hosting the Olympic and Paralympic tennis events in Melbourne instead. Victorian Government Minister Nick Stakos says it's something that will be looked at if the opportunity arises.
The Olympic Games in Brisbane are in 2032. I'm not surprised that people look to Melbourne. We, of course, have the best sporting facilities in Australia. However, I'm sure if we can help, we would consider it.
Homicide Squad detectives are investigating the circumstances surrounding a brawl that left a male dead in Melbourne's outer southeast. Police were called to Society Avenue and Lyndhurst about 8:30 last night after reports of a fight involving a group of males. Emergency services arrived to find a male with serious stab wounds. The others involved fled the scene. The injured male, who is yet to be identified, was taken to hospital where he later died. The Victorian Government's task force on underquoting in the property market is launching its autumn campaign on dodgy practices. The group, which started 3 years ago, has already issued more than 160 fines totalling $1.8 million to agents caught breaching their obligations. Officers check for compliance with auction and sales rules and monitor for potential underquoting which can disadvantage home buyers. Anyone who suspects underquoting at auctions is urged to visit the government website. Authorities in northern Italy have ordered people to leave their homes after heavy rain caused flooding in the Tuscany region. The BBC's Elsa Orkney reports.
The regional president said local rescue services were on high alert and advised residents to exercise the utmost caution and keep clear of ground floors and basements. Almost a month's worth of rain fell in Florence on Friday, causing the closure of schools, museums and parks. In Pisa, flood defences were erected along the Arno River, while there have been landslides in Bologna. More heavy rain and thunderstorms are expected to move across northern Italy on Saturday. Scientists have repeatedly warned that man-made climate change increases the risk of natural disasters like floods.
To sport, and in Formula One action, qualifying for the Australian Grand Prix gets underway later today following one final practice session. More than 120,000 fans are expected to converge on the Albert Park track after 125,000 came through the gates yesterday in a record-breaking Friday attendance. Australian Oscar Piastri will be hoping for another strong showing in the third practice session after recording the second fastest time in the second practice session late yesterday. To the weather now, and there's a high fire danger across the state. For the state, hot and mostly dry with light to moderate northwesterly winds. Cloud increasing from the west with isolated showers developing in the far southwest and South Gippsland later. On the bays, variable winds below 10 knots, seas below 1 metre. For Melbourne, partly cloudy. There's slight chance of a shower with a top today of 34 degrees. Tomorrow, showers and 26. Monday, a shower or two, 18. Tuesday, mostly sunny, 23. Sunny on Wednesday and 28. Right now in Melbourne, it's 31 degrees. ABC News.
Do you know what your bushfire risk is today? The bushfire danger rating system is the same no matter where you are in Australia. For warnings near you, go to the ABC Emergency website and listen to your emergency broadcaster, ABC Radio.
The Socceroos are back on ABC Sport as they try to book their place in the 2026 FIFA World Cup.
Right into the 6-yard box and puts it in. It's his second of the night, and it's a well-crafted goal by the Socceroos.
Catch all the action Thursday night on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass.
Care pass to Ngoe, the Collingwood superstar, to Ngoe, the destroyer!
AFL coaching record holder.
Mr. Mick Malthouse.
The man's about to coach a team for the 715th occasion.
Premiership player.
Number 12, Luke Ball.
Finals pressure. Luke Ball from 45 metres out directly from goal. Scores the level.
AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bally. AFL Saturday on your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
The Hollywood Hawks are 2-0 to start the new season before 11 teams have even played. They hold out the Bombers last night. What is Brad Scott's biggest concern about his Dons? Richmond stunned the competition back on Thursday night. Is it time to panic for Michael Voss and the Blues? And the coaches are very much the story of 2025. Luke Beveridge, the Bulldogs coach, addressed his future yesterday. But who exactly was he speaking to? All of that ahead on AFL Saturday through ABC Sport. Punched away by Pryor, into the path of McDonald, broken up by Roberts, straight to Moore. Moore answers back. A third for Dylan Moore. And the story of the night for the Hawks. They respond to every Essendon push. Yeah, the Bombers, they got within 16 points in the second quarter, 20 in the third and 18 twice in the last quarter, but they could never get within 2 goals and ultimately give them a chance to threaten the result. 8 of the 18 teams in action today across the competition, 6 of them for the first time, including down here at the Cattery where we are located. Geelong and Fremantle both start their 2025 campaign. As you heard in the opener, the whole gang's here. My name's Corbin Middlemass. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. The number 2 pick from the Super Draft, former St Kilda captain, the Collingwood Premiership star in Luke Ball. Hello, Bally.
Corby, great to be back at the footy.
Lovely to see you.
Just a quick shout out, though, to that, I think, the worst lift in Australia downstairs here. I love coming down here. It's a lovely drive, nice and relaxing drive, nice and balmy, warm day.
Yep.
The endless summer goes on, and the ground looks great. They've got to do something about that lift up to the media box downstairs.
Before everyone says it, you're below your playing weight looking super fit. You'd be quite happy to take the stairs. But the stairs are locked off.
That's the ironic part
Don't
of
even
it.
Get the chance
I said, man, where are the stairs? I'm happy to walk up the stairs. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling fresh. And the response was, well, there's no stairs.
You can tell.
There's no stairs. What if the lift's broken or if there's a fire?
You can tell you appointed Craig McRae to take the stairs.
Take the stairs.
And everything.
Take the stairs. Yeah. No, but great to be back at the footy.
No.
Yeah, great to be back and a good start to the year from you two. You're in good form, Corb. You've hit the ground running. Good calling last night. Terrific game, which we'll unpack shortly.
You are one of this man's premiership pupils, of course, at the Collingwood Football Club. He managed to hold the cup up on 3 separate occasions as a coach, having previously done so as a player. He's coached more games than anyone else in VFL, AFL history. The coaching icon, Mick Malthouse. Hello, Mick.
Hello, Corby. Hello, listeners. And Luke, it's good to be back. And I think this is round 1. I'm just seem to be footballed out already with a couple of weeks ago we saw Sydney play and now last night, expecting big things from a lot of sides. Some are delivering, some aren't. As I said off air, my biggest fear about this year so far is the attrition rate of players. Just 3 down last night, and we've seen a very, very ordinary pre-season in terms of injuries. And my suspicion about this will be that it'll be the side that plays off will be the teams that play off will be the healthiest for a start off, not necessarily the best, but the healthiest. And the worry is how much depth you've got. And we spoke about the Essendon backline last night, perhaps being a little bit undermanned in terms of medium-sized players. So I guess until the seconds start running around and we get a bit of form up to see who. And there's always a player that jumps up there. You just hope that there's some good players that will come up and step up into the next level and go along with it. I mean, we've seen that take place, so I dare say there's a lot of players out there. But that was my really, I just hate. I like good physical football, but I hate seeing players miss through injury.
The Hawks were impressive again last night. They dominated conversation in the car for us on the way to Geelong. So they kicked 7 of the first 8 goals, and really they held Essendon at arm's length thereafter. And really the biggest problem the Hawks have at the moment is the fact that it's 15th of March. It's still got 6.5 months to go before we get to the most important game of all.
Yeah, I thought it was impressive, wasn't it? And yeah, they've kept it rolling from the back half of last year. And I think what was good last night, and you heard the coach address it after the game, was they did it in a different way to round one, where they just slaughtered the Swans out of the middle. And the SCG, that's that paramount importance, winning centre bounce in particular, and their midfielders were brilliant. Day and Warple, who didn't play last night, Newcombe, all snuck forward and kicked goals. And their small forwards, in fact their forwards in general, were really down last week. But I mean, last night you look at the numbers, and we'll talk about Essendon as well, but they got hammered. Contested ball, clearance,
eventually
ground ball. Yeah, they did. Yeah, that's right. And inside 50. So from that point of view, there was a lot of red, but they do seem to have gears, and it's their kicking as well at the moment. It's a real flashback, isn't it, Mick, to those premiership years where they won 3 in a row. They're all left footers, and they to me that stood out. Now, where they're having the game last week sharpened them up a bit, and that's another debate, isn't it? And the Bombers were a little bit rusty, but gee, they're kicking through that mid part of the ground. Carl Amon and D'Ambrosio and Scrimshaw got injured last night, didn't he? But they were just electric, and then the small forwards got going, got moving a bit. And look, that probably exposed Corby a little bit. I think still, the issue with the Bombers is that ability to defend, not only one-on-one, a ground ball inside 50, but just generally team defence. They just let, especially early, the Hawks go from one end to the other far too easily and set up that match-winning margin.
I totally agree with you, boy. Looking at those stats, some of them are a little bit false. The contested football, Hawthorn won early. Essendon ended up winning it, and that was a credit to them to get back. There's no question about that. I look at last night and thought the first half was really reflective of the fact that that Hawthorn played Sydney the week before, and it helped. But from there on in, I'm just wondering whether the double game and the heat sort of got them a little bit, because they'd sort of run out of legs in the second half and led Essendon into a position where maybe it was false, I'm not sure, but it gave Essendon a sniff. And every time, as Corby said, they got close, Hawthorn rallied, put one away. Going back on that kicking ball, there was a big drive many, many years ago, I'd say 20, 25 years ago, to get good kickers into the club. They are one of the very few that have actually stayed with that mantra all the way through, get someone who can kick the football. Well, that kick of Sicily's last night.
Yeah.
So, the ones you threw up were fantastic, but you can add on another half a dozen plays, if not more, because I can't think of a bad kick in that side. And so they go, this is what he can do with it. Now we'll teach him how to get it. I look at Essendon and think...
Well, that's been a problem the last 4 or 5 years.
Yeah,
in this rebuild, let's call it, that they're having, they haven't been able to find out. We know that they've identified Roberts as a nice young kick.
Speed too, though. I'm a bit worried about their speed, and also probably enough players to go through the middle. Look, you can cut Essendon apart a fair bit and say their backline, small backs weren't really one-on-one, they were beaten, which they were. Their forwards... Caddy's going to be a very good footballer, but he needs assistance. And their midfield is just dominated by 1 or 2 players, and I'm not sure they get enough from their wings where they get that drive. So there's a bit of work to be done by Bombers, but I think they can say, look, we fought it out.
Brad Scott was asked about the fact that Hawthorn played last week and his team didn't, and whether that was played a role last night in the outcome.
It was a hot game. I mean, literally and metaphorically. I mean, it was both teams looked out on their feet, but I was rapt that our guys kept coming. Now, you could say that maybe they had a bit of fatigue from last week and we didn't. So, no, we certainly won't be using that as an excuse.
As you'd expect the coach to say, he's not going to offer them that excuse.
Well, in fairness, they were supposed to play too, the Bombers.
Correct.
So it was supposed to be a game.
So they would have been built up for it.
Correct.
Yeah. So if anything, this fixture's worse, the one that's in front of us today, Geelong and Fremantle, because the Cats were meant to play. Fremantle were never meant to play last week, so you've got a side playing second up against a side that hasn't played at all. Whereas, as you said, last week, the idea was both teams would have been playing their second game against each other. Interesting quirk of the numbers, and you pointed this out, both of you, Mick and Bally. So Bombers 10 more inside 50s, more disposals, and yet also 20 more tackles. Plus 19 in the clearances, plus 24 in the contested possession. If you're Brad Scott, you'd probably be thinking, gee, a lot went right. And similar trimmings on the Thursday night game where Carlton dominated a bunch of the key metrics we usually lean on. And yet it was a very different game, which means there's much more to the picture. Before we chat to James Sicily, I just want to... We talk all the time about the Hollywood Hawks and they're sort of craving the spotlight. They get it underneath the Friday night lights last night. And there was one play in particular which really lit the whole thing up. And we love a set play in any sport, and usually we see it more on a American football field or on the basketball court, and yet last night it came from a kick out from the Hawks, and here's how it was called on ABC Sport.
Oh, this is a great play.
Oh, nice little set play. Sicily kicks out to the open side wing for Impey. Goes darting away. Gets a kind bounce. Burns off two Bombers. Kicks inside 50 to McDonald. What a set play from the kick out. And Hawthorn go end to end. McDonald will shoot from 35 out at right half forward. To finish off the play, McDonald's drop punt. He's there. End-to-end footy for the Hawks. And a signature play comes off on game night. Straight out of the playbook onto the track. How good is it when that comes off, Paulie?
Yeah, and you've got to get it early. You've got to get in, in the first couple of rounds, because you can bet your bottom dollar the Hawks are playing the Blues next week. If that's not shown in the opposition report this week, Mick, at Carlton, we've got a problem down there. And I thought it was terrific. I mean...
It's great. It is great stuff, if I can just jump in there, Ashley McIntosh could kick a football like a mule.
The top,
the top, and with the centre square, the centre circle, or was it circles? No, anyway, the centre circle, I'll call it, and we knew he could lob it into there, and kept everyone away from there. The furthest, the deepest player turned and just ran onto a quarterback Hail Mary, if you like, grabbed it from there. Belted into the goal square, I think.
Two kicks.
It was
Seems simple, doesn't
two
it?
kicks.
I mean, there's only three ways to score, as we know. Stoppage, turnover, which is the majority of the game, and kick-ins, which I think as the year pans out, account for about, it's less than 2%, isn't it?
About 5 or 6%, I think.
Is it? Okay,
yeah.
Well, there you go. And maybe these days that, with team defences being so strong, it's one opportunity where you've got control of the footy, but you got to get those ones in early because they'll get scouted from here on in.
The captain of the Hawthorn Football Club, James Sicily, has been good enough to join us on ABC Sport. This is AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass, Mick Moldhouse and Luke Ball. James, congratulations on the win. Really appreciate your time.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Yeah, great night last night. Didn't have it on our terms for a whole lot to get the win, and on to the next Thursday against Carlton. Right, so thanks for having me.
You probably heard us chatting about the set play from the kick-out last night. We absolutely loved it in the way that it came off. How do you go about planning that, and how often are we likely to see stuff like that throughout the season?
Oh, yeah, who knows? Look, we don't really practice it a whole lot, to be honest with you. It's just one of those things that unfold when some players around get tired and some space opens up to use. So, we're able to pull off a couple last night, but no doubt teams will be scouting it, and we'll just use it when we can and if we're able to. But it's not something that we're looking to try and do at every kick-in.
Oh, James, well done on the start to the year. You mentioned fatigue. I mean, it's natural, obviously, early games in the year, there's going to be a heightened level of fatigue. We just spoke also before you jumped on about the Bombers not having played the week before and you coming in off looked like a tough game against the Swans. How did you see that? Did you pull up well first and foremost, or pull up okay from the Sydney game, and how did you carry that into last night? And if anything, did it help last night having that game under your belt, or potentially hinder with some fatigue in the legs as the game went on?
We were pretty sore from the Sydney game. That was quite a grind as well. I think like most of the first month of footy is much of a grind. No one's really firing on all cylinders and found their groove yet. So people at footy clubs now have some pretty smart people around in terms of management and getting up for games and recovery. So I think it's quite an even keel there with preparation heading into games. I don't think it was an advantage that we played last week. You know, we had to travel and had to get up for a game that was quite hard. It's hard to beat Sydney in Sydney. So pleased that we were able to start the game the way we did and set the tone. And they started to do some different things after quarter time. That we adjusted and were able to get the result.
That was a really pleasing thing. You know, you sort of got the Swans in a certain way. You know, we know the SCG is a bit more conducive to stoppage and you know, in tight, contested type game. And last night it was a bit more open and free flowing. And we spoke about the Bombers. You know, the numbers at the end of the game looked favourable towards them, but they were never really in it with that burst you're able to put in the first quarter, and then you're able to keep them at bay. And I think the forwards as well, who were pretty well held last week against the Swans, that was a real positive that they were able to, you know, to bob up and get going a bit last night.
Yeah, it was. It's good to get those forwards. They worked bloody hard for us, putting on pressure, and we saw some great smothers by some of the guys and some tackling, and they worked really hard. So to see them get rewarded this week is pleasing, and no doubt the Mosquito fleet will be up and about on the track this week. But yeah, like, bloody hell. I haven't had too many hours sleep today. I got to sleep at about 3 o'clock last night. I missed half your other question there.
I'm sorry. I'll keep this question short. I should know that, mate, from old days when you play a late one on the Friday night. Don't worry. How's your mate Jack Scrimshaw? Have you seen him today? How's the beak and how's the face looking?
Yeah, no, we have a day off today. I caught him at half-time, and he was still getting his bearings, and I chucked him a message this morning, but he hasn't replied yet. Hopefully he's feeling a bit better about himself and was able to get some good rest, and hopefully his nose isn't too bent, because he's a pretty good-looking fella. So, look, he's been really good for us. You know, he's a key tool that can use the ball very, very well. So we're going to miss him for the short term with concussion, I think. So hopefully someone else can step up and fill the void.
Jimmy, you disappointed me last night. I was looking for you to go forward. I said it'll happen at some stage. Do you call that, coach call that, or is it sort of circumstantial?
Yeah, we sort of just go by feel with it. I think what we're really happy with last night is when they started to get some momentum and it looked like they were coming, we were able to just score a goal sort of straight as that feeling was happening. So there was really no need to change what was happening. I thought we handled the momentum of the game really maturely and had some great moments from some leaders at the footy club. Like Morey kicks a really, really clutch goal for us when they're really coming hard. So I thought our ability to bounce back after they have a 2 or 3 goal run on, to stop it there and be able to sort of arm wrestle the momentum back in the game. So yeah, there was no real need for me to go forward, and pleasing.
So just on that's you're spot on the way it happened, because you did have the answers all the time. So is it Mitch that does that, or do you just sort of think, well, look, I think I need a bit of, or just perhaps for 5 minutes, and then it turns out to be 8 or 9? Because I thought you were fantastic last week when you went forward. It was always you're going to be the most dangerous player. I think you kicked the one, and perhaps probably the play on probably cost you the second one. But so is it your call?
It is probably. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, it's more of a feel thing. Like if I feel like I'm not really getting in the game, I'm struggling to maybe get a kick, or things just aren't working. Now that we've got so much depth as a back line, there is flexibility. This week it was Wed that went forward instead of myself. So he's a much better runner than I am. So we were trying to really use our run and try and get some spark back into the game with work rate, and that's probably not my go. When we're able to get the ball inside 50 and sort of win that area of the game and getting good clearance, that's probably more of a time that I might go forward. But when we were scoring a lot from transition, having Wes as that option to go forward instead of myself is far better, because he's a real weapon with his run, and I'm not so much.
No, you've been fantastic, mate. I've got to say, your leadership's been was quite inspirational. So all the best for the rest of the year.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Appreciate that, mate.
Just one last one, James, before we let you go. The ground last night felt like a lot of players were slipping over. You obviously play a lot of footy at the G. What did you make of the surface?
Yeah, no, we noticed that the night before in the game, Richmond-Carlton, and that was a focus for us, and no doubt Essendon would have saw it as well, but yeah, we had a real focus on trying to keep our feet because it was going to be important. Look, the surface is the same for both teams. Sometimes it's a great equaliser as a backman when, get away with a couple of falls during the build-up in the play, or if you're getting done in the lead and your opposition falls over. Sometimes it's you can't give it lucky stars, but I'm sure that'll sort itself out. MCG is one of the best stadiums in the world, and we'll see how it goes today with the games to play.
Good on you, James. Appreciate your time. Well done on the win, and we'll see you back out there on Thursday night.
Cheers, thanks guys. Have a good weekend.
You too. James Sicily, the captain of the Hawthorn Football Club. Absolutely. They play the Blues on Thursday night. Just one last word on the Bombers. So Brad Scott, their coach, was up last night, and he was asked about some of the positives, I guess, for Essendon, and this is what he made of things.
They're very good kicks. They sliced us up through the middle at different stages, and we sat back off them a little bit too much, particularly in the first quarter. But again, pleased that we're able to adjust that and get the game somewhat back on our terms. And I thought in the second half we controlled big parts of it. The screen that I looked at was flashing green on most metrics, but the one that I don't look at so much was the scoreboard, which wasn't flashing green.
He's a great media performer, Brad Scott. I love hearing him speak and the conversations that we get to have with him on ABC Sport. But he's one of those coaches that, how some guys go into autopilot and they just spit out the usual sort of pre-rehearsed lines. He listens to the question and he responds to it, and you could hear it there where he's working his way through it and he's thinking, yep, no, we had lots of green lights, and then he's sort of almost like smiling where he thinks, just the scoreboard wasn't a green light. And that's
he's spot on, though.
Yes, absolutely.
There's a lot of things to fight back, and early days, look, we're round, well, I guess I'll call it round 2 for the sake of the fact that it's at Hawthorn and playing their second game. To fight back like that and put them under pressure, they needed probably 2 or 3 players to jump up and actually take control of the ball that was going in the forward line and kick goals from it. I'm not sure they're going to be able to do it with Caddy and a ruckman. And this is where, and it's going to be a long time apparently before the 2-metre Peter comes back.
Yeah.
But if they can get hold of him playing the football before he got reported, I reckon that report really upset the way he played. He's a serious footballer, and that's a serious forward line. Now Langford goes though. That's so disappointing for them. No, it doesn't.
They are becoming, and Corb, I know you watch them closer than us two in here. That in terms of their effort, I think they're becoming very reliable. I think, and that's a Brad Scott.
Of course
we know that. That's what he demands. And so you think about why they were able to get back into it was because of that effort,
because they
pressure around the ball. Now they didn't have the skills which Brad alluded to there, or the polish, or the people to finish the work at the end of in their forward half,
or off their backline ball. The kicking off the backline was short.
That's been a real problem. Especially when Ridley went off. That's been a challenge. I know they put Dylan Shield back there. Andy McGrath's not that safe with the ball in hand.
Dylan Shield though, it looks beautiful off the boot, but it doesn't go far and it doesn't always find its target.
But they're hard to fear. But that's their challenge. They've got to try and keep finding those sort of players. But I think in terms of something to be able to at least hang your hat on in terms of their effort and their tackling and that sort of stuff around the ball, I think Bomber supporters couldn't deny that that's becoming a lot more reliable than it perhaps was.
The postscript out of last night, so we heard about Jack Scrimshaw. He's got concussion after that gruesome head clash, friendly fire with Josh Battle, where top of Battle's head basically went straight into the bridge of the nose in the face of Scrimshaw, and his day was done before half-time. In a bizarre twist, he was involved in an incident that left Jordan Ridley concussed, a loose tackle, which was turned out to be a swinging arm around the chops. He was trying to tackle him front on, got Ridley high, and then he had concussion symptoms at half-time, and his night was done. And Kyle Langford had a pretty serious tear, it seems, of his right hamstring, the same hammy that he had surgically repaired back in 2022. So fingers crossed for Kyle Langford that's not as serious as it first looks. Is he in any trouble, Jack Scrimshaw? So clearly he's got to sort out his face and everything else that came on with it. He's not playing next week anyway. But the problem with the way that these things are graded, as you know, Bally, with the match review officers table, is that given the fact that Ridley was concussed. This will come back as severe if Michael Christian deems it to be a reportable
I'm not
offence.
sure it will. I know, to the letter of the grading. I thought last year they gave a little bit more, or there was a little bit more fluidity around those high-end ones when it came to the action, I think. So is it a reportable offence? That's the first thing they've got to decide. And it probably is the swinging arm they don't like, even though it wasn't an intentional strike. That he came in to tackle or at least put pressure on. He wasn't even looking at him when
he ran at him. It was the strangest. Ridley it kept on going. And
Ridley took a bounce, remember?
Yeah, he took a bounce.
He was looking down, and then all of a sudden he looked up and he thought, oh, he's here.
So it was the classic come forward to pressure, which is what players are told to do. So I think, but it wasn't a strike in my view, so but maybe a careless action that causes the injury. But I don't think it will... and I take your point, concussion. I don't think we automatically now go concussion severe. I think there will be a bit of...
At the very least, at the very best, it'd be high.
Yeah, and so that's three, is it? Yeah. Yep. Even careless? Careless high is 3, is it? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Well, I think he'd probably take that on and maybe get it down to 2 based on the action, I think.
Okay.
Now, he's going to miss one anyway, so maybe he might have missed 2 with his nose and face. So, anyway, it'll be an interesting little test case early on in the season.
Mixed messages, Cool Hand Luke, still to come. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Coming up next, what a win for the Tigers, and where does it leave the Blues? All still ahead on AFL Saturday.
The footy might stop with the final siren, but with ABC AFL, the conversation keeps rolling. Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Bruce alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny.
From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop.
It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app. You're listening to AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass, Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball on your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
It's a Tiger turn-up for the ages. The 4 points and some aura points for Uze's Tigers. And for the Blues, it's an almighty misstep out of the gates. The Tigers by 13. An enormous win for Adam Uze and his Tigers. It wasn't just that they did it. They had 12 players with 35 games of experience or less, 3 on debut, and they were 41 down. And somehow they turned it all around, kicked 12 of the last 14 goals. Huge win for the Tigers, and it leaves Michael Voss, I'm sure, scratching his head. What a result for Richmond, Luke Ball.
Terrific, wasn't it? Yeah, I must admit I was at a function on Thursday night, the TV on in the background, and about halfway through the second quarter looked at the scoreboard and thought, this is playing out as it was supposed to be, and thought, I might even bother with the second half, but then the Tigers started doing what they did, and I raced home and watched the last quarter and a half. And yeah, it was youth, it was exuberance, wasn't it? They got a sniff, and clearly they've, it's very, very early days, but it looks like they've hit on some high-end talent, which if you've got, I think it was 8 picks inside the first 20, so you should. And they can, they'll have ups and downs. We know that throughout the year, but they can ride some enthusiasm and look to the future with great hope. With what we saw on Thursday night, Nick.
It recasts their season, though, doesn't it? To think that, they won 2 games last year, and so they're probably rolling up thinking, look, if we win, and people are saying, look, they might not win a game, they'll be flat out winning a couple of games, and now everybody in that dressing room will be thinking, well, why do we only have to win 2? If we play like that, it doesn't mean that we can't win half a dozen games. I'm not saying, all of a sudden they're in finals contention, but it gives a whole lot of energy to a locker room that probably felt over summer, this is not going to be our year.
Yeah, I'm concerned about the opponent they played. Mm-hmm. I'm concerned about the fact that 5 goals won early and Carlton just fell off the mountain. So I think it's the right way to Richmond to go. I'd be loath to think they're going to win any more than 4 or 5 games.
Here's Adam Uze on that, by the way.
We'll review the game honestly. We lost on expected score. So we won a different way today, but we've just got to get better. It's no use me looking for some positives in a loss if I don't look at the game really honestly in a win. So we'll do that. As I said, we lost on expected score, and we'll look at the reasons why, and we'll need to be better to beat Port Adelaide next week. So we'll do that starting tomorrow, but tonight we'll really enjoy the win.
Similar theme to you, Mick. Just look, hey, yes, we won. Lots of things to clean up.
And the enthusiasm at the end of the game suggests that this might be a bit of a false lead for the younger players thinking, that's the effort which required to win games of football, because it will not be the effort. It'll be substantially more and more players joining in. So, but it was fantastic for the supporters and I think football people in general would have all of a sudden.
Adam, I was pleased for Adam Mouze. I mean, he was under the pump. Everyone knows the situation they're in.
Yeah.
He was under the pump before a ball had been bounced. They had a couple of average performances, let's call it, in the pre-season games, but I was pleased for him.
I'm pleased for Zach Casamento, my grandson, who apparently come out to his mother, which is my daughter, and said, they're useless, I'm not listening. Then at half-time said, we've got a chance here. And at the end of the game was just so full of typical. And the other thing they got in the most was the back flip and everything else, and Layla, the new player, because there's the next generation of supporter coming in. What they look for is something that we didn't look for a few years ago, boy. It's how brash you can be and what you look like, and the fend-offs, and who do you remind me of? Oh, Dusty Martin.
I know you're a Richmond Premiership player, but I thought it was a bit much, Mick, reenacting that on your way in the box today with the backflip on your way to take your chair down here in Geelong. There's no late change here at Cardinia Park. The first up on the slate today, Fremantle and Geelong. Heath Chapman, the sub for the Dockers, and Jai Clark is the sub for Geelong, so no late change. The Carlton side of things. We'll get to some of this as we work our way through, but I might just start with one of our favourite segments. It is now time for Mick's Messages.
On AFL Saturday.
What do they reckon? They come to play marbles or football, or think they sat in their cars waiting for the game to start and go out there?
This is Mick's Messages.
Well, I'm going to start with all clubs have, at some stage during the pre-season, have said something about their year already. And I think time has come for action. Forget the words, and I'm going to mention 9 clubs in particular, because I think the Heat should go on these 9 clubs for a variety of reasons. Some of these 9 will not make the 8. Some have said they will and should, and I'm going to start with Collingwood. They've recruited what they believe. When a coach comes out and says, I want players and not drafts, picks, that's an indicator that they're not far away. And if we go back through history over the last few years, where Geelong won, then fell out, and they got back last year, and they were very good last year. Collingwood won, dropped out. They should be coming back this year, and should be coming back at a rate of knots. Second one, Adelaide. I get a bit sick of Adelaide. Poor us, we're only within points of winning that game, and an umpire decision there. Start to stand up, show some backbone. Carlton. How often do we hear the Blues have now they've absolutely picked dry GWS, picked all the players, put them all together, and for some reason or another can give that performance the other night, which suggested a 41-point lead against a side that wasn't supposed to win a game, and surrendered so meekly. It was, I think, quite embarrassing. Fremantle. I write for the Western Australian paper, and as I said about what's happening in Victoria, everyone's rating them and saying, well, this is their year. What, because they've got Shea Bolton? Well, with all due respect, Shea will make you better when you're 5 in front, not when you're 5 behind. And for the life of me, nothing convinces me that they're going to be any good at all. Geelong, well, they've got Bailey Smith. They've restructured the forward line. They've said a bit about the year, and I think that they've got to stand up. And mainly stand up because of again, they've resisted the temptation to cut too deep into their list, of which some players really are probably right at the end. So they suggest they're home. Gold Coast. Damien Hardwick went up there to get them into the finals and was going to get them in the finals. Has not. Melbourne. Well, there's been enough said about Melbourne. The Saints, Ross Lyon's been got another year, and he's convinced them that this is the club, this is the side that's going to take them forward. Again, they've done nothing to convince anyone that they are a finals 8 side. And I'm going to throw in my old club, one of my old clubs, is West Coast. New coach, trying to convince Harley Reid to stay, doing everything right, trying to get their side up and about. They won't make the 8, but their statement will be to be highly competitive as opposed to the losses that have been incurred over the last couple of seasons.
So for these
stand up.
So for these nine clubs, put up or shut up. This is it.
Absolutely.
It's Collingwood, Adelaide, Carlton, Fremantle, Geelong, Gold Coast, Melbourne, St Kilda, West Coast.
We sort of did it a bit last week in the 4 p.m. show in lieu of no game. Who of those teams have you got in, Mick, and who have you got out?
I've got Collingwood in,
the 8,
Carlton in, Geelong in,
Gold Coast.
No.
Okay.
Did I have Gold Coast in last week, Colby?
I'll have it written down somewhere.
Yeah, it's written down. I only say that.
I don't think so.
I only say
I don't yet. No, I can't trust them yet.
I actually had Essendon, Sydney. The ones I was a bit worried about were Essendon, Sydney and GWS. Well, GWS, I'm only saying that on the back of they lose so many players through injury, which they've already lost a couple, so see how they go. Sydney, I didn't know which way that would turn out. And Essendon, to me, I think there's a lot of bad clubs. Well, not bad. I shouldn't say bad clubs. I don't think there's a lot of clubs that are highly performed to the point of making the 8. So I'm thinking that 7th and 8th could fall in anyone's way. I think the Dogs, because of their injuries, are going to be, particularly with the Bont out.
Yeah. So who's your biggest improver? Who's coming out of the 8 in?
So I think you had Collingwood going in.
Collingwood will go in.
I think they count the premiers from 2 years ago as a bigger. I know what
Collingwood have got to go in.
Yeah.
Surely.
What about the Crows? I think they're the team for me. I think they play finals.
Well, tell me why.
We probably haven't got long enough, but we did a bit on it last week. I think there's natural improvement from high draft, high talent players that have been on the list now for 4 or 5 years. I think you mentioned injuries. Every team's going to have to face that across the year. I think they've got depth at through the middle of the ground.
Maybe.
To me, the question mark's still on their defence a bit. And whether Phil Thorpe and Fogarty
who have you got in and out, Paulie, and who's?
Oh, we did it last.
Okay,
last
so
week. The dogs out, I think, because they played finals last year. And I think I'm not convinced the Swans can, as good as they were last year. And Goulden goes down. I'm just worried, and they've got a tough draw.
And who's in?
I've got the Crows in and Collingwood back in.
Have you got what about Gold Coast? No. So that coaching change has changed nothing.
I think they can still make improvements. I just don't see them making the jump enough to get from 10th to the top 6.
Off the SMS, Liv in Mooroopna. My Blues need to realise that it's not enough just to show up. You need to treat all opponents with respect, but not all is lost. Acid test will be next week against the Hawks. Thanks for that, Liv. Michael Voss, by the way, was left to face the music last night, or on Thursday night. This is what he had to say.
What we will do is we'll accept how this has played out. You don't tuck this one away. You've got to address it. So we'll spend time addressing it, because it's the only way I know how that we actually get better and move forward from it. But at the same time, it's also about context, and it's about round 1. So if this is this is a bad reminder about what's important to us, then we take the reminder, but we've got to do something about it.
Darren from Northcote off the SMS, lapping up the informed expert discussion, boys. You're going to be regulars in my AFL analysis from the word go this season. Thanks, Darren. Appreciate that. He says, go the Pies. And from Anthony, also off the SMS, boys, the mighty Saints have the most underrated list in the AFL. Mark my words, from Anthony. So the Saints play the Crows tomorrow, first up on the Sunday fixture.
That'd be a beauty.
Big game.
Yep. Coming up today, to start us off, it's going to be Geelong and Fremantle right here at Kardinia Park. Jai Clark and Heath Chapman are the 2 subs. There's no late change. Following that, it'll be the grand final rematch. So Sydney and Brisbane. And then tonight, we're in different directions. 2 games in Melbourne. At Docklands, it'll be the Western Bulldogs and North Melbourne. At the MCG, it'll be the game between Collingwood and Port Adelaide. So you can take your pick tonight through the ABC Listen app. Just one word on the Blues. Sum it up for us. What's a proportionate response? So they lose to the side that won 2 games last year. They've said themselves with their chief executive they think they're a top 4 team, and that's what they put up on opening night. Where's the proportionate reaction to that?
I had them in there too, but just watching the other night, Mick, Curno's, I know he's one play, but he is a big impact.
Massive.
Yeah. But to me, they're still a bit light on around the flanks. I watched it,
you get away with that
better and through the middle. I'm just worried about their talent. You know, they were pinning their hopes on young Jagger Smith to come in and provide a spark that they don't otherwise have through the middle of the ground. So,
certainly not spark. Paulie, let's name some of those players in the middle. They've got the Brownlow medalist.
Yeah, but
they got Walsh.
You can't get any more out of Patrick Cripps or Sam Walsh.
But do you,
so Patrick Cripps can't play any better than he did last year.
No,
and where did it get them?
Yeah,
6 to 8.
Well, what do you do? Leave him out of the centre? No, you can't.
No, that's what I'm saying. They were counting on a Jagger Smith to go in there and add to that mix, or I've gone blank on another couple of players. But that's my point. Maybe I've overrated Chera, of course. Sorry, Chera, the other one. Well, can we rely on him? So, and we know, if it's not Wiedering down back, it's quite sort of. Now again, it's round one. And I love the way Voss mentioned it then. He will be savage on them this week, you'd think, within the context of it's round one, and we know that that we've got a long part of the year to go. But I was a little bit worried with what I saw on Thursday night around the fringes.
I still say right now that teams that use the ball by running the ball, speed on the ball. I know you've got to have speed on the ball in today's football. It's no longer this chip mark, which we've seen sides over, let's go back 7 or 8 years ago, win premierships. That's dead and buried.
It was the West Coast, wasn't it, 2018?
Yeah, maybe Hawthorn to agree. So what if you don't put if you don't put speed on? But I'm saying speed on the ball.
Yep.
You cannot now go. Well, this ground is an absolute killer for sides that want to go in slow motion. And if Fremantle want to overuse, and I know there's only one game for Fremantle, but if they go slow motion and try to, they won't have enough room on this ground. You've got to take speed through the middle.
It's only one game, but it is the way they played last year. So all eyes are on Freo as to whether they recognise that and adjust to it this year.
Yeah, they can't just keep pumping themselves up. They've got to start producing.
In a year where there's so many coaches under the pump, if nothing else for Michael Voss, he's gone from behind sort of Beveridge, Longmuir, Hinkley, Nix to all of a sudden right in the conversation. So if nothing else, he's in that mix now under.
Is there anyone, Corby? Is there any one coach out of contract at the end of this year?
Only one. That's Luke
It's
Beveridge.
a big call to dump coaches who have got years in front of them.
Voss got 1 year to run, so he's off at end of 2026. But if they don't make the finals and they think they're going to be top 4, all of a sudden you think those conversations get accelerated and everything else. So it's we're very early, very very early.
Well, also I think could I just add on one thing there about that one too? There is a reluctance to move coaches out, but you've got to remember Brian Cook finishes this year.
Yep.
So who makes that decision? The new CEO coming in, Graham Wright. I mean, that's a big ask. Or is it the board job? And I hope Michael is as safe as a house, because I just think coaches need time to make it work. But I know that there comes a time when you do get severely questioned about it.
Speaking of coaches, and the only man who's off contract, that is Luke Beveridge, the coach of the Western Bulldogs. He had spoken in a newspaper article with Pete Ryan about his future. He'd done a podcast separately, but he faced the footy media pack for the first time yesterday ahead of the Western Bulldogs' opening game of the season against North Melbourne, and addressed to the fact that he's off contract at season's end. This is what Luke Beveridge had to say.
Nothing for me in what transpires over the ensuing weeks is a leverage point for my future. There's uncertainty, and I'm okay with that. And I suppose as any practitioner, you're always thinking to yourself, what is next for me? I love what I do. I've got no intention to finish it up, but what is the next challenge? And the next challenge might be, 2026 senior coach of the Western Bulldogs. But that might happen down the track. We'll see what happens.
Who's he speaking to there, Mick?
Oh, well, he's probably saying something to the board. You either, have you got faith in me for another couple of years, or you let it drift in and drift out there. It's a really bad position to be in. Your captain's out for a number of weeks.
Yep.
Hugo Hagen is probably not going to play. He may not even play again at the club. You've got key backs out, key forwards out, key mids out. You're running into the next 5 or 6 weeks against some really handy sides. You could go 2-4, you could go 1-5, and you're still going to have to make 13 wins to make the 8. So all of a sudden it becomes, out of the last 14, 15 games, you've got to win probably 12 games. It becomes almost an impossibility. You miss out. then you're at the mercy of the board.
I hadn't heard that. I'm not going to read into that. To me, that's their comments of a experienced coach who has a great is comfortable with where he's at, has great perspective, and that's been built off. Working in the corporate world prior to becoming a coach, coming out of the amateur system, I see it as a realistic comment around the industry that he's in. The reality is he knows that it's cutthroat. He's seen it before. He's very experienced. So I actually think that they're.
So my sports media guy hears that and goes, right. He's basically saying, if you don't want me the Bulldogs, I'm available to coach somewhere else.
Yeah,
he's saying I'm a professional coach.
Yeah, that's an interesting take as well.
And we've already seen the lines be drawn between Simon Garlick, who appointed him at the Bulldogs, and the fact that he's the chief executive at Fremantle. They've got a coach who's now on staff, but the Dockers feel like it's time to contend. They missed the finals last year, so that link's always going to be drawn and will continue to be throughout the year. And as we said, with so many coaches off contract, I just thought it was a very interesting sort of public thing to put out there yesterday. It was almost like he went there thinking, they're going to ask me about it. I've workshopped the response. This is what it is.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, and I've got him a little bit different to, say, Ken Hinkley, who to me is an out-and-out career coach. Yeah. I think those comments from Beveridge just open the door a little bit to saying, if I don't coach next year, I'm okay with that. I've worked. No, I do.
I see that the other way.
I'm with you, Mick.
I see that I'm coaching somewhere. I'm born to coach and I'm coaching.
Yeah. No,
I might not be here, but I'm coaching somewhere.
He said that.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, but it wouldn't surprise me if he has a year off next year.
Okay.
I don't think he'll. That's my. He's not. If it doesn't pan out like this year, he'll happily go away and find something else to do.
He would be a good coach. Let me just say, he would be a very, very good coach. Absolutely would be, because that mixture of players down there.
Yep.
The mixture of players down there will be young and medium young. I don't think it'll be old at all. I think they'll go in. Just the feel I get that they don't want to waste having senior players like 29, 30, 31 with so many kids and go, well, they might guide us a little bit, but let's get guided by 25, 26, 27-year-olds.
G'day, fellas. Grant here in Hobart, recovering from COVID. Enjoying the show. All the best, Grant. Mick, the Blues look disinterested, but the thing I see is a midfield that, like last year, still can't defend. Why is this the case? Carlton looks ordinary. Thanks, Grant. Appreciate that. Stuart, a dedicated Blues hater, he says. If the Blues don't make the 8, Voss will be gone. From Anthony in Wild Dog Valley, your man, Bally.
He's back.
Too warm for the 5-pit today, but it's sensational to have the footy on the radio with my old friend, Bally. And from Rog in Box Hill, which game tonight will be on ABC Radio in Melbourne on the analog station, so 774. ABC Melbourne, you will be carrying the game between the Bulldogs and North Melbourne, so that's the game on analog tonight. But ABC Listen app, every game you can toggle between the matches tonight. There is a call available, of course, of the Pies and the Power. All right, the next of our segments, it is now time for Cool Hand. Luke.
On AFL Saturday.
What we've got here is
the champion bloke.
Failure to communicate.
This is Cool Hand Luke.
Back, isn't it, Mick? Now, there's a lot of low-hanging fruit usually early in the season. A lot of overreactions, a lot of silly comments, looking for clicks and eyeballs, and it's been dealt with a bit this week. But I'm going to go with, as we go into the official round one, I'm going to go into the lack of conditioning and professionalism all of a sudden in our playing cohort. I think I read the other week that they're basically back to being part-time footballers. So much time they get off at the end of the season. I mean, what an absolute nonsense. You just have to go down and watch them train these days, Mick. And the other part is, and even thinking sort of 20 years ago, we'd finished the season, Mick, and a crew of us would go over to Thailand for 2 weeks and sit on the beach and worry about coming back to training when we did. And the footies wouldn't come out until February. These days, they come back, they hit the ground running, they're into full contact and full-on footy in January. We know the season's a little bit earlier. Lo and behold, there's players cramping. It's 30 degrees. Well, let me tell you, expect some cramping today, Mick. I know it's not as hot as previously thought, but there'll be some cramping today because it's the hardest game in the world. It's the most physically demanding game in the world. Our players have never been more professional. Across the board, I'm talking about. I get it. It's not a bad story, not a bad throwaway line to say that the players haven't prepared for the season and that they're part-time football these days, given they get so much time off. But goodness me, what an absolute nonsense.
Especially with Dacos.
Yes.
You're not going to get too many people that are more professional than him.
No, that's right.
And
I think
we
we've got to
watched
trust our
we watched
players
some
more.
cramp last night.
They did.
There's several players.
Well, it's
cramp
warm.
last night.
It's hot. You sweat a
And you
lot.
sweat a lot.
I remember it. I remember going
Some
and
people
playing
don't
in
like
Brisbane.
pickle juice. Some people can't have pickle juice, Paulie.
I remember going and playing in Brisbane, and the problem is, you know, first half you go like a cut cat because you know it's round one and your high speeds up, and I remember having a full body meltdown about halfway through the third quarter one year up in Brisbane in round one. So let's give the year 2 or 3 weeks just to find its feet a little bit.
I like it. Good start for Cool Hand Luke. Big bucket of cold water over all of that as our AFL Saturday campaign is up and rolling for the 2025 season. Corbin Middlemass, Mick Moldhouse, Luke Ball on ABC Sport. We've got the game call coming up in just a moment. Ben Cameron and Adam Ramanaskas to jump in for that, and the newest member of our team, Razor Ray Chamberlain.
Oh my God!
On the boundary, you'll hear from Razor Ray throughout the 2025 season as part of our crew on ABC Sport.
Great umpire.
Did you have any run-ins with Ray?
No, never had a run-in with him. In fact, you know, some really funny stories, and I don't know whether we've got enough time, but we're in Ireland and
yes,
playing against the Irish, sitting down there. Adam Good said to me, Mick, they got 16 players on the ground. I turned to Razor. He was the emergency umpire. I said, Razor, what are you going to do? He jumped up and down on the spot for about 10 minutes, not knowing what to do. And he's up behind me right now. He didn't say 10 minutes. It was 7 minutes. He had to go out and tell Brett Rosemary to line him up, and he was the one that got the player and marched him off the ground. So that went down well with 60,000 Irishmen.
You didn't cancel the scores? It wasn't anything like that? The old head count?
You know what I did? I went to the Irish umpire.
Yep.
And they've had 3 shots on. And I pride myself on defence, right? So we're in front. They've had 3 shots on. Going, where are these coming from? So I went to the umpire and I said, "Oh, you're going to fix this up." I'll fix it up. All right. And I go, "Oh, come on, this is going to be good." I said, "Well, don't take the full score off because 60,000 Irishmen will tear us apart." No. He said, "I'm going to give him a 15-metre penalty." Said, what, for 3 shots on goal? I said, 15-metre penalty. And Ray didn't have the you-know-whats to stand up to him.
Jeez.
You get some Irish in you, Ray.
Well,
you must have. You've got a little bit of leprechaun in you.
Well, we'll get Ray's version of events as we work our way through on all of this. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Now the games ahead today. I will also put the Ray to the deliberate last night as well. I saw it caused a little bit of consternation, and Brad Scott wasn't not happy about it, but he certainly quizzed it in his post-match press conference, so we'll bring some of that to you in just a moment. The slate today, so Fremantle and Geelong first up. Bailey Smith takes his first step as a Cat, of course, the old dog. Who wins today, Mick? The Cats and the Dockers here at Cardinia Park.
Well, history just says Geelong, so I'm not going to try to change history.
I'm going to hold out on your thoughts, Paulie, because you'll be part of our game coverage shortly. The grand final rematch, Sydney and Brisbane. Is it good timing or bad timing for the Swans that this game rolls around now? So they're 0-1, but they get a chance at the Lions after, obviously, the humiliation of last year's grand final.
Oh, good timing. Yeah, I think they want to test themselves early, both teams. Obviously, making their way to the last weekend, have had shorter preparations, so there's no excuse either way there. I think it'll be a terrific... It probably hasn't had the build-up, has it? It's a twilight game, isn't it? Probably hasn't had the build-up, maybe because the grand final was such a fizzer. The Swans probably don't mind that, but they've changed a few things. We saw that last week, and I think we're all excited and looking forward to seeing how the Lions commence their premiership defence, Mick.
I want to see how the Ashcroft boys go together.
Yeah.
How incredible. Yeah. Look, they say he's going to be as good. So you've got 2 players running around there, father-son. This is my very thing about father-son, Corby. I just reckon it's,
Were you there? Remember they were with us on grand final day. It might have been just before you got there, but we were lucky enough to have Levi and Marcus with us in the box before. Obviously, Will went out and won the Norm Smith. Yeah, and it was
brilliant.
He speaks so well for such a young man. And interestingly, he's the only change from the premiership side. So he comes in for Joe Danaher. And the same team has never played another game together after winning the flag. So that endures again with Danaher's retirement.
And that's a big watch. I think Danaher, sometimes you don't know what you've got till it's gone. And yes, the supporters and they tear their hair out every now and then. But gee, his last couple of years, not only hitting the scoreboard, but pinch hitting in the ruck, allowing McInerney to rest. To me, that's their biggest challenge, obviously, Brisbane this year.
North Melbourne and the Western Bulldogs tonight. It is our game on Analog Radio on 774. Both games available through the ABC Listen app. Obviously, if you're in South Australia, by the way, you will be getting the Port Adelaide game, so never fear about that.
North of me.
North,
Yep.
how many wins this year? They haven't won more than 4 games in a season since 2019.
6 or 7.
6 or 7. It's a big jump. What do you reckon, boy?
Yeah, I tend to agree. Yep. Yeah, I think that's what they need to be aiming for. Clearly, I think they need to be looking to. They have to progress this year.
They were unlucky last year.
Yeah, they lost a few
win.
close ones.
Yeah, real close ones.
So
and I reckon that they've recruited well and another year under their belt. So 6 or 7 might be the minimum.
I'll give you a big statement. I reckon the Eagles will win more games than North this year.
I think West Coast will beat Gold Coast this weekend.
Okay. And last one, Collingwood and Port, of course, tonight.
Oh, I just can't have Port with what's happening internally. Plus Butters out. Go Collingwood.
Yep. Yeah, I think Collingwood will bounce back. Houston in for his first game. Pies tonight.
Battle of the Magpies tonight, of course. Port and Collingwood at the MCG with Houston against his old team. Good hit out. Nice sharp hour of power with the early start time. Mick, thanks for coming down to Geelong and enjoy your day at Lawn.
Thank you so very much, Scorby. I'll talk to you on Friday.
Thanks to Craig. Thanks to Craig back in the studio. Luke Ball's sticking around. He'll be part of the game call, which is coming up next as the Saturday slate begins on ABC Sport.
The Raw told the story.
Did you know you can now listen to the footy on your smart speaker?
Play ABC AFL.
ABC Sport, your home for footy.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
What a matchup this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bit to get excited about.
The intensity and the pressure in the ball is unbelievable.
Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy.
This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing. And they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than
He curled the through for a magnificent goal.
Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
An extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick.
Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping.
We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker.
Leans back on the kick. Game on.
Night camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward. Ahmed. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Close to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers, snaps. He'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
We'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the logo.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity. He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah.
Rose snaps goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that body roar.
Walks one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish.
60 out. Oh, my goodness. That's a massive kick. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker.
That's why we love football. Brilliant to watch.
From the centre wicket. Whacks it for 6. Scores level. Running past. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer?
Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
Geelong's season opener was in the path of a natural disaster last weekend, so they get the chance to have a mulligan and start their season at home at Kardinia Park in familiar surrounds. And yet for the Dockers, it's been a happy hunting ground in recent times. They've won their last 2 games here at Kardinia Park, and so Justin Longmuir's men out to make finals in 2025. After the slip-up late last year, they were third after round 20, lost their last 4 games and ultimately didn't feature in September. Will it be different this time around for the Purple? It is Geelong featuring their new star in Bailey Smith, one of the most marketable players in the game. He turns out in his new colours up against the Dockers, who are without their star recruit. There's no Shea Bolton tonight. the Dockers will have to wait another week for him. Welcome to Saturday Footy on ABC Sport. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Ben Cameron's here to call all the action with me. Good afternoon, Ben.
Hello, Corb. Great to be here. Like you said, this place should hold absolutely no fear for the Dockers. The fact they've come here twice and won recently should give them great confidence. They are an interesting team. They're one of the few teams that does allow the Cats to just have Tom Stewart roam around inside D50. Most teams have sent someone to him. Whether the Dockers do that today, I'll be really interested. A debutant for the Dockers as well, Murphy Reid, pick 17 in the national draft last year. He was the Vic Metro MVP. Burst speed out of the middle is what they tell us. Rama might be able to tell us more, but no late changes for either side. Jai Clark is the sub for Geelong, and Heath Chapman for the Dockers.
Luke Ball's still here, the Premiership Pie. G'day, Bally.
Well, yeah, looking forward to it. Looking forward to seeing if Freo can take that next step. Many are tipping them to do so, and we just touched on it in the pre-game then. It's go time for them. I think last year we know they were a bit too safe generally with their ball movement, playing that keepings off, kick mark, and clearly they bring Bolton in to add a bit of that speed on the ball that we were talking about. Unfortunately, he's not there today, but they've got enough players in this mix to be able to do that. So looking forward to seeing them play a bit more that way today. They've got to use the length of the ground here at Geelong. They can't be getting caught going, chipping it wide. We know this ground's a little bit unique from that front. So, yeah, really looking forward to seeing how the Dockers go. And then the Cats, well, I feel like we've just got faith. We've just got trust in this club, don't we? The infrastructure of the club. That they can bring players in like Bailey Smith, and we know he's had a few troubles. I mean, great to see him back out there playing after a year off and an ACL, first and foremost. But players just tend to come to this place and settle and end up playing their best footy. So a few changes to their team as well, but largely the same sort of core that they've had. I think Stewart, you mentioned, will settle back with Smith going in. Will settle back, in his natural habitat there in the back six. And I think Max Holmes is the one. I think this is the year, hopefully with an even run of injury, that he goes from top 20, top 30 player right into that top 10 and absolutely dominates through the middle of the ground. So looking forward to this game.
17 from the preliminary final side are out there for Geelong. So the new face is Bailey Smith, his first game in 573 days. Mitch Nevitt is back. Jai Clark. Connor O'Sullivan playing just his second game. Interestingly, the Bombers traded up ahead of the Cats and took Nate Caddy with the pick just before Connor O'Sullivan went at number 11. Sam De Koning, who was an emergency for the final, coming back from injury, and Mark O'Connor, who of course played in the Premiership in 2022. And the guys that are missing, Stanley was an emergency, Manna, Kolajasny, Duncan, Buse, and Bruin is missing from this Geelong team as well. The Premiership Bomber. Wouldn't be Saturday afternoon footy on the ABC without this man. He's back again for a whole new season. Adam Ramanaskas. Good afternoon, Rama.
A whole new season and a whole new season of hope for all teams. So very excited to be back as the Cats just run out. And look, they should have been in the grand final last year. So there's a lot to avenge for last year. But Bally mentioned a couple of those Geelong players. I'm really interested in Shannon Neal. So obviously Tom Hawkins has been the mainstay for so many years here at Cardinia Park. Shannon Neal really started to emerge last year, and now this year can he become one of those bona fide key forwards? He looked the goods last year, but now the responsibility rises for him there. Last year you have the Tom Hawkins in the back pocket, sort of if he needed to come back. Geelong stuck with Shannon Neal. Now he's one of the main targets. So can he really come of age and be a player of the absolute future for the Cats? Fremantle, on the other hand, they're going to be hard to judge with the amount of outs they have today. I think a lot of people are expecting big things, and I am, but with the outs that they have today, it's a huge task for them. But they have got good success down here. But it's hard to tip against the Cats at Cardinia Park.
So Bolton, Darcy, Young, Walters, Fife, probably the five from their best 22 all absent today.
Just on the Cats at Cardinia Park, I mean, we think of them as nigh on unbeatable down here. They were 4-3 down here last year.
Yeah.
So the fortress has been breached just a little bit last year at least.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. You mentioned Darcy out. I mean, the ruck's another really fascinating thing with Geelong. It looks like they're going to go with Sam De Koning to see if he can try and follow the lead of his older brother, isn't it? I think it's still a bit of a work in progress there. We know he had a great year a couple of years ago behind the footy, but he'll get the first crack at it today, and the Dockers are going to go with a two-prong attack with young Liam Reedy, so not Murphy Reid, not to be confused. A bit of a commentator's nightmare, that one. But they're going to go with they're still going to go even without Darcy with the dual ruck attack to take on the youngster there. So that's a bit of a watch. I mean, you look at the emergencies and Reece Stanley listed there with Mitch Duncan. So they're going to go with the younger players to start with, I guess, from that point of view of the Cats, and see if Sam De Koning can really come on as a number one ruckman this year. And
the Cats have always got blitz halves. So that's, the break glass in case of emergency. And he's
Swiss Army knife.
He is. And he's just a brilliant player for so many years for the Cats. So you wonder how now the Cats continue to evolve. Bailey Smith comes in, so that's a midfielder they're looking for. No doubt about that. They want a more run. They want a more carry. Dangerfield, I think, will play a lot more forward as the year progresses. He'll be in the centre bounce at times. I
sorry,
think.
Graham. Yeah. No, I just said they're warming up. Yeah. And Tom Stewart's in there and Danger's not. Yeah.
But you're expecting then, can Dangerfield go out and kick 30 to 40 goals for the year, playing as that real forward half player where he doesn't have to do the bulk of his work around contest and really, batter the body. So he's had the injuries over the last couple of years with hamstrings and the like. So how can they protect him to try and get, 18, 20, even 22 games out of him with him playing a different role? And that's options through the middle of the ground. So, Bally mentioned Max Holmes. He's right. Can he become a top 10 player in this competition? Tom Atkins will be there a lot. Can Ollie Dempsey come into the middle of the ground while we saw him so effective on a wing last year? Bowes, can he take another step in his game? That's the evolution of Geelong midfield. Cam Guthrie's not there at the moment, still injured, so they need these young players to continue to produce. Jai Clark, who's a sub today, will be another one of those.
I've been paying attention to the champion data briefings in the pre-season about the hardcore analysis as to how these two teams operated last year. And Geelong, one of the things that they stressed here was that despite the fact they're old, and we know that obviously in 2022 they were the oldest premiership team on record, their DNA is speed, so they do go quick. A lot of people associate with Geelong, older team go slow. Not the case. They move the ball quicker than anyone. Their half-forwards get up and back, so that was something that they were very keen to point out. And the other thing with Fremantle, so this competition's skewing older. We've seen two of the oldest premiership teams on record in the last 3 years, and yet they are still the fifth youngest, the fourth least experienced, so their profile is against the trend of the competition. And they were the number one stoppage team last year, and yet appalling at putting it on the scoreboard or generating territory from it. So despite the fact they won a lot of clearances, what happened after that was diabolical for Fremantle.
You'll hear this a lot this year, Bally. We used to speak a lot about time in forward half, and that was, lock the ball in, keep the ball in. Now it's more about efficiency. How efficient can you be with hand and foot going forward? And that's been evident over the last couple of nights. You look at Richmond going forward on Thursday night. Carlton had, I think, 26 more inside 50s, but Richmond were able to score. Last night again, Essendon had comfortably more inside 50s than Hawthorn, but Hawthorn were just more efficient with the ball going forward.
Yeah, speed kills, you're right. I mean, it's an interesting stat, that, Corby, because you're right. I think when people think of Geelong through the middle of the ground in particular, especially without Dangerfield there as a mainstay now, you wouldn't associate them with speed per se, but it really comes from those high forwards who get up the ground and try and get their opponents. Lou, they're so smart. We're talking about Close, Stengel, Myers. I mean, there's not many players in the game with a higher IQ than him. Get up the ground, try and lose their half-backs in traffic, and then with their running power, get them back towards goal. Stengel, of course, and even Jeremy Cameron plays as a mid-sized forward from that role. So I expect them to do more of the same today, and it's a real challenge for those attacking high half-backs for the Dockers.
There's score involvements, and there's goal assist. Nobody had more than Graham Myers last year.
Let me welcome the newest member to our team. He'll be with us Saturday afternoons right throughout the season, alongside myself, Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas. Nearly 400 games as an official out in the middle, 3 grand finals.
Do we boo, or how do we start this?
There's only one way, is to cheer and welcome him in. His name is Razor Ray Chamberlain. Ray, welcome to ABC Sport.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. That's the first time I've been applauded down here, I can assure you of that.
Great to have you with us all season long, so you'll be riding the boundary for us. What's your view like from down there?
Yeah, not too bad. I've got Rowan Connolly's head in front of me, so I've just asked him to move 2 seats to the left. He wasn't too happy about it, but anyway, we've got that done. I've got to say, cloud cover's starting to burn off a little bit down here, so I suspect the temperature will rise very quickly, but what an incredible venue now with the surface redone and all the stadiums in place.
33 degrees today, but cloudy, so there's going to be longer breaks between the quarters, a few extra drinks carriers for the players, so 8-minute breaks between the quarters. Ray, not only do we have your insights down there on the boundary, someone who's been around footy his whole life, but we'll also lean on you for a few of our umpiring queries. And I don't know if you know this, but we're not always across the rules as much as you think we would be. You wouldn't believe it, some of us in the media game, in the footy public more broadly. There was a particular incident last night at the MCG. This is how it played out as called on ABC Sport.
Dersma handball to McGrath, slips over.
Deliberate.
Ushers it through for a rush behind, and the ump says deliberate.
Now, the reason for that is he was under pressure when he rushed it through, but because he had had a previous opportunity to dispose of the ball and chose not to, the whole pressure thing gets thrown out the window, and that is a fair decision.
He would have been caught holding the ball in between the big sticks. Instead, it's going to end in the same result. A gift for Watson. He's got 3.
Brad Scott was asked about it in his post-match press conference. The Essendon coach, this is what he had to say last night.
There's some stuff I could say, I reckon, but ask the umpires. They'll tell you, I would have thought. I mean, all we're told, and this is, I think I'm in a pretty good position to explain this, is if you're under any semblance of pressure and you're inside 9, you can rush the behind. That's what we're told. So that's what we do.
So that hasn't been changed, because it seems like quite a radical change of interpretation. If he's like a metre away from an opponent.
Unless they just say it was a mistake, which it could have been.
What are the chances of that, do you think?
Oh, I think they're pretty good these days. If you make a howler, you just say, we made a howler and move on. But I'm saying it is. They have to explain it, not me. I'm just giving you the information that we're given.
Cameron Ling thought it was the right call on our coverage last night, Ray Chamberlain. Brad Scott wasn't so sure. Fill us in.
Yeah,
did they get it right?
No, there was an accurate implementation of deliberate rush behind last night, and Cameron was right across it. I mean, the first part of it is if you are within 9 metres of the goal and you are under immediate pressure, you are able to rush the ball through for a score. So the question becomes, well, what is immediate pressure? And the guidelines that the umpires are afforded are it's got to be further than 3 metres away. So I think if we have a look, when McGrath took possession of the football, the nearest player was Watson. He was 4 to 5 metres away. And as a result, the rush behind as a get-out isn't an option there for Andy. And so the umpire had to award a free kick there, which he did.
Yep, so they got that one right.
They got that one right, and I understand it's an emotive element too, after a game and those sorts of things for the coaches. But you can rush a ball, definitely. Brad knows that. You can rush a ball if you're within 9 metres, but you must be under immediate pressure, and I suspect Brad knows that as well.
Ray, great to have you part of our team right throughout the season. We'll check in with you throughout the afternoon.
It's a good explanation because, to be totally honest, I was of the opinion of Brad as well. And
many people would have been.
Yeah, the way Lingy and Ray just explained it, that he's had a prior opportunity to dispose of the ball somewhere else. He chose not to. He slips over, and then his next reaction is to rush the ball behind. So you understand the interpretation. And I think if the AFL or an umpire came out and spoke about that, well, they have now on ABC, that the fans will go, yep, okay, that makes perfect sense. No worries, move on.
I wonder if Brad asked about, it wasn't just Andy McGrath, there was plenty of guys slipping over last night, wasn't there? And there did seem to be more Essendon jumpers slipping over, so I wonder if it was a question about the footwear too.
Just listening to the excellent show that is AFL Saturday, it was interesting to hear James Sicily say, we picked that up from Thursday night and we were really aware of it. Yeah. It didn't feel like Essendon were. Hawthorn might have been. I'm not so sure about
it was in the pockets and the sort of the flanks where clearly the MCG had warded the outside of the ground, but at the same time, you're responsible for your own footwear.
They might have been watching White Lotus like Ross Lyon on Thursday night. Maybe that was what they were doing. Interesting to note here, Luke Ball in front of us. Both Jordan Clark and Luke Ryan having a bit of a rub down on the boundary's edge before the start of play. It is currently 31 degrees, so 33 is the forecast top. It is cloudy, but it is going to be warm and already a bit of treatment.
Yeah, a double quad massage. It's just interesting, given that they would have been here 2 hours ago, that it's almost like they've started a warm-up and thought, oh no, I'm not quite happy with how the pins are feeling. So you just don't see that often. Remember, and I mean, the heat is a reason not to. Usually if it's a cold, wintry night, you might get a bit of extra deep heat rubbed into the quads, but just keep an eye on Luke Ryan.
Patrick Dangerfield has won the toss. He's pointed towards the city end of the ground as the captain for Geelong, so as a result, the Cats will kick to that end. It's not a bumper crowd, it must be said, Bawley.
Does the 120 start catching a few out, or you reckon there's a few catchings from Swell down at Torquay?
I think they're down the beach, no doubt. No, then there's a lot up at the Grand Prix as well.
Oh, yeah.
So, there's a massive crowd up there. So, but warm day.
Yep.
I know where I'm either at the beach or sitting by the pool.
Who finishes higher out of these two teams in 2025?
Cats for me.
Yeah, Cats.
Yep. So the Cats, an incredible record. They've played in 14 prelims in 21 years, so 2 in every 3 years for the last 2 decades.
Well, you can't see a decline yet.
Amazing.
That's I think, we're spoken about, or will they decline year upon year, but, adding Bailey Smith, who's now, I know he's coming off a knee reconstruction, but he's not even at the peak of his powers yet.
He is 25 this year, so he's 100 games. Perfect timing to slot him into this mix. And I mean, Tom Stewart's going to start in the centre bounce, Rammer. So I thought maybe with Smith coming in and a development of a few others that Stewart might head back to half back, but he's going to start in the middle of the ground. I wonder how much of a say he had in that.
Bailey Smith, he's got the Karate Kid headband on. He's got the left knee strapped in the black boots. Geelong in their white premiership shorts. They've got the blue and white hoops on, of course. And despite it being their home game, and Fremantle all in purple with the white chevrons. And Bailey Smith just a little shake of hands with both Jordan Clark and now his direct opponent as well, who stands alongside him in Corey Wagner. So we're right to go. The Dockers and the Cats to start their season. Ben Cameron on ABC Sport.
Sam De Koning starting in the ruck, taps it down. Holmes picks it up, gives it to De Koning, kicks the Cats inside 50. The former Cat in Clark, now a Docker marks.
Still
at
good.
centre half back, a few jeers.
His third year at
Third
the
year at the Dockers,
yeah.
yeah.
The booze there, I don't mind it. Long memories.
Kicks laterally away towards Draper, who stabs it short to O'Meara. Didn't go the 15. Dockers on the half-back flank. O'Meara back to Draper. Right there with him, Stengel. Bundles him out, and the umpire comes in and says, spin it in. Umpires Power, Stevens, Wetton and Meredith in charge of this one today, Rammer.
5th meeting, by the way, for Jordan Clark against his old team. Were you still getting the booze?
Yeah,
5 meetings on?
I reckon by year 3, they've forgiven me. Well, not forgiven me, but they got sick of it.
In it comes, Fremantle win it, so Wagner gets a hand pass away towards Clark, handball to O'Meara, now to Jackson, feeds a handball over halfway to Switkowski, links up on the inside, nice quick hand pass to Amos, kicks deep, Frederick backpedaling, almost took a one-hander, Blitzarp's got it out for the Cats, hand pass away to O'Sullivan, deep in defence, handball to Humphreys, jams it on the boot, kicks out of the defensive 50, bouncing ball in front of Pearce, he's tackled by Neal and taken to ground, still got the ball out somehow, says play on, Switkowski 40 from home, kicks across the goal face, one bounce out of play in the opposite pocket. Boundary throw-in, no score through 90 seconds.
Good early sign of that ball movement, Raymond. We spoke about speed on the ball, speed through the middle of the ground. I like that chain of handball then from the Dockers. Didn't get the result inside 50 with Frederick, but a good early sign of how they want to, intent to move the ball with speed.
Thrown in the forward pocket here for the Dockers. Jackson and De Koning. De Koning lays it down for Bailey Smith. Can't gather it. Free kick though. First kick is a Cat coming up for Bailey Smith in the back pocket.
It's a great example. I mean, he started at half forward. How high they get, the Geelong half forwards.
Gives the handball instead away to the run of Stewart. Kicks up to the wing and the mark taken by Brandon Walker. He's got it on the logo. Reg Hickey stand side of the ground.
Comes inboard to Wagner. Hand pass away to Clark. And Geordie Clark retreats all the way back to Luke Ryan, part of the All-Australian squad last year. He goes short, of All-Australian team, in fact. Back pocket. The best 22 for the year. Goes short to Draper. Is it weird we still have 22 in the All-Australian team and yet 23 play every week?
Yeah. He wore the white sneakers to accept the award too.
That's right. Short to Johnson, goes out wide to Clark.
With the suit, with the bag of fruit, and white sneakers.
I liked his answer. He said it said smart casual.
I don't reckon he nailed that either.
Dress it down, dress it up. Here's Jordan Clark, kicks the Dockers deep inside the forward 50. Tracy competing, punched away from him, and O'Connor can run it out of defence for the Cats. Kicks in the middle of the ground.
Looking for danger. Right there with him is Ryan. Swirls it away. Dangerfield bursts onto it. Cats in the middle. Handball to Smith. How about that? Dangerfield to Smith. Kicks the Cats inside 50. Wide out. Myers tracking it just inside the arc. Opposed to the boundary line. He kicks long. And that is magical. Magic from Myers for the first goal of the year. Hard pressed against the boundary line. Right forward pocket, 40 out. And he threads the eye of the needle. One straight 6 Geelong. Fremantle yet to score. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, I thought he was going to square the ball to the top of the goal square, but he had a look and there wasn't a Geelong player there, so he thought, you know what, I'm just going to have a go here. And that's going to be hard to beat, I think, as one of the better goals of the year. So from that pocket, it's a tricky shot because of how straight the wings and flanks are here at Kardinia Park. But that was just a brilliant finish. But that's the transition again. You know, Bawley spoke about Fremantle and transition, but then that's the Geelong transition going back the other way, and the movement going inside their forward 50. Limited numbers inside their forward 50, so allows space for Myers to work in.
Myers from the corner. One straight yet to score. 4 minutes in. The Cats with the opener. De Koning rucking. Palms it down, but Reedy favoured by it. Tries to race away with the footy caught. De Koning came out after him and got him, holding the ball. And Sam De Koning takes the free by hand to Stewart. Does a U-turn immediately. Kicks wide for Guthrie, who marks on the wing. That's Zach Guthrie. No Cam. Again on the injury list. Hand pass away to De Koning. Kicks Geelong to half forward. Neil presents. Good work. Pearce knocks it away. Wagner. Hand pass over to O'Meara. Gives it to Johnson on the outer wing for the Dockers. Turns and kicks down to half forward. Happening to go back a little awkwardly. Tracy trying to spoil. Gives away the free and got Jack Henry front on. Free kick for the Cats at half-back. Geelong by 6 early doors.
It is a very empty Kardinia Park at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah.
Interesting to note our mate Cameron Ling is not here today. Playing a cricket semi-final, believe it or not. O'Connor flares it out to the Reg Hickey stand wing. Mark taken by Jack Henry.
You reckon there's a couple of thousand there watching the cricket? Watching Lingy?
That wasn't the parallel I was trying to draw.
The family is here, though. I can see the wife and a couple of his kids in his regular seats.
Geelong work it back inside their D50. Back with Jack Henry, who kicks it short to Humphreys. What a find he's been. On the left, kicks up to the wing. O'Sullivan in that famous Geelong number.
Oh, that's an ugly kick down towards half forward as Pearce spills the mark. The awkward spinning footy. Smith ushers it out. Got it to Dangerfield to Atkins. Hand pass inside 50 to close to Stengel. Back inboard to Cameron. Great work, Sharp. Got the tackle in there. Still a live footy. Close, can't get boot to ball. Shoots a handball out. Sarong tackled. Taken to ground by Stengel. Ball comes out again. Johnson for the Dockers. Hand pass to Sharp. Short kick to Frederick. Marks at half back, and they got out of dodge there. The Dockers off Frederick. The hand pass to Sharp in behind him. And out of bounds, a throw in half forward for Geelong. The Cats one straight. Fremantle yet to score. 6 minutes travelled. Opening term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Just your comment, Call, about 23 in the All-Australian squad. Do you want the player that was sub most being the 23rd player, or how do you want that to work?
Just the next best player.
Neil wins the tap down. No one able to gather it cleanly. Sarong goes in, spins into a Stengel tackle.
We name 23 every week. We give him a premiership medal. And yet the All-Australian team, we only name one short.
He's a sub.
Up it goes. In the ruck there, Liam Reedy backhanding it down. Sarong can't gather it cleanly. Comes out to O'Driscoll. Handball away to Clark. Dockers in their back pocket. Walker with the clearing kick up towards the wing. Jackson launches, doesn't mark. Stewart lands like a cat, so to speak. Gathers at ground level, kicks inside 50. No mark taken. Bailey Smith bursting through. Quick kick. It will bounce on goal. Gets the leg break. Not quite enough. Through for a minor score. It was the Karate Kid kick too. And it just bounced through for a minor score. 1-1, 7 plays, no score. Geelong lead, 7 played. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
I'm sure somebody off our SMS will be able to tell us this, but I think Luke Bruce may have been sub most last year.
Wow. Ryan goes up to the wing. No clean pick up there for O'Driscoll, and Smith kicks the Cats back inside 50. Time bounce for Dempsey. Can't get boot the ball. The Dockers desperate in defence. Clark a big tackle. Pearce comes away with the Sharon. Hand pass to Sharp. Handball goes back to Wagner. Short kick. Just got it out to Draper. And marks at half back.
And desperate is the right word. On a couple of, probably 3 occasions now, I think, right at the teeth of goal, Fremantle's defence have just held up where they've just been able to lay a tackle in a nick of time.
Draper, a long kick up to the wing. Jackson the target, flies for it, no mark. Spills down to Sarong for Fremantle. Handball to Tracy, handball onto O'Driscoll. They're off and running. Hand pass further afield to Brayshaw. Have a bounce. He does just that. Trots it on goal. Kicks on the run from 35 out. And Brayshaw drills it. Freo's first of the young season. 8 minutes into the opening quarter. And it's one of their inspirational leaders, the man with the new deal. 6 more years of Andy Brayshaw. 1 straight 6 Fremantle. Geelong 1-1-7. The Cats by a point after 8 minutes.
Oh, it was a great transition, wasn't it, Ram? And you're right. It was set up just through some desperate scrambling to defend. And they got the mark. And the long kick down the line. And Jackson, we know that he's going to... I mean, you'd like to see him mark some of those, but even just compete, bring the ball to ground, be predictable. And then it was just weight of numbers. Just running an overlap run, and Andy Brayshaw gets on the end of it. So a really good sign there. We're not really used to seeing Geelong scored against like that, particularly here. They usually like to hold, at least one defender, and that time it was Brayshaw. He could have kept running, couldn't he? He could have kept running another 20 metres and made it look really easy. But well done from Freo.
Is that the next evolution in his game? 7 goals last year?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, midfielders these days have to hit the scoreboard.
72nd consecutive game for Andy Brayshaw. Geelong win it on the wing here. Sam de Koning shoveling out a handball. Myers slaps it on to half forward. Holmes gathers it. He's tackled quickly. O'Driscoll goes in for the Dockers. So too Wagner comes out with the footy. Gives it to Sarong. Handball away towards a teammate there, and they move it on. Wagner again off and running. Here is Reedy on his left leg, kicking up towards the wing, and it's punched away. Halving the contest, there is Blitzarves. Razor Ray Chamberlain on the boundary in 2025.
Yeah, early doors, you see a couple of the stoppages. Mark O'Connor putting a lot of attention into Brayshaw, but on transition, obviously much harder to put the clamp on.
Just on Brayshaw, by the way, so he's a goal 1 in every 3 games. Paddy Cripps is better than 1 in 2, just for a comparison. As boundary throw in here, Smith kicks down to half forward, and Dangerfield takes the mark. Wins a 1-on-1. 60 metres out. Kicks to full forward. Bowes down there, takes the mark. Stretching out over the top of Sharp, and he's got it left forward pocket for the Cats.
It's a good start from Danger, isn't it? Once he had, he's touched the ball 3 times.
Bowes moves it on, hooks it across the body and through for a goal. Cats with 2 of the first 3. Geelong 2-1-13, Fremantle 1 straight 6. 11 minutes travelled opening term. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanaskas on ABC Sport.
Sorry, Corby, I was looking down at the stat sheet, but yeah, three score involvements already for Dangerfield. Remy, you get the sense he's going to really enjoy playing that role. He's he's arguably been the best one-on-one player in the competition for the last 10 years. So you get the sense that he's going to enjoy that role there, his new role on the forward line, particularly with the ball coming down like it is. So it's an entertaining start to the game. The ball's going up and back a little bit. And that time it was Bowes sneaking forward to take the mark from the wing. So, good start.
Your young season catches us all out. The champion data's
all over the place.
Done a factory reset. There's like 6 categories, and it's all like marks, handballs and kicks, and none of the usual fancy stuff we love playing with.
And I get in trouble from Rama that it's not
correct. You got all week in the office.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Blitzarves into the ruck, does well to get it down towards Atkins. Nevitt leaves it behind, picking it up for the Dockers. Sarong off to O'Driscoll, has to fight a tackle, shovels out a handball. Neutral territory on the wing. Johnson keeps it moving forward. Humphreys there for the Cats. Gives a handball away to Zach Guthrie. He'll kick around the Hickey stand wing. Dangerfield works his man underneath it. Pearce comes up for Freo, gathers it, loses it. Out of play, throwing coming at high half forward here for the Cats. They led it by 7 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. We played 12.
Rama is our champion data whisperer, though. You usually have things like handball receives and run meters and all sorts of random stats going on.
You got to know the lingo.
I like it. We'll leave it in your capable hands as Blitzarves kicks inside the forward 50. Cox knocks it away for the Dockers. Switkowski had it, lost it in the tackle. Now Humphreys tumbles a kick inside 50, trying to pick it up at the rubble. Close around his bootlaces. Got a hand pass out to Dangerfield. Collects, shoots on goal, but misses across the face behind.
So what are we? We're 12 minutes into this quarter, and Dangerfield still hasn't gone up around the football. So it's a sign by Geelong that it's just the evolution of how their midfield's going to look this year. I'm sure Dangerfield will get some minutes, but we're so used to seeing him up around the football so often.
It's 8 inside 50 to 4 the Cats' way too. So at the moment they've got field position under control.
Good mark from Amos, flying in from the side. 2-2-14 plays 1 straight 6. Geelong lead. Amos for the Dockers. Kicks to Johnson on the logo. Plays on, runs into trouble. Bowes wraps him up, gets rid of it to Clark though. Clark turns it over. Geelong back with it. Alongside the interchange gates. Bowes with the forward handball. It will tumble out. Wagner eventually sees it out. Throwing to come. Corbin Middlemass, myself, Ben Cameron, Adam Ramanaskas, Luke Ball and Ray Chamberlain with you on Saturday afternoon footy right here on ABC Sport.
4 games, 8 teams in action today, 6 of them starting their season. Grand final rematch next and 2 games in Melbourne tonight. Big sporting weekend in the sporting capital with the Formula One here this weekend. Game at Docklands and the MCG tonight. From the boundary throw in, sharp first touch to young Murphy Reid. Slips the tackle of Holmes, the new Docker. Handball away for O'Driscoll. He gives it to Sharp, boundary side. Closed down by Nevitt. Hand pass back to Reid. Hurried kick, and he's bumped as he got it away by Holmes. Out on the full. Free kick for the Cats at half back.
We all learned that lesson, Bally. From under 18s football to AFL football, you got to think quicker.
Like the way he gave it and followed up, but even just a little fumble, wasn't it? And it allowed Holmes to close him down. But nice start. Good for him to get his hands on the footy.
Geelong just chipping it around inside the defensive 50. Zach Guthrie with the ball at fullback, short to Myers. These Cats half forwards, they're up and back.
What Murphy Reid is, he's a great user of the football, Max. Terrific decisions. Fremantle, very, very smart and shrewd pick by David Walls.
They want to switch it here off to Jack Henry, who's bumped as he kicks and out of bounds on the full. So Fremantle to get it back 80 around from their attacking goal on the Reg Hickey stand side of the ground.
Big bags of goals, didn't he, Rammer? Several times for the Dragons last year.
He's a goal-kicking mid for sure.
All-Australian under-18 won the MVP for Vic Metro. The Championships Murphy Reid shot up the draft board, went 17 overall to the Dockers. O'Meara marks an infield kick and then goes long to the top of the goal square for the Dockers. Jack Henry whacks it away, but straight into the path of O'Driscoll. Gets it onto his preferred left pegger, high up and under, close to the boundary line, and Henry can clean it up. No, he can't. Spills a juggled mark out of play. Now we'll have a boundary throw in deep forward for the Dockers. A big good morning, by the way, to everybody listening back in Perth following the fortunes of the Dockers. The time difference is a little bit rude for Freo. So
I did mention that. That's one of my theories. Yeah, it's 3 hours at the moment too, isn't it?
Just gone 10:30 in the morning.
Jackson wins the tap down for O'Meara. Forward pocket for the Dockers. Coughs it up with the handball. Myers for the Cats. Swivels and kicks up to the wing. Brennan Cox intercept marks. His kick not great to his great mate there in Luke Ryan, who will kick to the middle of the ground. Clark backtracking, drops the mark. Maybe just wiping a little bit of sleep out of his eyes, Bally. How about a gather? Goes really wide for a searching lead, Switkowski. He marks just in the field of play.
See, I'm a little bit the opposite to that because I think most teams start training about 10 o'clock. So that's what they're actually used to being awake and, training and playing now.
Switkowski kicks up to half forward. O'Meara roves the pack, shovels out a handball. O'Sullivan picks it up for the Cats. They've got it on their back flank. Holmes away to blitz halves.
Kicks down the wing, no clean mark. It spills down in front of Walker, paddles it out in front of himself once and twice. He's onto it now. Collects about 52 out. Got a hand pass away to Reid, but a throw. Coming against Walker, and the Dockers are on for a score there.
Just hesitated, didn't he? He had an option, or he could have kept running and pumped it to right to the goal square, but a little bit of hesitation. The catch pressure's been pretty good. What's happened here?
50-metre penalty.
Well, you don't need that.
They called them downfield. Maybe Ray might have the inside for us as to what that was for, but regardless, Geelong are going inside the attacking arc as Atkins kicks out wide and mark taken by Cameron.
Good kick this.
51 metres out. He's going to go back and mark where Brennan Cox should be standing.
He just goes out on that arc on the left. He's got the distance comfortably.
Here we go. Jeremy Cameron to unload from about 55 out. Gets close to the man on the mark. He loads up. Hasn't quite struck it clean. It lands short. Still a live ball. Top of the goal square for Geelong. Bowes is down there. He's tackled. Got a hand pass out. Ollie Henry through traffic. Goals. Cats on top. And Geelong have kicked 3 of the first 4 in the game. 3-2 to 1 straight. And it's the Cats who lead it early by 14 points after 17 minutes. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, sorry, can't help you with any clarification around the 50. I was just busy doing a little bit of research on the influence of REM sleep and the moon. So I'll come back to you shortly.
Nice, Ray. I like it, Chamber.
Well, in Kevin Sheedy's wisdom, in the early 2000s, we were playing a lot of night games. And Sheets would start a training at 7 o'clock some nights. Now, it's fair to say the lights at Wendy Hill weren't quite up to scratch. So a few of us were able to hide in one of the forward pockets. This couldn't be seen.
Is it weird, though, that teams don't train when they play?
Well, I think
Yeah.
I actually, because it's your body clock, really, isn't it?
Like
Your body knows when to run, I suppose. So
it's like racehorses.
Yeah.
They all train, 4 in the
4
morning?
in the morning.
Stupid.
Yeah.
Peter Bell did tell me, 1 metre Peter, that he used to get on the time for the week when they were coming over to Melbourne. So he'd get up at sort of 5 a.m. over in the west to get on the time, getting ready for a match over east, as they would say in Perth. 3-2-20 plays 1 straight 6. Cats by 14. Away go the Dockers. Here's O'Meara running to 50. Kicks inside 50. Unable to mark Tracy. Banfield swooping by. Gathers. Keeps it in play. Slaps it around the boundary line. Forward pocket for Freo. Switkowski attacks it hard. Zach Guthrie there with him. Banfield gathers. Centering kick. Jack Henry outpoints Jai Amos. Takes a defensive mark at fullback.
Tom Stewart is in a bit of strife here.
Yeah, he ran into Luke Jackson's hip, I think, or the other way around. But yeah, he's in a spot of bother.
Cats working down the wing. Neil trying to get a hand pass through to DeConing. Got it through some fingertips along to Dempsey. Handball inside to Smith. Stewart's just trudging off very slowly. Didn't know the ball was coming and got a hand pass in his direction. Results in a turnover. Johnson now for Fremantle. Hand pass to Wagner on the back flank. Kicks off a step and turns it over cold. And DeConing takes the intercept mark on the wing. He's got the red Sharon. He goes wide to Dempsey. And he marks in front of the benches. That's not good news, Ray Chamberlain, for Geelong.
Yeah, Stewart just making his way very slowly to the bench and just holding the back of his head, his neck at the moment. So just in the hands of the trainers. We'll keep an eye on it.
Fremantle win it across halfback. Johnson, Aaron Handball sets a task for Wagner. He's tackled. He's caught. Umpire says ball it up. Nevitt able to wrap him up. 40 out from the attacking goal for the Cats.
You mentioned the red Sharon Corp. I tell you, Ollie Dempsey's pink boots are as bright pink as I've seen in a very, very long time.
Yeah.
Want to get a kick today wearing those?
Wow,
son?
yeah. Well, but it's the norm now.
Yep.
It's the absolute norm. My 2 eldest boys, they were out at Rebel Sport this morning getting new football boots for the season ahead. And
what colour?
Well, the eldest one went the white because he was quite comfortable. But the middle one, he was sort of he was heading down the bright red areas, and I sort of said, not 100% sure here.
I found 1 pair of black boots on the ground as we wait for the bright blood rule. Jack Henry.
Jackson takes it out of the ruck, loses it as he hits the ground. Myers chips it into the pocket here for the Cats. Wagner back there, halves the contest, out of play, throw-in coming. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Cats by 14.
Yep, well done, Corby. Found another one. It's like, where's Wally, isn't it?
Yep.
Bailey Smith's got the black boots on.
Most marketable guy on the ground, and he's got the black boots.
Well, but they stand out the most almost now.
He also solved the big issues in the pre-season. His headband had the sponsors tick on it, so he's had to turn that around. So no sponsors product on the headband for Bailey Smith in the season proper.
That was interesting there. So we're seeing Tom Hawkins be the ruckman inside Geelong's forward 50 for a long time. It's Paddy Dangerfield now.
Dangerfield and Jackson. And Dangerfield pulled out the Hawkins manoeuvre as well. Tried to grab it out of the ruck from the boundary throw-in. Caught straight away from the restart. Brayshaw gave it to Johnson. Pushed off his kick. Geelong went it back. O'Connor's hand pass couldn't quite get to Smith. Brayshaw had it, lost it. Good tackle, Nevitt. Smith gets it now. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Offhand spills to close. He fumbles. Wagner collects. Tackled. Out of bounds. The ball goes. And a boundary throw-in. Left forward pocket for Geelong.
Yeah, sniffing blood, aren't they, these small Geelong forwards? Freo will do well to hold up here and not concede a score.
Throwing in the attacking 50 for the Cats. Joel Selwood stand end. Umpire flings it back in. Dangerfield in the ruck opposed to Jackson. Jackson bringing it down. Brayshaw doesn't gather cleanly. O'Connor does. Gets rid of it to Dempsey. Quick snap. Goal. No. Hit the post. Right into the padding. Lightning hand to foot. Couldn't find the major opening. 3-3-21 plays 1 straight 6. 22 and a half into this first term here on ABC Sport.
What would be alarming at the moment, Rama, for Justin Longmuir?
I think, look, time inside Geelong's forward 50 is a real issue at the moment. Freo's defenders are doing terrific holding up, but the weight of ball going inside forward 50 at the moment, 7 inside 50 to 10 in Geelong's favour, but it's just staying in there, so it's asking a lot of Fremantle's defenders at the moment.
Ryan out to Pearce, who had his jumper tugged, and the Fremantle skipper is going to get the free kick at half back. Geelong well set up, kicks a flower bag down the wing. Tough one to mark for Tracy. Hung out a handball, didn't give it. Caught and holding the ball. And it's all pretty straightforward. Free kick for the Cats. And they'll get it on the back flank through Guthrie.
Still an underrated player, isn't he, Zach Guthrie?
Yeah.
He's an absolute star defender for the Cats.
Runner-up in the B&F behind Max Holmes as he kicks down the boundary line and back in the direction of Pearce, but it's Cox who floats in front, takes the intercept mark.
See him back in the team, isn't it? Such an important player for them.
Oh, Cox turns it over cold. Back the other way. Intercept mark taken by O'Sullivan, the second-year Cat. Wraps a hand pass around to Bailey Smith. Boundary line on the eastern side. Kicks down the line. Spoil comes and out of bounds it goes. 55 out from the Cats' goal. 3-3 to 1 straight. So it's Geelong by 15 points. Time on opening term.
Apropos of nothing, but just an attention to details thing. I've received a text message from a Dockers fan telling me that Carl Warner is wearing a different jumper to all the other Dockers. Different sponsor on the back. Right. They've packed the wrong jumper for Carl Warner. Throw in half forward here for the Cats. Punched inside 50. Tracking after it is Bose. Picks it up. Can't keep it in. Throwing coming right forward pocket.
What's he got? Last year's jumper?
They must do.
I think sometimes too, teams have like a home sponsor and away sponsor.
Right, okay.
So even though they're wearing their home jumper away, it'll be the away sponsor on the jumper. So this might actually be his home strip.
Just see if it's
clear as mud. That's
on the bench at the moment. They might change it over. Throw in here for Jackson to tap down, straight to O'Meara, handball away to Warner. Or rather Wagner, who's under the pump, gets rid of it. Picked up though by Walker. Half-back flank here for the Dockers. Handball to Johnson, back to Wagner again, shrugs a tackle, bounces a kick around the boundary line, works out for the Dockers and they're away.
With Johnson, hand pass over to Brayshaw, handball to the boundary line, misses Banfield out of play.
They're so good at that, Geelong. They pin you around that sort of half-forward flank, but on the boundary. And because this ground is so skinny, there's just not the space to be able to link up really quickly with handballs. So at times, you just got to get the kick and just gain some territory.
Jackson wins the hit out here, close to the boundary line. O'Driscoll with it again, tackled out of play.
Yeah, it's a good shout. Sorry, before we get down to Ray. Often travelling teams, they get caught, don't they? I think so the other time, sometimes you just got to be bold and take that kick inside and something will open up and come from it. At the moment, they're too skinny, the Dockers.
Boundary throw in on that eastern wing again. Jackson with the hit out. Throw a blanket over 15 players here. Eventually the ball through hands comes to Brayshaw. Runs and carries. Handball out in front of Reid. Steps inside onto his right boot. Floats a kick down to half forward. Guthrie courageous back with the flight. Takes the intercept mark. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, Tom Stewart continues to get some work, physio manipulation of the back of his neck, and he looks to me like he's going to come back in at some point. No such issues for jumper for Shannon Neal. He's switched over from the blood rule and he's ready to go.
Here's the Dockers on the wing. Clark flaring a kick out wide to Amos. Mark's just in the field of play. Plays on. Gets himself into trouble. Now kicks back towards the logo. Pearce can't gather. Clark coming through. He's tackled by Dempsey. And taken high. Free kick to Freo. On the logo.
Be a bit of a coach killer that, the blind play on Ramo. And that's more like the Geelong we know. They held their defenders and had two players when Amos looked up, no one to kick to.
That's a clutch.
Driscoll, great kick. Weighted to Brayshaw, just on the arc of 50.
Andrew got space.
No one in front of him. Now he goes, runs to 50, eyes the goals, and misses. Just away to the right-hand side. Cats by 14 points, 27 played Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
He's kicked their only goal, Andy Brayshaw, but didn't quite see the opportunity on offer to him there. As the kick out finds Humphreys at half back, he kicks down the boundary line. It's punched out of bounds and two blockers collide.
It's like he didn't trust himself to go and kick the goal. He had the space there, and we can see it from here, so it's directly in front of him, that space. Just take it. Go for it. Be confident.
14 points, the Cats lead. 3 minutes to go before quarter time. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Corbin, Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Adam Ramanaskas, Luke Ball and Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. From the boundary throw-in, Brayshaw grabs it. He's locked up and a ball up on the wing. It is warm, so obligatory warm weather comment. Longer breaks at quarter times. It's going to be 8 minutes between the quarter breaks instead of the usual 6 minutes. And to give you an idea on how warm it is, Brad Close has a short sleeve jumper on. There's usually a lock in the long sleeves, regardless of the temperature.
I did note Sicily last night still in the long sleeves. Umpire puts it aloft on the wing. Neither ruckman decisive. Blitzarves ends up with the ball, gets a kick away. Bose kicks to half forward for the Cats. Right there, Cox paddles straight to the boundary line, deliberate. Well, given we've got Ray with us, I'll say insufficient intent.
No, that was the old school deliberate, that one.
Yeah.
Just a little bit too much. Did well, but a little bit too much on the ball.
Free kick half forward for the Cats. Stengel to full forward. Over the back it goes. Flying karate kick. Dempsey gets his toe on it. Soccers it through. And it is all Geelong. They've kicked the last 3. They lead it by 20. 4-3, 27 plays, 1-1-7. 29 gone, opening term, Saturday footy here on ABC Sport.
It's funny, Paul, you watch Geelong and they've been so successful for so many years, but they just do the simple things well. You know, there, Stengel's just putting a bit of pressure on, Cox then deliberate out of bounds, but then he plays on inboard, gets the kick to the teeth of the goal. Good things usually happen, but they don't try to do, like, a lot of clubs, a lot of teams now, there's a bit of trickery around contests and the like, but Geelong just, they're the absolute masters of the fundamentals. And if they continue to do that, they stay in games and they stay in seasons, which has been proven. And again, early in this game, a 20-point margin already late in this first quarter. But it just shows the importance of fundamentals to all the kids out there.
Dangerfield, the deepest forward. He's played the whole game there so far. We're 30 minutes into this opening quarter. 4-3 to 1-1. And now a new game high. 20 points. The Cats' advantage, as Ben said, kicked the last 3 in the game. Reedy wins the hit out back in the middle for the Dockers. Holmes went without it, wrestling with Brayshaw, gets a second look at it, hands it to Atkins. Geelong with some go forward out of the middle again. Kicks out to half forward, clean bowls a couple. Turning circle from Neal, trying to get back onto it. Cox collects, Neal tackles him. Umpire says, I'll have it. And the ball up 45 metres out from the Cats' goal. We're going to the city end, the Dockers to the Barwon River end in this opening quarter. Comes down to Brayshaw, hand pass to Cox, kicks down the boundary line out of play. Says insufficient intent. Free kick Cats between wing and half forward.
Tough one to ask him to hook that one across his body back into the middle of the ground.
I do want to talk to Ray about that at quarter time.
Razor Ray not so keen. Sam DeConing kicks inside 50. Bouncing ball. Trying to pick it up. Johnson, Dangerfield. The ball bursts through and misses on the quick snap. Just clean and strong, and with all of that desire we expect from Dangerfield. Cats by 21.
Looking good, isn't it? A quarter in to the season. I mean, essentially all they're asking him to do is just play like he's played for 15 years in one half of the ground.
Yeah.
Don't have to worry about getting back. I think it's perfect for him. He'll find a new lease of life. And
Gee, this version of Dangerfield plus Cameron plus Neal, and you got all those smalls down there that half forwards that get up and back. Dynamic forward 50 for the Cats. The Dockers work it down the wing. Switkowski kicks inside 50. Frederick keeps it going forward. Humphrey, so good. Cuts it off across half back. Kicks out to defend. So Mira leaps up on the wing. No mark. Invites Smith in. Turns onto it. Trickles a kick down to half forward as he's being tackled. Hitting up Stengel. Bounces off Brayshaw. Footy still there to be won. They all burrow in. Stengel wants it more. Hand pass out to Smith. Handball to Cameron. Feeds it on to close. 60 from goal. Sends it inside 50. Big leap. Neal can't control it on the way down. Falls the Dockers' way. Picked up by Cox. He's tackled. Says holding the ball. Woo. Hot whistle and a free kick for the Cats in the left forward pocket. Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, that one there, what you saw from the player was prior to being tackled, lifted his arms from low to high. That's considered to be prior opportunity, and with a legal tackle, he's got a handball or kick. Spot on if that first part of it was adjudicated correctly. Spot on.
Dangerfield opens up the angle, snaps with the right boot, and the champ's got one. A bit of reward for his dominance inside that attacking arc in this opening quarter. We're half an hour in, and the Cats look like they've picked up where they left off. 5-4-34 to Fremantle 1-1-7. 33 gone in the opening term. Saturday footy on ABC Sports. So how good is it having Ray Chamberlain?
Yeah, so what you're saying now, Ray, is a player is better off keeping his arms down in that instance where there's pressure around him rather than raising his arms, because it will be it will be adjudicated holding the ball.
The action has to take place in advance of being tackled. So gather possession. If you go low to high with your hands in advance of being tackled, you'll be deemed to have had a prior opportunity, and then you must successfully handball or kick. Didn't occur on that occasion. Holding the ball paid.
So what you're saying, Rammer, is if you're a defender and you're about to be tackled, keep your arms down and you'll get a ball up, which result.
But which has happened a few times. I mean, players are so good these days at getting their hands free and disposing of the ball, but defensive 50, that's going to test defenders.
Yeah.
The smart ones will be able to do it and disguise it well.
Dockers out of the middle. O'Driscoll, left-footed kick inside 50. Jackson can't mark. Switkowski coming through. Gives it to Banfield. Falling as he snaps. And Jack Henry, the goalkeeper. He marks for the Cats on the last line. Goes into the back pocket and spots up O'Sheen Mullen. The Irishman goes back to Henry on the last line. And that is a very pleasing quarter if you're a Cat. They kick the last 4 goals of it, 5 goals to 1. And they lead by 27 points at the first break. The goal kickers all singles. Jack Henry. Sorry, I should say Ollie Henry.
Yep.
Marked the wrong Henry down. Patrick Dangerfield, Brian Myers, Ollie Dempsey and Jack Bowes. Brayshaw, the only goal kicker for the Dockers. Geelong lead by 27.
That is the state of play, quarter time here at Kardinia Park. So 8-minute breaks. And it looks as if the Cats might be going off here. So the Cats are going to take advantage of their rooms with a longer break. So instead of the 6-minute quarter breaks, they've got 8 minutes. And they're actually going to head into the air conditioning rooms at the quarter break. So you don't often see that off the ground Geelong at quarter time.
Not sure that's fair, is it?
Are you allowed to do that?
It doesn't seem fair, does it?
Like, I know in Darwin they go into the cool room.
Hang on, why isn't it fair? What if Fremantle wanted to do it?
Well, because their rooms are over the other side of the ground. They're going to run an extra 20 metres.
I think they're over there.
Oh, they're over there too.
Kardinia Park haven't fitted out the visitors' rooms with air conditioning.
They're all fans.
But I imagine they would have to get permission from the AFL to do that.
Freo, it's been 40 degrees every day in the last couple of months for Freo. They don't mind, do they? But that's the least of their problems at the moment. I mean, could you ask for a better first quarter of footy for the year for the Cats? Paddy Dangerfield in his new role has looked every bit of a superstar that we know he is. 6 possessions, but 3 of those are direct scores from him, and he's been involved in everything else.
You are right, the coaches are over there. The Fremantle coaches, so they have to walk that period of ground, whereas the Geelong coaches are on the near side.
So watch, there's something in that. But 9 scoring, I mean, the 9 scoring shots from 15 entries for the Cats. So that's the challenge for the Dockers at the moment. And it's been a mixture of things. It hasn't been marks in a sense. It's been general play and just pressure. Just been able to lock that ball inside 50 probably in the last 20 minutes of that quarter, the Cats, and let their smalls get to work. Bailey Smith had 10 possessions and 3 or 4 score involvements as well. So he's had a great start to his career at the Cats. So everything else in terms of disposals, reasonably even. It's just been Geelong's ability to look dangerous forward of the ball, which has been the big difference in this first quarter.
More from Bawley and Rammer coming up. Our Premiership Stars on Saturday afternoon footy right here on ABC Sport.
The Socceroos are back on ABC Sport as they try to book their place in the 2026 FIFA World Cup.
Right into the 6-yard box and puts it in. It's his second of the night, and it's a well-crafted goal by the Socceroos.
Catch all the action Thursday night on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Dangerfield bursts onto it. Cats in the middle. Handball to Smith. How about that? Dangerfield to Smith. Kicks the Cats inside 50. Wide out. Myers tracking it just inside the arc. Opposed to the boundary line. He kicks long. And that is magical. Magic from Myers for the first goal of the year.
Handball to Tracy, handball onto O'Driscoll, they're off and running. Hand pass further afield to Brayshaw, have a bounce, he does just that, trots it on goal, kicks on the run from 35 out, and Brayshaw drills it. Freo's first of the young season. Jeremy Cameron, one load from about 55 out, gets close to the man on the mark, he loads up, hasn't quite struck it clean, lands short, still a live ball, top of the goal square for Geelong. Bowes is down there, he's tackled, got a hand pass out, Ollie Henry through traffic, goals. Cats on top.
Free kick half forward for the Cats, Stengel to full forward, over the back it goes, flying karate kick, Dempsey gets his toe on it, soccers it through, and it is all Geelong.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
0437 774 774, the SMS number. All three matches this weekend, 27-point margins at quarter time. Cheers from Jono in Canberra. That's a great start, Jono, and very observant. Do love that. From Catherine, now there's something to ponder. A team of subs would go okay, actually, given some high-calibre, mature players named as the subs. Tim from Wodonga, the Hawks had Bruce and Gunston named as emergencies last night, over 500 games and 1,000 goals. Surely that's some kind of obscure record. And from Phil in Werribee, just a thought, people with the experience of Patrick Dangerfield note their impact in the last quarter or at critical times during matches. Thanks, Phil. We've seen a bit from Danger already again this afternoon. The Cats by 27 points. They lead at 5-1 over the Dockers. A positive start for Geelong. 31 degrees at the moment in Geelong, and the Cats have disappeared off the ground at the quarter break. They're in their air-conditioned rooms. The Dockers are out listening to Coach Justin Longmuir, and we're going to listen to our premiership players, Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball on ABC Sport.
Yeah, well, I just touched on that before we threw to the break there. If you're a Cats fan, you're pretty happy with what you saw, Rama. Quarter one, first quarter of 2025, and it was we spoke about before the game. We know how the Cats love to play. They love to get their hard-working, high half forwards up around the contest and even deep into the defence, and we saw a lot of that. And it was, Bailey Smith, who had 10 possessions in his first quarter for the Cats. We saw him, using his strengths, getting up the ground, getting possessions in the back 50, and then working back hard. Really, the only player that looks like that won't have to do that is Paddy Dangerfield, which, again, that role suits him so well, and he's able to utilise the strengths, both in a contest, but also we saw him kick his goal from a strong tackle as well. So that's been a big win from the Cats' point of view. Pretty even around clearance and around sort of the possession from the Dockers. They were able to get their hands on it a fair bit, and at times they looked like they were trying to link up pretty well through the middle of the ground and attack to an open forward line. But Geelong, they defend this ground so well, and really it looked, but from a couple of half chances, and Andy Brayshaw had a couple of chances to score. The Freo forwards really haven't been able to get into the game at all, and have had to search high and wide. We've seen Amos take a couple of marks across the wing here, and Tracy hasn't had an impact as well. So very much the game on the home team's terms at the moment, Rammer, and I guess you're just looking for a bit of a lift across the board from Freo, and see if they can get themselves into the game before Geelong, because we know if they sort of kick away a little bit here, the game might be done at half time. It's sort of worrying signs late in that quarter. So pretty happy if you're a Geelong coach or Geelong supporter. Probably Tom Stewart really going off with what looked like a bit of a whiplash or neck type injury, but he's back out there, which is good news. So a great start to the game for the Cats.
Yeah, and I mentioned this during the quarter, just the basic fundamentals of Geelong were just terrific that quarter, where, doing the obvious so your teammate knows what's happening. Now, a lot of coaches will talk about unpredictability when we play, but Geelong are very predictable the way they play. They haven't really changed the way they've played in many, many years. It's simple pressure when the ball comes into their forward 50, and then pressure when the team's coming out of their forward 50, and they're able to pin them at half forward a lot that quarter, Geelong, where the ball's able to go back inside forward 50. So 15 inside 50s to 10 in that quarter for Geelong. But out of those 15 inside 50s, Geelong have had 9 scoring shots. So the efficiency there is there. And I spoke about efficiency earlier in the game, taking the ball forward and being able to score. And that's on the other hand, Fremantle have had 10 inside 50s for 2 scores. And that's then testament to the way that Geelong set up behind the ball.
Off the SMS, remember Jason Dunstall taking the Hawks into the shade. Might not go well for Geelong. I don't know if you remember that. The Hawks were well in front, went and stood in the shade and ended up losing the game, and became a famous footy show skit, actually, with Eddie Maguire and Sam Newman all those years ago. Second term underway here. 27-point lead for Geelong as we start the second quarter, but the Dockers inside 50 through Sarong. Onto the chest of Tracy, who marks at left half forward. He'll kick from about 52 metres out. This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron, Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball and Ray Chamberlain. So Dockers to the city end of the ground, the Joel Selwood stand end. Didn't this man have a breakout campaign in 2024? Josh Tracy on the back of 45 goals. His drop punt here is fading out to the right. In the end, it's whacked through by Connor O'Sullivan, a minor score. The Dockers 1-2, Geelong 5-4. Cats by 26, 1 minute. The end of the second term, Saturday footy, ABC Sport.
Oh, I thought that break felt noticeably longer. Zach Guthrie with the kick in, runs into the back pocket.
About 120 seconds more, I think.
Kicks. Oh, massive fly. Shannon Neal gets upstairs, comes down with the red Sharon. Runs away with it for the Cats. Thumping kick inside 50. Walker's there, right there with him. Stengel holding on. Free kick going to the dog Walker. So Brandon Walker will have it in the back pocket.
Oh, I love that from Shannon Neal.
His kick is dicey. Chopped off. Right onto it is close. He'll amble in and goal. Whacks it through, and it is all Geelong. They lead by 32 points. 6-4-40 plays 1-8. A costly turnover inside D50.
A costly turnover and great concentration by break close. It's that T space. Go on, kick it. I dare you to. And Fremantle did.
Just close enough.
Yeah, well done, Benny. We're going to limit these this year. We are. We really are going to limit these this year. So save your good ones. That wasn't a good one, okay?
Ballie's protesting. He's not speaking.
Mistake like who was it? Mistake from the dog walker, was it?
Yeah. So during COVID times, he unfortunately breached quarantine walking his dog.
Oh, okay.
He didn't realise that the stay-at-home rules meant that he wasn't allowed to take his dog for a little stroll, and so unfortunately for Brandon Walker,
he couldn't use his surname as an excuse.
No, it's not to be there.
Bolly.
As Jackson wins the head out and then follows up, gets a hand pass away towards O'Driscoll. That was untidy to say the least. A high up and under across the ground, off balance. In the end, socket out of play by Holmes, and the umpire will say that's insufficient intent. And out it goes, free kick Fremantle.
Through the head back, he was guilty, wasn't he, before the decision was paid, Max Holmes?
Geelong by 32, by the way, on the back of that close goal to start the quarter. And it's a turnover. As Brayshaw kicks it straight to the opposition and straight to Dempsey.
You look when Geelong mark the ball in this position, they're pinned up against the boundary on their half-back flank, but they look to take it straight off the line. That's what opposition teams need to do when they come in, because it shifts the whole ground, shifts every Fremantle player.
Change the boots, Connor O'Sullivan. He had the fluoros on.
He's now got it at half-back. He goes long down the line. Neil the target, slides through to Sharp, and right on him is close. And tackles him holding the ball. I think Sharp tried to fight through the tackle, said the umpire, and as a result, free kicks going to close in front of the benches. You didn't end up having your conversation with Ray either about that.
We might do that at half-time.
Yeah, okay, we'll keep that up. Now, Sleeve about insufficient intent. Comes back inboard to DeConey. DeConey long to half forward. No mark. Spills through to O'Connor. Hand pass to Ollie Henry. Kick touched on the way through. Bounces to the goal square. Dempsey up to meet it. Jordan Clark's got him. Lays the tackle. Myers tries to knock it on. Still a live footy. O'Driscoll collects. He's tackled. Ump says, I'll have it. Ball up top of the goal square for the Cats. Kicking to the Barwon River end. Geelong by a game high 32.
Umpire puts it up. Jackson straight down. Stengel coming through. Sharks it. Loses it. Right there is Ollie Henry. Gives it back to Stengel. Out to close. Bailey Smith in the pocket. Hooks a centering ball. Looking for a marker. Underneath it, Holmes drops the chest mark. Spills out to Jackson. He's back with it. Pinged.
Jeez.
Holding the ball. Ray Chamberlain.
Umpires determined that there was a fend there, and by virtue of that, it's a prior opportunity, so he's got a handball or kick and failed to do so. So it was sharp, but it was accurate.
Max Holmes with the free kick in the pocket. Curls it through perfectly. They're purring the Cats. It's a little too easy at the moment. 7-4-46 plays 1-8. They lead by 38. 5 minutes into the second. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
The interesting. Okay, so Ray said, okay, the umpires determined he was trying to fend, but the Geelong player was straight on. Max Holmes was straight on. So there's no prior. You're allowed to fight through the tackle.
Yeah.
That's sort of like, it looked like what Luke Jackson was trying to do, rather than fend off. So, look, they're red hot at the moment. That's okay. I think players are fine with those interpretations as long as they're consistent throughout throughout a game, throughout a round, throughout a season.
A solid start, Holmes, to 7 possessions now with a goal, just working his way into the game.
Of course, the last time we saw him, that dramatic hamstring injury either side of three-quarter time in the prelim, and it was a 23-point swing in the game while the Cats were pondering whether to sub him out or not. And obviously Brisbane right back in the contest, and unfortunately for Max Holmes, that was the end of his night and the end of the Cats season. The Dockers' first clean touch out of the middle. Jackson kicks it to centre half forward. Or no mark from Reedy, hitting up there. Spills down towards Nevitt, gets a hand pass wide and links up with Holmes. He's off and running now, that's what he does. Kicks down the line. O'Meara got a hand on the way through, and Jordan Clark locked up immediately by Smith. Ball up on the wing. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball, Ray Chamberlain. Your call team on ABC Sports. Saturday footy. First of 4 games today.
So this immediately poses some big questions to Justin Longmuir. Another throw-in coming. Tends to stick with the system. Doesn't move the magnets around too much. Doesn't make too many changes. And again, it's laborious from Fremantle as they try and move the ball. Is that fair, Paulie and Rama?
Yeah, I'd like to just throw a bit more caution to the wind. It looked early, a couple of nice chains of possession through the middle of the ground, but and look, part of it is down to Geelong's pressure and the way they do defend this ground. But I think to win here, you've got to take a chance. Yeah. You've got to be a bit bolder
through the middle of the ground.
Yeah.
Ball up, half forward for the Cats. Jackson down to O'Meara, back to Jackson, to O'Driscoll. Now Brayshaw trying to keep it in. He does. Buffeted off it there by Nevitt, who goes and wins it. Brayshaw turns tackler, ball up again.
Part of the issue, and we spoke about it before the game, referencing Hawthorn, who are the elite kicks coming off half-back for the Dockers? I mean, we saw Walker turn it over, trying to pick one across goal before. Is it Clark? Who's going to take that 45 kick? You know, you can picture Sicily, you can picture Scrimshaw taking those kicks that really open the game up. And they're critical, again, at a ground like this to be able to score, let alone win.
38 points is Geelong's lead. They've kicked the last 6 goals in the game, unanswered. So a little uneasy. The Dockers coach's box, I think it's fair to say, and their supporters early in the new season. From the stoppage, Jackson to Brayshaw and now to O'Driscoll. Kicks inboard, turns it over. And Stewart takes the intercept mark. He looks inboard for the Cats. Leaping up, no mark taken from Nevitt. Now spills Fremantle's way. This is Johnson, the 1-2 with Warner. And sweeping Polyfarmer hand pass out towards the outer wing for Frederick. Trying to get around O'Sullivan. Turns and kicks in hope. A high ball inside 50. Tracy flying for it. It slips through his hands. No mark. Amos at the drop trying to follow up. Spills to Banfield. Hand pass back to Tracy. Snaps. He kicks a goal. And Tracy opens his account in 2025. And boy, was that much needed for the Dockers. Stops the run of 6 straight Geelong goals. The Cats are 7-4-46. Fremantle 2-2-14. 9 gone second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it wasn't pretty. I got there in the end. I was about to say, just watching Geelong there defend, because they had a player out, the Dockers, didn't they? And it forced the Geelong defenders to put their head down and work hard to roll around and cover. And Tracy, he probably should have taken the mark, shouldn't he, there at half forward, and he would have had a set shot for goal, but he kept at it, stuck at it, and was rewarded in the end with the snap. So let's see if that can spark something from this Freo team in terms of the way they're attacking and moving the ball through the middle of the ground. Tom Stewart's gone back to his traditional post. Looks like Banfield will go and make sure that he has the matchup.
Free kick out of the middle, I assume a 666 warning.
Was that the runner?
Maybe
well,
the
we've
runner.
got our man downstairs.
Yeah.
I think the runner there was still out in the ground.
Gets a razor in a moment. Jackson takes the free kick for the Dockers. High inside 50. Reedy nearly. Down at ground level. Banfield to O'Meara for 2 in a minute. No, couldn't bend it back enough. Outside of the right boot. Dockers with a little, just the tiniest bit of momentum. It's not much, but they'll take it for the time being. Cats by 31, 10 minutes into the second.
Guthrie trying to snuff that out. He kicks wide to Stewart and he goes long down the line. Bo's the target. Clean bowls everyone. Bo's back on it. Bouncing footy favours Cameron. Still in Geelong's hands. 70 metres out. Kicks deep to the top of the goal square. Neil flies. No mark. Cox falls to ground with the footy. Loses it. Ollie Henry has it. Ushers it out. Nevitt in the pocket. Jumps on top of it. He's tackled. Hands it out to O'Sullivan. Hand pass to Ollie Henry. Tackled. Drops the footy. Ball comes out. Dockers away. Picked up by O'Meara. Hand pass to Johnson, repels out of defence, looks for Amos, collects on the hop on the eastern boundary line, short kick towards Frederick, no mark, broken up there by Mullen, and in the end the ball trickles out of play. We'll have a boundary throw-in on the eastern wing.
Great defensive running there from Mullen. Just put the head down. Sometimes you're caught out of position, you've just got to put the head down, and he did that, was able to cause the stoppage.
Just to follow up what we spoke about in the opening quarter, Warner is wearing a different jumper to the other Dockers. Different sponsor on the back as Nevitt kicks the Cats inside 50. Good mark, Pearce. Courageous going back with the flight from the skipper. Didn't know what was coming. Able to juggle the mark in the end just inside D50. Cats by 31, ABC Sport. Pearce kicks up to the wing, looking for a marker. Amos off his hands, down for Brayshaw, tackled immediately. Dempsey goes in over the top. Brayshaw keeps fighting. Atkins gets rid of it to Sam de Koning. Now Sharp leaves it behind, close to the boundary line. And nowhere to go for the time being. Eventually, it does trickle out of play, holding the ball. Not before Sharp had plenty of opportunity to try and get it out, says the umpire. Cats by 31, midway through the second.
Been hot on the interpretations today. Nevitt between wing and half forward. Kicks in the Henry direction. At the back, it's Cameron.
Free kick.
It's going against
Neil.
Is it against Neil?
Unrealistic attempt. Good decision.
Clear the pack out of the way.
Oh, Jezza will be filthy with his mate down there. He's had a bit of a quiet start to the game too, Cameron, so he has one taken off him there.
He was third in line, took the mark, and yet the pack collapsed in front of him, and Neil responsible for that. So free kick Fremantle as Pearce goes along down the line. It's whacked out of play. Throw in between wing and half forward for the Cats. 12 gone, second term. Geelong 7-4-46, Fremantle 2-3-15. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Your thoughts on 0437 774 774.
In it comes. Dempsey coming away with it. Half forward for the Cats. Handballs inside 50. Sharp wrapped up. Quick whistle from the umpire there. Simon Meredith. Don't want to leave it too long. This year we've noticed Reedy in the ruck. Hands to it. So too Blitzarves. Emerging with it. Johnson for the Dockers. Kicks up to the wing. Nobody there. It bounces through at the back. Zach Guthrie gathers the footy. Tackled quickly. And another ball up on the wing. So, Ray, you might be able to add to this, but we're assuming the quick whistle. Don't leave it too long where the players get dumped or brought to ground and we get those syndesmosis injuries or they hit their head and potential concussions. The Dockers away with it again. Wagner shoveling out a forward handball. Half forward here for Freo. Switkowski onto it. Pokes it for Tracy. Turns it over. Not the required distance. Under pressure, though. Eventually, Mullen gets out a handball.
Nevitt onto it, half back for Geelong, kicks down the eastern wing. Dempsey the target, Jordan Clark knocks it out of play. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, definitely in relation to that player who hasn't had a prior, gets pinned. We want to try and avoid any sort of risk to the player who's won the football. And the umpires, I feel like today, their work around tackling's been elite.
Thanks, Ray. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary with us all season long. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Comes down to Johnson here. He's tackled and we're going nowhere fast. Ball up on the eastern wing.
Missed opportunity there from Switkowski, wasn't it? Had Tracy out on the lead. Just got to hit that kick.
And out of bounds it goes from the ball up. So we'll have a boundary throw in. Grand final rematch is next. You'll hear it all on ABC Sport today. That, of course, is Sydney and Brisbane at the SCG, and 2 games in Melbourne tonight at Docklands, North Melbourne and the Bulldogs. And then at the MCG, the 2 Magpies, Collingwood and Port Adelaide. All games available through the ABC Listen app all weekend long.
Umpire flings it in on the wing. Blitzarves straight down, but immediately another ball up coming. Sharp at the bottom of the pack. Umpire puts it aloft. Reedy and Blitzarves both with hands on it. O'Meara coming through, leaves it behind. Sharp for the Dockers. Handball back to Wagner. Runs a little U-turn. Kicks out wide for Johnson. Never there with him. Halves it. Out of play and a throw-in coming. Cats by 31. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball, and Razor Ray downstairs.
Boundary throw-in. Reedy reaching over the back, but spills down to O'Connor. Trickles a kick forward for Geelong. Dangerfield onto it. Hand pass away to Dempsey. Sweeping hand pass to the new cat. The old dog and Bailey Smith. Hand pass through the tackle. Got it away to Blitzarves. Kicks inside 50. No mark Wagner. Bounces to the advantage of Myers. Great kick. To perfection. Hits up Holmes, who marks in the corridor 30 metres out. Just perfect placement. The deft touch on the kick. And sets up the best and fairest winner to shoot from 30 out.
Oh, that was terrific. Now, if you're a Geelong forward or any Geelong player inside forward 50 and you've got a moment of space and Myers has got the ball, he will find you.
Was Dangerfield involved again, wasn't it? Bit unlucky there, Corey Wagner. He took front position, got a bad bounce, and it fell into Ryan Myers' hands, and he doesn't need a half chance.
Can he make that kick a goal assist? He can. The max reward. Holmes with his second. Geelong with their 8th. 8-4-52. Fremantle 2-3-15. 16 gone in the second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. It is Geelong by 37 points.
Well, we mentioned him before the game, Rammer, Max Holmes, and his ability to really just take the competition by the scruff of the neck this year and own that midfield now that Dangerfield's spending a lot more time forward. And that's another string to his bow. If he can kick 2 goals a game, which we know he's a goal kicker, if he can kick 2 goals a game or somewhere near that, that'll just round him out nicely. He's just starting to get going. It was a quietish first quarter.
He's up to 4 possessions this quarter and 2 goals.
Yeah, so just starting to have a real impact on this game as it opens up a little bit. Worrying signs here for the Dockers. Just got to find a way to.
Well, the effort's been good by Fremantle this quarter. So, 3 scoring shots apiece this quarter, but it's 3 goals to Geelong and just the 1-2 to the Dockers.
Restart in the middle. Jackson wins it down for Sarong. Tries to give it back to Jackson, then soccers it off the deck. Sarong out to Humphreys. He just paddles for the Cats out to the Reg Hickey stand wing. Handball to the rising star Dempsey. His handball over the top, chopped off by Johnson. Runs out of room on the skinny Cardinia Park. And a throw in to come beneath that Hickey stand.
Caleb Sarong's one that needs to get going a bit here. Just the 7 possessions. The star Docker midfielder.
Thoughts of Premiership Pie Luke Ball. With him the Premiership Don Adam Ramanaskas. Geelong by 37. Clearance for the Dockers. High ball inside 50. Tracy bowls them over and gives away a free kick in the process. It'll go to Stewart. 4.
Stewart, centre half back, comes wide with the kick. Finds Brian Myers. We know what a user he is, and he places it out perfectly in front of Blitzarps. Never broke stride. Kicks a flower bag inside the forward 50, and Stengel running through at the drop takes the mark at right half forward for Geelong. 45 out.
And more often than not, the flower bags work going inside forward 50 because forwards playing front generally, and on that occasion, Stengel was in front of his opponent there and was able to take a really simple mark in the end. He just ran across the front of the pack and took the mark. So
coming off a cracking year, kicked 46 terrific goals last year in the All-Australian squad after being in the All-Australian team in the Premiership year. Turned his whole life and his career around. Tyson Stengel to finish it off with the drop punt. It sails goalward. It's good. More of the same. It's a Cats beat down at home so far. 9-4-58. They lead Fremantle 2-3-15. 19 gone in the second term. New game high continues to grow. 43 points the Cats advantage. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
So the problem is, Bally, Justin Longmuir and his coaching staff will be looking at the stat sheet going, clearances, we're ahead by 3. Disposal, we're equal with them. Contested possession, it's +6 in Geelong's favour. Ground ball gets +6 in Geelong's favour. They're not getting hurt necessarily too much around the football. It's just what Geelong is doing with it. They're simply more efficient with the ball. Only 23 inside 50s to 16. So, if you look at they're getting a beating on the scoreboard, but they're not getting a beating on the stat sheet. But that's where you've got to pull the trigger if you're a coach and go, okay, we've got to change the momentum here. We've got to do something. Let's sit a player or 2 behind the ball now to finish out this quarter. There's 8 minutes to go only.
Restart in the middle. Sarong wins the clearance. Handball away to Brayshaw. Kicks inside 50. Tracy, full-chested, leading up. He marks 40 out. Plum in front.
Well, sometimes your best players just have to stand up and get going, Rammer, and that was Jackson to Sarong onto the loose ball. We spoke about him. Brayshaw. That's a better use. I feel for Josh Tracy a little bit because you're right. The difference has been the ball use inside 50. A couple of times he's been out and had space on his direct opponent and just hasn't been utilised. So opportunity here.
What a find this guy has been. That is a wounded duck into the behind post, out of bounds on the full. He just made contact with that.
What's worse, a wounded duck or a flower bag? Or how do they split the same, or maybe one for half time?
That's a cold shank.
Not pretty, that for Fremantle. Neither is the scoreboard. Down large at the moment as the kick goes out to half-back. No mark for Geelong, but is there a free kick coming up here? Umpire pointing, saying, hey, Sam Picconi's kick, he's going to get it. Taken out in the marking contest. Geelong by 43 points, 21 gone second term. Saturday footy, ABC Sport. DeConing kicks down the wing, another whistle. Umpire pointing, it's a Fremantle free kick. Holding away from the footy, going the way of Brandon Walker.
This is the one. They need to look to bring it inside and get some overlap run.
Short kick to Geordie Clark. He's off and running. Hand pass for Fremantle away to Sarong. Hand pass to Johnson on the wing. Turns it over cold. Picked up by Smith for the Cats. Now they're on downhill. Nevitt gives it away towards Neil. Hand pass to Stangl. Great chase. Walker came and got him. Going a little quicker than the name suggests as he runs him down. Free kick for Fremantle, retreats inside the defensive arc with the kick.
Wagner, his kick, a poor one, a cold turnover again. Cameron Marks, 52 out for the Cats. Nothing he likes immediately inside 50. He'll veer out to his left, set it up to the pocket. Dempsey against 3, up he goes. Nearly Marks, Cox there for the Dockers. Last line, away towards Walker. Now in the back pocket, Wagner. Going for a little trot. Kicks up to the wing for Freo. Bouncing ball for Tracy. Doesn't gather. Humphreys tries to go and get it. Clatters into him. Does Tracy. Gives away the free kick. Cats ball. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Cats by 43.
Kick back inside the forward 50 for Geelong. Hands on it down there from Neil. No mark. Spills to Stengel. Clever. Doesn't take possession. Taps it to Ollie Henry. Kicks to the goal square. Johnson getting back. Punches it close to the boundary line. Frederick wants to see it out. Under pressure. Says all okay. Boundary throw in forward pocket for Geelong.
It's another example. Remember the missed kick coming out of defensive 50. Again, Tracy had space. Just an unforced error. The ball should be in Freo's front half, and all of a sudden they get a stoppage deep inside their forward 50 for the Cats.
It's a morning game on the Dockers body clock, and played like they've been half asleep so far. 9 of the first 11 goals for the Cats. The boundary throw in, Wagner is locked up straight away, so another stoppage inside the Cats. Forward 50, 9-4 to 2-3. 43 points, Geelong's lead.
Jackson wins the tap, leaving it behind Johnson. Now Switkowski heavily tackled there by Nevitt. All upcoming. Right forward pocket for the Cats. Up goes Jackson, laying it down, looking for Sharp. Nevitt coming through. Gets a handball away into the pocket. Close, buffeted off it. Picking it up, Walker. Runs across the goal mouth. He'll kick to the opposite half-back flank. Humphreys there with Switkowski. Arriving Dempsey for the Cats. Gives it to Humphreys. Good either side of the body. On the left, kicks to full forward. Bailey Smith's there. Coming through Bowes. Gathers the footy, loses it. Left forward pocket for the Cats. Cameron goes in. Clark's there, gets rid of it to Sharp.
Sharp kicks hurriedly out towards the boundary line and just touched before it goes out by Switkowski, floating through in front of Dempsey. It's a good hand on it too. It means it's a boundary throw-in instead of a Geelong free. Half back for Fremantle. 43 points the margin. Similar story as we saw a lot last year for the Dockers. They are winning the clearance numbers, and yet just by the eye test, the dynamic work through the midfield has been all Geelong, so they haven't got bang for their buck from those clearances. One Fremantle as the kick across the half-forward line from the Cats picked off. Here's Frederick. Goes wide to Sharp. Sharp further wide to Pearce. I've been a little critical in the past of sort of Brayshaw and Sarong, who get big gaudy numbers at times, but again they've had sort of 9 and 10 each and yet haven't had a huge impact on the game.
No, very minimal. Brayshaw's kicked the goal, but other than that, I don't feel you've called their name a lot.
Yeah. Short to Frederick, so Frederick goes long inside the forward 50 for Fremantle. Tracy and Amos both fly for the footy. Spills to Jackson. Hand pass to Banfield, left footer. Kicks on the outside of his left boot and misses near side.
And that was fair enough to go for that. He looked in the middle. He looked twice in the middle. So just shaved that goalpost.
Really are missing Hayden Young, aren't they? We just talk about their ball use. I mean, he's the elite kick in that that midfield. The rest of them are a bit more workmanlike with their disposal, but really missing that line-breaking field kicking of Hayden Young at the moment.
Cats by 42, kick up to the wing, and the odd man out. Carl Warner spoiling it out of play for a throw-in. Umpire unfurls. Jackson and Blitzarves. They lock up, go for a little waltz. Blitzarves down in front for Bose, coming through O'Driscoll. He loses possession of it. Now arriving is Wagner. He loses possession of it. Eventually, Cox picks it up for Freo. Tackled, does a 720, gets a kick away. Tracking after it there is Sarong, arriving Jackson. Able to get a handball away, but knocked down by the Cats. They're there in numbers. Clever handball from Bailey Smith.
Got it out towards O'Connor. The Irishman kicks down towards half forward. They come from all directions. Cameron comes in, floating through, back with the flight. No mark. Still footy there to be won. Geelong player outnumbered Dempsey, and yet he wins it. Hand pass to Ollie Henry. Kicks for Stengel, who marks it full forward. And that's a big win at centre half forward. Dempsey outnumbered. He had 3 Dockers around him and yet handed it out to Henry, and it'll set up this look at the sticks. It's more desperate. Wanted it more, Ollie Henry.
They just seem more urgent.
Yeah.
I think Geelong in this first half. Look, the scoreboard clearly reflects that, but disappointing half of football by Fremantle.
Stengel skips in to give Geelong their 10th, and the goal-scoring binge continues. 10 goals to 2. Stengel's got a couple himself. Fremantle have only got 2 for the day, and we're 27 minutes into the second term. The Cats 10-4-64, Fremantle 2-4-16. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Our premiership stars, Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas.
Yeah, I mean, there's just the class gap at the moment, isn't there, Ramo? You've mentioned the Dockers' effort a few times, and look, you know, there's been in and around the clearance, it's been okay, and that's the strength of theirs, we know, but once the ball gets out into space, the Cats have just looked so much cleaner and sharper with their disposal. We know the strength that they've got with their options forward of the ball, and this quarter it's been Stengel's chance to get on the end of a few. Myers has had some touches. Dangerfield not as prolific this quarter, but they're just so dangerous. Cameron, you know, hasn't really even got going yet still. So, yeah, great signs for the Cats, but again, really worrying signs for the Dockers.
Stengel and Holmes both with 2 in this quarter. Out of the middle, the Dockers. Brayshaw and O'Driscoll share it. Around the back goes Brayshaw. Kicks to half forward. Blitzarves leads the race. Picks it up for the Cats. Tackling him is Jackson. Blitzarves away to Sam de Koning. He gets rid of it to Mullen. Pokes it short, and Myers marks. Half-back flank here for the Cats. Lost one Irishman last year in Zach Tui, but still have O'Sheen Mullen.
And Mark O'Connor.
And Mark O'Connor too. Don't forget him as they work it towards the Hickey stand wing, and the mark taken by Jack Henry out there, who moves it on to Lawson Humphreys.
5 goals to 1 in the term, 2 each for Holmes, 2 for Stengel in the quarter alone. The Cats switch play. Stewart's back with it at half back. He just runs around Brayshaw on the mark. Darts past him. Kicks in front of the benches. One-on-one contest, close and sharp. Sharp spoils. Ball spills down. Close somehow got his boot to it. Holmes clever. Knocks it away towards de Koning. 70 out. Sends Geelong back inside 50. Kneels deep. Works his way to the front. No mark. Falls to Stengel. That's his bread and butter as he shoots goal. And Cameron, with a number 5 on his back, goes floating through the pack in the goal square. How iconic's that from Jezza.
Just eyes for the ball. You know, it's probably a part of his game that's not spoken about enough, that the courage that he continually shows in the air, and you know, there's just another example of it.
Cameron goals. The Cats are having a party, and it's not yet half time. 11-4 to 2-4. And as good as it is for the Cats, it's every bit as bad for the Dockers. Half hour gone, second term. The margin balloons out to 9 goals.
Just little things, Remy, you spoke about. They're so professional. Wasn't it Holmes, the tap into space for de Koning, who set that kick up, you know, the kick inside 50 to the hot spot. And I mean, how good to be a Geelong small forward at the moment. Yeah. So many opportunities there. They really are. They're just so dangerous, so lively, and then a little individual brilliance from Jezza Cameron, who, you're right, Ram, I mean, we don't tend to associate those sort of marks with his game, such as his athleticism, but
Ablett Senior.
It was Ablett Senior, Rewald, Carey going back with the flight. Great courage as well.
Kicked 10 of the last 11 goals in the game, the Cats. Sam de Koning in the ruck. Liam Reedy right there with him. Free kick from the restart, going the way of the Dockers. Sarong in the middle of Cardinia Park. Sets it up inside 50, looking for a marker. Coming out, Jackson bounces off his chest. Banfield misses the handball just about. Gets it towards Frederick. He leaves it behind. Cats there through home. Centre half back. Handball to Bailey Smith. Handball out to Mark O'Connor, one of the two Irishmen for the Cats. And short to Brian Myers. They've got it on the wing.
Oh, Myers, dangerous kick in the corridor, broken up by Wagner. Here's a chance for the Dockers. Reedy's hand pass swatted down. Great work from DeConey. Still scrapping for it, holds it in against Warner. Ball up, centre half forward for the Dockers. And that really is the game in a nutshell, that passage right there. Fremantle can't connect when it looked like they had something on, and Geelong just more desperate, more urgent, as they have been throughout. And now a free kick from the ruck contest as DeConey illegally shepherded out of it. Goes short to Smith. Smith, great kick, pulls the trigger. Opens up the ground, it opens up Myers. 70 from home, goes wide. Dangerfield can't take the sprawling mark. Out it goes at half forward for Geelong. Bailey Smith, the number 3 on his back, and another Geelong champion, the Brownlow medalist in 3-time premiership cat, James Bartell, presenting him his jumper pre-game.
Leading possession winner on the ground, Smith up to 17. DeConey second with 14. So that, it's really been a big win this first half. Sam DeConey in the ruck.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Cats inside 50 again. Cameron toe pokes it to full forward. Dangerfield on the burst, snapping and goaling. His second, and the route is on. The Cats lead it by 10 goals neat. 12-4-76, plays 2-4-16. 32 minutes into the second.
I thought Bawley summed it up really well in the first quarter with Dangerfield's new role. All Chris Scott and the coaching staff are asking him to do is play his natural game in the forward line. And there was the perfect example. So, stoppage, he bursts out of the stoppage. He's too strong for his direct opponent, pushes off, and he's able then to kick a snap on his left foot. So, look, it's going to be a fascinating watch how this works. But you've got your two key forwards in Cameron and Neil, and then you've got this hybrid forward that can just get it on the ground, get in. It's a matchup nightmare matchup,
and he's got an All-Australian defender from last year on him. But look, the tide's against the Dockers' defence. In fairness to Luke Ryan, but he's just too powerful for him, too quick for him. And it's all working for the Cats in this first half.
The ruck share it down. Brayshaw first touch, hand pass to O'Driscoll off his right boot. The non-preferred goes out wide. Not a clean kick, picked up by Humphreys. Hand pass close to the boundary line, and Tracy shoved out of bounds with it.
And the next problem is most teams like to play sort of a zone defence. If you allow Dangerfield to roam around, he's played in the middle of the ground for so long with attention on him all the time. He's allowed to roam around and do what he wants. He'll dominate in a forward half.
Cats by 10 goals, approaching half-time. Free kick. Ruck infringements going Fremantle's way. Big Reedy is going to take it. This is Liam Reedy, 24-year-old. He's had a jumper change in number 18. He kicks to full forward. Out to meet it, Tracy. No mark. Gets a second look at it. Hand pass away to O'Driscoll. Zigging and zagging. Kick smothered on the way through. Frederick still centre half forward. A hand pass away to Banfield. Gives it to Wagner. Short kick to Frederick. Takes the sharp catch. Right on the siren for half-time. In what has been a half dominated by the home team. And Michael Frederick will have the last kick of it from 30 out, dead in front.
You don't want to state the obvious, but
even though this
just a bit of confidence. I'm not going to say they need it. They need confidence more than the scoreboard.
Journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step, and that might be it for Fremantle. As Frederick goals after the half-time siren, but it has been all Geelong in this first half. The Dockers with just 3 goals, 3-4-22. Geelong way out in front, 12-4-76 at half-time. It is Geelong who lead it by 54 points. And despite the margin on the scoreboard, this is still a fascinating game for a lot of reasons. I mean, the Cats will look good. They're a perennial preliminary finalist. They played in 14 of the last 21. And an incredible record under Chris Scott in his 15 years in charge, or 15th season now. They've been in the Final Four on 9 occasions, but we're squarely looking at the Dockers. Obviously, Justin Longmuir is their coach. He took over in 2020. It's a big season for the Purple. They went and got Shea Bolton for the first time in 3 years. They improved their list over the off-season after a couple of little missteps over the summer, the 2 off-seasons previous. And so high expectations coming in. They can't just come down to the category and get their pants pulled down in round 1, so they need to show a bit, even if it doesn't amount in victory in the second half. 9 goals the margin. The goal kickers, Stengel's got 2, Dangerfield's got 2, and there's also 2 goals for Max Holmes. Interestingly, Holmes and Stengel both kicking 2 goals each in that term alone. The rest of the goal kickers, Cameron with 1, Bose with 1, Dempsey, Myers, Ollie Henry and Brad Close, all with singles. While for Fremantle, Brayshaw, Tracy and Frederick all have 1 each. Fran in Melbourne, hi team, so good to hear Luke and Adam back for their expert commentary. Guys, you mentioned the runner colours. We saw the Hawks away colour last week. And the baby blue umpires last night, absolutely not a fan. The Blues, I think the umpires wore blue on Thursday night, when they wore the light blue, and obviously the navy blues were out there as well. What is a flower bag? From Dennis in New South Wales. Love hearing your commentary. No TV here. It's just it's a kick with a lot, isn't it? It's just an ugly looking kick. Imagine trying to put your foot through a flower bag, and how that would go is how the footy spins. And no name, no pack drill on this, but back to 15 metres not being considered 15. Last night Hawthorn must have been paid half a dozen. That went about 12 metres based on the cut grass pattern. Very inconsistent across the game. Thanks for your thoughts on the SMS 0437 774 774. All right, the thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball. It's half-time at Geelong. A 54-point lead for the home team.
Look, I'll start with Fremantle first. So there's a couple of things with the way the Dockers are playing. So Jordan Clark wins the ball on the halfback flank for Fremantle. I then watch all Fremantle forwards, rather than 1 or 2 of them hit up at Jordan Clark, they're all going back to goal straight away. Liam Reedy wins a free kick in the middle of the ground at centre bounce. The 3 forwards that line up on the 50-metre line, rather than coming up to create space from behind, they're all rolling back. There's far too much rolling back of Fremantle's forwards to goal at the moment. They need some player, whoever it is, whether it's Tracy or whether it's a miss, to hit up at the football, or whether it's one of their smaller forwards. They need someone hitting up at the ball. Next part of it, metres gained in this contest is non-existent for Fremantle. Geelong are plus 700 metres, and they've only had 5 more possessions for the game. So Fremantle's kick to handball ratio at the moment is 1-to-1. They've had 92 kicks and 91 handballs, whereas Geelong have had 124 kicks and 64 handballs. So that's the efficiency factor there. So Geelong then just so much more efficient with feet, and then that turns into inside 50s. Geelong 29 inside 50s for 16 scoring shots.
Yep. Geelong,
on the other hand, then it's all efficiency. It's all about quick ball movement, use your feet, get the ball off the line every chance possible. So I mentioned in that quarter where Geelong win the ball on their half-back flank, but they're pinned up against the boundary line. Their first look is inside. First look inside. Even if it's to go backwards slightly, they'll switch the ball because it just shifts Fremantle's zone. Then once they find that spare inside the middle of the ground, they're away. Going inside forward 50, Geelong's smaller forwards were terrific that quarter. You can throw Max Holmes in there with his 2 goals, but Stengel, Close, Myers, they were all causing havoc inside Geelong's forward 50. Cameron started to get into the game more and more that quarter. De Koning's been really good. Humphries has been really good off half-back the way he's been able to use their ball. But you probably couldn't ask for a better first half in a first-up game for the Cats, the way they've gone about. The only little concern was Tom Stewart with that sore neck, but he was able to come back on the ground in that second quarter and be quite effective. So, look, terrific half of football by the Cats. So disappointing. So disappointing by the Dockers.
Yeah, Sam De Koning's been a positive, hasn't he? He's looked really good in the ruck. I like the way he's attacked the contest up against two big, experienced ruckmen in a sense, in terms of players that have really only played ruck in their careers. So yeah, that'll be pleasing. Chris Scott, 7 goals from 14 inside. I mean, they just can't stop. I mean, and I reckon they left a few out there too, the Cats. And this is a pretty, strong, solid, experienced defence of the Dockers, led by their captain, of course, Alex Pearce. Brennan Cox back into the team. Luke Ryan, All-Australian last year. And in fairness to them, it's probably been the smaller forwards, Rammer, I think, hasn't it, from the Cats' point of view, that have looked the most dangerous, and I include Paddy Dangerfield in that, who, again, it is just going to be such a luxury if they can hold up through the middle of the ground. And look, the challenges will come, we know that, but what a luxury to be able to have Pat just roaming around the forward line. He looks explosive, doesn't he? He looks fit, he looks strong, Dangerfield, and he looks like he's just going to get it every time he goes near it, which we know, contested ball has been his one wood over his unbelievable career. So, I'm not sure. Just looking at the list and the team, I'm not sure what levers there are to pull in this second half, whether they can throw the magnets around a little bit. We've mentioned kicking a lot, even in the pre-game through today. Who are Freo's above average kicks without Hayden Young out there? Yeah. I mean, even Shea Bolton, that's not a strength of his, I wouldn't have thought. We know he can be brilliant, miraculous, but I wouldn't have said he's an elite kicker either. So
it would help
that's
them
a
on
challenge.
Spread from the stoppage, though, wouldn't he? And how they win a lot of clearances, but they don't really make the most of it.
Their overlap run.
He's that next guy, isn't he? The link in the chain.
He is,
But it's Jordan Clark, it's Walker. O'Driscoll should be a good kick, but he's made some real blues in that first half. Frederick.
Yep.
Luke Ryan.
That's right. Yeah, look, we saw it last night with the Bombers. Their effort was fine. They looked a bit rusty and turned the ball over a lot. That's been the case today. Even unforced errors at times when they've been out, either coming out of the back 50 and they've had a player out into space. The difference between hitting that player who then can roll and keep going and keep energy and speed on the ball versus putting it at his feet. It invites the pressure in, and that's why they've had to handball more, because they haven't been clean with their skills. And then Geelong have been good enough in the front half with the players, the personnel that they've got to be able to sniff out the turnover and score at the other end. So that's really been the difference. It's been a real class difference in a sense. It's both teams' first game. I was about to say Geelong having the benefit of the game last week. Well, we can't even say that. They haven't played. So they've just looked sharper.
Yeah. Do you know what is an interesting point about that? I was meant to raise it as part of the pre-game, and it's probably illuminating now and doesn't look great for Fremantle. The other thing is we talk all the time about how much planning goes into the round one game. Fremantle have spent the whole summer planning for Geelong in round one. Geelong spent the whole summer planning to play Brisbane in round one. So then they got the short turnaround week two, knowing that they got to play Fremantle second up. And yet this has been the game that Fremantle have solely planned for. I wondered how that would factor into the planning and the fact you got more time and all the rest of it. And yet it certainly looks like, if you're looking at one team's method, it certainly looks like the team that's had the short prep to be able to have it better mastered. Not a great half for the Dockers. They're 9 goals down at half-time. 12-4-76 Geelong, Fremantle 3-4-22. Let's see what we get after half-time if Fremantle can try and get themselves back in this game. More of your thoughts coming up off the SMS 0437 774 774. Second half action not too far away, but first the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Rallies are being held across 14 Australian towns and cities to end violence against women. Australian Femicide Watch funded and organised the rallies and says 100 Australian women have been killed since the start of the year. Speakers outside South Australia's Parliament House want funding for men's behavioural change programs and meaningful policy changes. Greens Senator Sarah Hanson-Young says ahead of the federal budget and election, the Greens want more funding for frontline services.
No woman should be turned away when they're fleeing domestic violence or an abusive partner. Women and children should know that they have somewhere to go and support will be there.
If you're in an abusive situation or know someone who is, call 1-800-RESPECT. That's 1-800-737-732. US President Donald Trump says he sees good news coming out of Russia and thinks a deal will be made on Ukraine. It comes after the US envoy on Ukraine, Steve Witkoff, travelled to Moscow to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Ukraine and Europe say Mr. Putin is playing for time. Mr. Trump says progress is being made.
And it's not easy. It's a tough one. But I think we're doing it. And as the Secretary General said yesterday of NATO, a terrific guy, he said without Trump we wouldn't be talking about it. It would just go on for years and millions more people. Millions of people have been killed, but millions more people would be killed.
The U.S. Congress has averted a government shutdown after Democratic senators dropped their opposition to a bill which would cut spending. The Senate passed a stopgap measure which will fund federal agencies for the next 6 months, avoiding hundreds of thousands of workers being sent home without pay. Earlier this week, the bill passed by the Republican-controlled House of Representatives. The leading Democrat Senator, Chuck Schumer, says he doesn't like the bill, but believes a shutdown would be a worse outcome. A NASA mission to bring home 2 U.S. astronauts who've been stranded on the International Space Station since June has successfully blasted off from Florida. The BBC's Rebecca Morrell reports.
3, 2, 1. Ignition and
The moment the SpaceX rockets took to the skies, carrying 4 astronauts to the International Space Station, it means a crew exchange can now take place, so NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams can finally come home. They arrived at the space station last June with a planned stay of just over a week. But the spacecraft they travelled in, Boeing's new capsule called Starliner, suffered a number of technical problems, and it was deemed too risky to bring the pair back to Earth. So instead, NASA opted for the next scheduled SpaceX flight, extending their mission until now.
Cuba's national electrical grid has collapsed, leading to widespread blackouts in the capital, Havana, and across the island nation. Energy minister officials say the electricity substation in Havana has failed, knocking out power to a large swath of western Cuba. Hours-long rolling blackouts and severe shortages of food, medicine and water have made life increasingly unbearable for many Cubans who in recent years have fled the island in record-breaking numbers. A bushfire is burning in South Australia near Gawler, north of Adelaide. The CFS has issued a watch and act alert, meaning people should check that the path is clear and prepare to leave. Residents in the area are being advised to stay informed with CFS updates and monitor local conditions. 3 people have been released from custody after a body was discovered at a semi-rural property in Sydney's northwest. Tony Ibrahim reports.
Police say no one has been charged over the discovery of the body in the paddock of a home at Glenorrah yesterday. The body was discovered after the family of the 39-year-old man reported him missing on Thursday. 3 people were taken into custody but have been released from Castle Hill Police Station. Detectives are waiting for the findings of a post-mortem exam, which are expected in the coming days. Strike Force Holderan is investigating and officers are examining the crime scene and searching the property.
Police have arrested another prisoner who escaped from a work camp in Alice Springs. They say the 37-year-old was arrested at the Stewart Highway early last night without incident after absconding from work placement in the suburb of Il Papa the same day. On Thursday, police arrested prisoner Farron Shaber after releasing the 28-year-old's image and calling for help locating him. Shaber had also absconded from a work camp in the Olive Pink Botanical Gardens almost a week earlier. You're now up to date with the very latest from ABC News.
The World Test Championship is coming.
He gets connection here, lifts it over the keeper, 1 bounce for 4.
Australia versus South Africa.
And he nicks it, he's got him again.
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Brandon Walker will have it in the back pocket. Boys kick is dicey, chopped off, right onto it is close. He'll amble in and goal. Whacks it through, and it is all Geelong.
Tracy flying for it, slips through his hands. No mark, Amos at the drop trying to follow up, spills to Banfield, hand pass back to Tracy, snaps, he kicks a goal. And Tracy opens his account in 2025. And boy, was that much needed for the Dockers. Kneels deep, works his way to the front, no mark, falls to Stengel. That's his bread and butter as he shoots goal. And Cameron, with the number 5 on his back, goes floating through the pack in the goal square. How iconic's that from Jezza. Cameron goals, the Cats are having a party. And it's not yet half-time.
Cats inside 50 again. Cameron toe pokes it to full forward. Dangerfield on the burst. Snapping and goaling. His second. And the route is on.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds there from the second quarter, more of the same in the context of the game. It was Geelong by 27 at quarter time. It's Geelong by 54 at half time. They kicked 7 goals to 2 in the second term. It is overcast, but it is warm. 32 degrees in Geelong. The forecast top was 33, so 8 minutes at the quarter breaks. Half-time stays the same, which means we're about 3 minutes away from a restart as both teams trot back out to start this second half of footy. It's the first game on the slate today, so Saturday footy in round 1. Coming up next, it's the grand final rematch between Sydney and Brisbane, and then tonight there are 2 games in our home city, in the sporting capital in Melbourne. So one at the MCG, one at Docklands. Very unusual that happens.
Yeah, with the Grand Prix. Big night in Melbourne.
Yeah, so clearly they've loaded it up going, look, people will be at
everyone's in town.
Yep. And they're busy during the day, and we'll get them out at night.
Yeah, go to the Grand Prix and then pick your game and head on in. It's a good day out, isn't it? Good evening out.
So Kangaroos and the Bulldogs is going to be the game at Docklands. So 2 Victorian teams, which means that'll be on 774 ABC Melbourne. In other markets, you'll be getting the game between Collingwood and Port Adelaide. If you're on the ABC Listen app, it's an absolute treat because you can toggle between the 2 games and flip between them. That's outstanding, isn't it? The technology, it's available at your fingertips. So the ABC Listen app, it's free. You can download it and pick between the 2 games, either Port Adelaide and Collingwood or North Melbourne and the Western Bulldogs. The SMS number, 0437 774 774. Saturday footy on ABC Sport with Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Ray Chamberlain, Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas. Gents, lucky Freo switched JL to permanent full-time contract as they can now just sack him. Thanks, Luke. Long-suffering Freo supporter from Perth. Gee, impatient. Luke already?
Not untrue, though. It's an interesting decision they've made there. Justin obviously involved in it, but electing to go on staff, so there'll be a payout period, but essentially Fremantle can move him on when they wish.
Yeah, which they could have done anyway. Does that really change much?
No, it doesn't change much. But, well, it depends on your termination clause in a fixed-term contract. So, and then what that is, and then that has to go into the soft cap for the following year, and then that determines then how much you can pay your net coach alone.
Well, you're a manager. What do you think it would be? 6 months?
Well, I think a senior coach should have no termination.
Yeah.
Their contract is their contract. That's my opinion.
Okay. I've got a more interesting question for you. Who does this arrangement suit better? Is it the club or Justin Lomie?
Club.
The club.
Yeah.
Okay. So you think they've suggested to him, hey, this is what we reckon we do?
Yeah. Yeah. And look, and that's okay. If Justin believes in himself, that's fine. Mm-hmm. And I think a lot of us do believe in Fremantle this year, albeit their first half has been pretty horrible. But yeah, like on a fixed term contract, your payout period is a lot different to an employment contract.
The easy parallel to draw as well is, of course, the fact that Simon Garlick was on the subcommittee that appointed Luke Beveridge. Luke Beveridge out of contract at the Dogs. Should that end there, does he end up at Fremantle?
This is a very... that's the...
Well, you've also got John Longmire sitting there. You've got Ken Hinkley sitting there as well. So there are some experienced coaches now that are potentially available, let's call it. But again...
Adam Simpson after a year off.
Yeah, so
that would be controversial, wouldn't it?
So
go back.
For many, many years, we rarely saw coaches get second chances.
Yep.
But now it could be a little bit more in vogue.
Hi, my name is Jason from Morwell. I have a question for Rammer, please. I'm an Essendon supporter, and I wanted to ask him, should I be worried about the Bombers this year? Rammer is my favourite Essendon player from that era.
I thought they hung in there really well last night. They lost Ridley and they lost Langford, but then still to go down only by 4 goals, they just couldn't get that one more goal. When they got to 18 points down, they just needed one more. But they did a good job. Hawthorn are a good football team, so I thought they did a pretty good job last night, Essendon.
Second half underway at Cardinia Park. Cats by 54. Dockers out of the middle. Johnson long kick to full forward. Fighting after it. Amos can't mark. Spits out. Voss handball away. Frederick snaps goals. Freddie with a couple. Either side of the main break. The last kick of the first half and the first kick of the second. And the Dockers bring it back to 48 points, 12-4-76, plays 4-4-28.
I'll ask you a question, Bally. You know this as well as anybody. Coaches only have a couple of sprays in them a year. Do you reckon round one?
I reckon.
You reckon he win it? You reckon he win it?
Well, I
round
think so. Yeah, why not? Yeah, I mean, the other thing is, Benny, it's just about to tick over midday Perth time, so I reckon they're ready to go now. Got a half to warm up. And
They're lunch at half time.
You watch them go bang. But it was a lovely bit of clearance work, wasn't it, really? Johnson out of the middle. Johnson's been one of their better players. He's tried pretty hard. He's had 17 possessions now, so good to get him around the ball, and Jackson's the other one. Yeah, he needs to really, against the less experienced ruckman, he needs to have a big mark on the game in the second half.
Back-to-back goals for the first time today. The Dockers either side of the half, back in the middle. He spotted a free bally, a hold, taken without it. Luke Jackson, he's going to get the free kick inside the centre square. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. 0437 774 774 the SMS. 8 goals the margin on the scoreboard Geelong's way as Jackson kicks to full forward. Amos tries to give Jack Henry a shove. Ball spills down to close. Kicks it out of defence. Only as far as Johnson, who takes a one-hander.
Yeah, he's been good. Freo's best.
Had to stand in front of a bit of traffic. He's keeping the likes of Brodie and Erasmus out of his team. Matty Johnson as he kicks to full forward. No mark. Off hands, it spills through towards O'Sullivan. He didn't kill it. And it's socked away by Banfield for a goal. Freo have kicked 3 in quick succession, and they are working their way back in this game. 2 minutes into the third term. Now 7 goals, the deficit. Geelong 12-4-76. Fremantle 5-4-34. So with the last kick of the first half, and now we're 2 minutes 20 into the second half, and Fremantle have kicked 3 goals in that time.
Yeah, well, you don't paddle the ball in the goal square, so it'll be a good lesson for young Connor O'Sullivan. But I think it was Banfield. I think in the end they came through, and just his willingness to keep the ball alive, to stay involved in that contest, was able to get one off the ground.
Rama didn't hear the call. He was busy with his
pie.
pie.
I was just going to say, I have not had a party pie or a sausage roll all summer. Yes. And I reckon I've gone 6 party pies and 4 sausage rolls at the half. So I'm sort of back in form already.
In mid-season form here in round 1. No decisive tap from the ruck. Swatted out by Sarong. Sits up for Jackson on the burst. Just pushed as he kicked. Inside 50 for the Dockers. Amos trying to get out of trouble. Can't get a kick away. Holmes gets back for the Cats. Snaps into the middle of the ground. The coning gathers. Handball looking for Close. The Dockers win it. O'Meara. He's tackled by Close. Taken to ground. Umpire lets them rumble. Comes out to Sarong. Kicks the Dockers inside 50. Blitz halves. Goes back and marks. Cats with it at fullback. Wants to switch it to O'Sullivan.
Saw Connor O'Sullivan play in the Ovens and Murray grand final for Albury a couple of years ago, and our little trip there, Ben, to Lavington for the grand final.
Riley Bice making his debut for the Sydney Swans. Played in that game.
Yeah, there's a Phoenix Gothard. There's a few guys that now on AFL list all involved in that game. Unfortunately, the team that they all played for, the Albury Tigers, went down in a cracker to the Yarrawonga Pigeons. We wear the Geelong jumper as Stewart kicks down towards half forward. It's knocked into the path of Dempsey. He turns, looks inside the attacking arc. Neal got his hands around it, marks out on the lead. And Shannon Neal has it at right half forward against the boundary line for the Cats.
That was terrific by Ollie Dempsey. Just to push off his opponent when that ball was in the air. Then a quick step just to his left. And Shannon Neal had 2 opponents, but it was able to put it out in front of him. Terrific play, Ollie Dempsey.
So they did lead this game by 60 points before the Dockers have kicked 3 unanswered goals either side of the half. Shannon Neal on the drop punt for the Cats. Fades late and misses far side to the left. Geelong still with a comfortable break. They're 43 points up, 5 minutes into the third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Shannon Neal, of course, out of the Jandakot Jets, not far from the Fremantle Dockers home base in Coburn. Short kick into Draper for Fremantle from Luke Ryan. Draper bereft for the time being. Eventually goes laterally to Clark.
You taking your talents to the Jandakot Jets, Benny?
Oh, well, they're one premiership short in the under-14s from many years ago, thanks to Corbin Middlemass in a grand final as
thank you.
Clark kicks up towards the wing. Going upstairs, Sam De Koning can't mark. Down in front, O'Meara Rose. Handball to O'Driscoll. Dockers across halfback. Walker will kick across that halfback line. Can't hit Wagner. Has to go and win it. Does well.
Hand pass away to Frederick. Close stays on the chase. Kick goes along the boundary line. O'Driscoll missed by the kick. Picked up by Jack Henry. Bounces off a would-be tackler. Sold it to Nevitt. Didn't see Sarong coming. Tackles him. Spills to O'Driscoll. He's tackled. Ball up on the wing.
Well, it's good pressure, isn't it? But you called it then, Corb. Just 2 missed kicks again. The Freo should be out here and inside 50, but just a lack of polish and execution at the moment, really hurting them. The effort's there, though. You can see it. They've dialed it up this quarter.
Blitz wins it down. Smith for the Cats. Hand pass to Atkins. Hurried kick forward through the hands of Myers. Bouncing footy. Ollie Henry knocks it close to the boundary line. Wagner slides in, collects for Fremantle. Hand pass to Frederick. Handball away to Sarong. Kicks on the 45. Finds Jackson.
Give it.
Jackson kicks it into his teammate Johnson, who was running by, wasn't expecting it, kicked it into his back. It'll turn out okay. Draper, hand pass to Banfield, handball to Sharp, handball back to Draper, who's got it. They're going in reverse. Fremantle, handball to Brayshaw to Pearce, works his way through the maze, shakes the would-be tackle from Neal. Alex Pearce with the deep entry for Fremantle at the back. No mark. Amos still going. Hand pass knocked through by O'Sullivan. Gee, there was a few almost moments for Fremantle in that attacking thrust. And in the end, it's a behind. So 7 goals the advantage for Geelong. 7 minutes into the third term. I think we're 1 pen short already. Luke Ball's recovered that.
The coach has had on there for a sec through the pen in disgust. I mean, that's the one. That'll be a good clip. Johnson. He's got to give that inside, the overlap run. Instead, he turned and kicked it into his back.
Geelong leading by 42. The Dockers in a little purple patch. Kick up towards the wing. Off hands, comes down. Wrapped up quickly is Walker. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Our experts, Premiership Pie and Premiership Don. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas. The Cats away with it. Bowes. Short kick for Neal. Can't gather the half volley. Arriving Clark for the Dockers. Handball to Pearce. Backward to the logo. Handball a turnover. O'Connor goes in. Clark pinches it from him. Dockers back in possession. Pearce tackled. Nowhere to go. Umpire wants to ball it up. Centre half forward here for the Cats.
Seven goals the margin. Fremantle having their best period of the game. One down to O'Meara, kicks in the middle of the ground. Tracy, one go at it, the second can't collect. Guthrie has it for Geelong. Kicks a spiral off a step down to half forward. Neal competes, no mark, spills to Wagner. Half back for Fremantle. Hand pass to Frederick. Missed Geordie Clark by hand. Runs onto it. Still copying the jeers in his 5th game against his old team. Hand pass to Sarong to Frederick. Away to O'Driscoll to O'Meara. He's met by Nevitt. Big tackle. Umpire says, I'll have it. Ball up on the wing.
Well, they started the quarter well, Fremantle, but still 16 kicks, 26 handballs. And there's a perfect example. They can't continue to handball there and just invite Geelong's pressure.
Bailey Smith gets involved. Had 17 disposals in the first half. Dribbles a kick up towards the half-forward flank. Getting back Walker. Tackled by Bowes. Nowhere to go. Ball upcoming. Cats fans have found their voice as well. Quiet in the first half. Not a big crowd. A lot at the beach. Some at the Formula One, we think, and some watching Cameron Ling in his semi-final in the over 40s. Punched on by Shannon Neal inside 50 and spinning out of play there is Draper, a throw-in.
But besides his family who are sitting down at the front row of the third tier.
The family haven't gone to watch.
Bad luck, Liggy.
Oh, pinged for deliberate there. Or
he paid a high fend-off. He paid... not sure. Umpire was right there, but Jezza, we've seen him kick these.
And Jeremy Cameron ends up with it. Tight angle. That's a special kick. Hits the post. 9/10 of the way up towards the top. Very nearly there from Jezza. There's magic in that left boot. Cats led it by 43. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Nearly 10 minutes played in this third term.
Wagner marks the kick out in the back pocket. Goes long up to the wing. Tracy in the pack. Punched away by De Koning. Close to the boundary line. Close collects. Tackled by Tracy. Good follow-up. Ball spills out of bounds in front of the benches. Off the SMS, Rich from Ocean Grove. That's Rich from Ocean Grove. Thanks for the call. I'm a bit unwell and was asleep earlier. I woke up, turned on the radio, and I feel a bit better when I heard my beloved Cats doing so well. Thanks, Rich. Nice to hear from you. There's still 7 goals up. And from Anthony, loving Razor Ray on the boundary. He's killing it. It's been a very positive first half.
I checked the number on that text, and that's actually from Razor Ray.
It's definitely not. Ball up on the wing. Still there to be won. Spills out towards Nevith. Kicks Geelong across the ground. Bouncing footy in front of Cameron. Hand pass away to Humphreys. He can send Geelong inside the forward 50. Neil's got a good read on it. Pearce does well. Gets back, punches it out of play.
Yeah, he's lifted the skipper. Good roll then, caught out of position.
43 points the advantage for the Cats. 11 minutes gone, third term. Neither sub used so far. Jai Clark for Geelong. No relation to Geordie Clark, and Heath Chapman is the unused sub for Fremantle.
Cats lead it by 43 points. Forward 50 stoppage here for the home side. Bouncing ball, soccering at O'Connor. Couldn't get it on target. Out of bounds on the full. Maybe just pitching in play. So another throw in right alongside the behind post in the right forward pocket. Just keep an eye out down there. Razor Ray for Sam Switkowski for the Dockers. Maybe a little issue for the Dockers small forward.
Boundary throw in inside the forward 50 for the Cats. Ball comes to Jordan Clark, tackled straight away by Neil. Interesting, the company Justin Lumley was keeping as a guy with a top knot sitting next to him. Fremantle coach's box as one of his analysts alongside him. And the guy on the other side is a little challenged when it comes to the hair department. So interesting blend alongside the senior coaches. Wagner kicks outside the defensive 50s, whacked forward by Banfield. Geelong through Stewart, had it once, has it twice. Kicks it up to himself, then runs out of room, out of bounds between wing and half forward for Geelong. 43-point advantage for the Cats, but Fremantle have kicked the last 3 goals in the game. Had a nice little quote last night. One of the players, would have been, who was it? Maybe Carl Amon, where he said, coach told us, look, we don't have to score now, we just got to score next, which I don't mind as a little bit of a line, and it feels like the next goal in this game is very interesting, with Fremantle creating a bit of momentum. Now we've had a period without a goal. Who's going to get the next one? If Freo get it, they're back in town. If Geelong get it, feels like it settles the game down again, as Sarong for Fremantle got a free kick at half-back and goes short to Jager O'Meara.
Great to have you with us. Saturday footy right here on ABC Sport. O'Meara waits a kick, poorly up to the wing. Stewart pinches it. Cats back with it, quickly the other way. Handball to Nevitt. Kicks inside 50. Dangerfield and Wagner. Dangerfield too strong. Wagner doesn't give up. Great tackle. Dangerfield coughs it up. Well done by the Docker. Cox back to Wagner. He kicks long.
Big one-on-one win from Wagner. Kick out to half-back. Murphy Reid on the bottom of the pack. Nevitt locks him up, ball and all. And the ball up 60 out from the Cats goal. Crowd more involved than they have been all day. Fremantle a little bit of a spark either side of the half. They hadn't kicked multiple goals, now they've kicked 3 in a row. Secondary ball up, we've seen a few of these today. Grand final rematch coming up next. 2 games in Melbourne tonight. Roos Bulldogs or Pies Power. From the restart, O'Meara tackled as he went to kick it. Now he becomes the tackler on Atkins, holds him up. Ball up, 60 metres out from the Geelong goal at the city end.
52 possessions to 28 for the quarter, the Dockers, so well on top. Just need to see if they can get a couple closer.
Reedy brings it down, but the Cats with it. Half forward Holmes, long kick to full forward. Pearce stands tall and marks for the Dockers at fullback. Skipper has lifted, as has the entire team for the Dockers in this third quarter. His kick, not a great one. Finds its way to Luke Ryan, opposite pocket. Kicks up to the Hickey stand wing, trying to find a marker there. Chapman it is into the game for the Dockers, the sub. He picks it up. He's tackled there by Humphreys. Gets a handball away to Cox. Halfback flank. He'll kick around the wing. Out in front here of Reid. Able to gather it. Twisting, turning. Dockers on the halfway line, right on that Reg Hickey stand wing. Into the middle goes Sarong. It all opens up.
Opens up the ground as O'Meara kicks it to the fat side at half forward. Frederick marks, looks for Tracy, hits him out on the lead, and there's not much O'Sullivan can do about that. And Josh Tracy will get a look right half forward, 10 in from the boundary line.
Just changes the game completely. Now you take the risk going back through the middle of the ground, then Frederick's on the other side by himself. He's got time. It's an easy lead by Josh Tracy. But it's the first time that we've seen Fremantle today actually take the risk.
Tracy moves in, right-footed drop punt. Misses. Near side or behind. Felt like one the Dockers had to have. The next one in the game. 15 minutes into the third term. Not to be here. And now it's back to 7 goals neat Geelong's way halfway through the third.
And here he is, Max Holmes at full speed running down the wing. Kicks out in front of Dempsey. Ryan chops it off for the Dockers. Half-back flank. Bouncing handball away to Warner. Back to Ryan. Doesn't like anything inside defensive 50, so hooks a kick up to the wing. Guthrie goes up, drops the mark. Sarong paddles it out. Brayshaw picks it up. Handball to the debutant Reid. Kicks the Dockers into the middle for Jackson. Now Jackson can switch it. Sharp in space on the logo for Freo.
Sharp trying to wrong foot O'Sullivan, who comes towards him. O'Sullivan does well to close him down. 1-2 hand pass with Jager. Gives a handball back to Sharp. Back to O'Meara. Kicks to half forward. Dangerous. O'Sullivan breaks it up, but a push. Free kick. O'Driscoll.
Starting to get the 50-50 calls too. They're making the play here, the Dockers.
O'Driscoll inside 50. Turns out okay. Reid takes the mark. And the debutant's got it 45 metres out, right half forward.
Yeah, not sure that was where it was supposed to go, but good young forward with some game sense, playing in front, and gets an opportunity to kick the first goal of his career. It'll take his best. Rama, has he got a leg on him? 52?
It'll take his best.
It's a big kick in the context of the game. Murphy Reid, the 18-year-old on debut. His drop punt is not good as it wobbles its way towards the goal line, and it's touched on the way through. Another behind. Freo with 2 set shots inside 50. They miss them both. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, Swikowski's been isolated and getting consoled by a couple of his teammates. I don't think they've made a call yet, but he's certainly sitting aside.
Geelong working it down the outer side wing. Reg Hickey stand. Humphreys has it in his hands, just twirling the Sharon. Saturday footy here on ABC Sport. Great to have you with us. All games on the Saturday slate, the easiest place to find it. The ABC Listen app as the Cats complete the V-switch. Jezza Cameron, half-back flank. Runs around the man on the mark. He'll kick up towards half-forward, looking for O'Connor. Turnover. Sharp comes up to take the intercept mark on the half-back flank for the Dockers.
Let's take the easy one there, Jezza. He had the free short. So just the tide turning a little bit here. It's been a good little patch from the Dockers. Defending better. Dialed it up around the ball, and it's starting to take a little bit more of a risk with the footy. Trying to access that corridor in the middle of the ground.
Last 2 set shots they've missed. Fremantle trying to get it back to 6 goals. Deficit 41 points. But Freo have kicked the last 3 in the game, and now they're in the go slow to kick around the back 50, and Clark and Ryan share it with one another. The All-Australian back pocket, Luke Ryan has it here against the boundary line. He kicks long out of defence, up to the wing. They come from all directions. Ball hits the deck. O'Sullivan's got it, tackled, lost it. Jack Henry floats a kick to half forward. Neal arrives late, no mark, falls to Stengel, shakes the Brayshaw tackle. Hand pass back into dispute. Brayshaw fighting on. Stengel over the top of it. Smith burrows in, extracts a hand pass. Here's Walker, slaps it forward straight to Nevitt. Great handball, sets up close, kicks to Dempsey. Marks in the corridor. What a great handball from Nevitt over the traffic. And then Stengel did the rest to put it out in front of Dempsey.
I know we've seen Nevitt a little bit in previous seasons. He's up to 12 possessions today, but the grunt work that he's been able to do today has been really impressive.
I saw an interview with Ollie Dempsey in the pre-season, and he said Mitch Nevitt's going to have a big year.
Ollie Dempsey had one of those last year. The rising star shows us why. Kicks it straight through the middle and settles it down for the Cats. Back to 47 points. And for all Freo's effort and the extra pep in their step, their run ends at 3 straight goals, and Geelong with a comfortable lead time on in the third.
Yeah, back to Mitch Nevitt. I mean, he's that prototype mid these days, 193 centimetres, lovely athlete, just turned 22, I think he is, or 23, so 22. So, yeah, coming into the prime of his career with a few pre-seasons under his belt. So yeah, that was terrific bit of play. Of course, he's got the blonde hair to go with it. Ollie Dempsey, I mean, you tend to forget, don't you? He's not a sort of a media. He doesn't do much media, so you tend to forget that he was the rising star winner last year. Yeah. So expect him to go on with his footy this year as well.
Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, Freo have made the calls. Fikowski out, Chapman in. Appears to be a right groin.
Cats lead it by 47. You've just joined us on Saturday Footy here on ABC Sport. It is Razor Ray. Us each and every Saturday. We're doing work during the trade period as well. Umpire lays it down. Bounce back in the middle. Jackson palming it down. Bounces back to De Koning. He coughs it up. Getting involved, Johnson. Spits out to Nevitt again. Handball a turnover. Johnson tackled there by Bailey Smith. And he was one of the big names in the trade period. Bailey Smith, the worst kept secret in football. Got down to Geelong. Brayshaw somehow gets a kick moving forward here for the Dockers. Stealing it is Reid. Quick kick inside 50. Looking for Amos. Jack Henry outpoints him. Bodies him well. Protects the drop. Marks at fullback for the Cats.
Kick goes out wide to Guthrie, who marks in the back pocket. Kicks over the head of his intended target in Mullen and puts it out on the full. Frederick takes the free for Fremantle. Short kick to Reid, who marks, and Murphy Reid's got it right on half forward.
A nice little patch here, Murphy Reid.
Oh, keep going.
He's going to in the pocket, ignores that.
Well, based off his last effort,
I'll be passing it.
Anyway,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if the first one was a flower bag or a wounded duck.
The other sider.
Murphy.
Close. Draws the man on the mark. Murphy Reid on the run. What a way to kick your first goal in AFL footy. Murphy Reid, the youngest man on the ground, sells the dummy, draws the man on the mark and pops it through for his first goal in the big time. That's one you'll remember. Fremantle 6-7-43, Geelong 13-6-84, 23 gone in the third term, Geelong by 41.
It's all part of the plan. The last one was the setup, and this time I'll have to have another look at this, remember, whether he was a last-minute decision because he did get so close to the man on the mark, or whether he'd planned to do it all along. But it was something that, well, it looked like that it's something that he's done before, and you've watched a lot of him in the under-18s. No, it looked like he knew what he was doing then. It wasn't even a last-minute decision.
It reminded me of an old teammate of yours, Bully, who I know very well also.
Very well, yeah. So good on him.
Stevie Milne used to do that quite often.
Just over the course of the week, it's great to see sort of the precocious young talent just doing their thing. Didn't make great contact again with the boot, but sailed through, so well done.
Young man Boomer loved a few of those too, didn't he?
Boomer, he was a freak at it.
So wrong with the clearance for the Dockers. Tumbles it inside, attacking 50. Bouncing ball for Tracy. The big body goes through a couple of them. Spins out with the footy, loses it. Jack Henry picks it up. Tracy goes again. Like a cannonball, just through them all. Eventually Reid shovels out a handball. Frederick, half forward for the Dockers. Off to Sharp. Sets up a high ball to full forward. Down there is Tracy Reedy too, and the Cats, they kill it through. Minor score. Geelong lead it by 40 points. 24 played in the third. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
3-3 to 1-2 for the quarter. 3-4 now to 1-2 for the quarter. So you could say that they probably haven't even capitalised fully, Freo, on their momentum this quarter.
Humphrey shares it with Stewart, kicks down the boundary line, competing in the air. Dempsey, ball hits the deck. G. O'Meara irons out Dempsey. Dempsey's okay, gets back to his feet, but he gets a free kick. He dropped down to try and pick up the footy, and O'Meara ran past the ball and bumped into Dempsey. Luckily, he's all okay. Short kick finds De Koning. His kick's his kick smothered. Ricochets to Smith, kicks inside 50. A little unorthodox, that kick from Bailey Smith, and Pearce at fullback takes the intercept mark. It was the old-fashioned drop kick. He fumbled the ball and then just socketed it a volley out of mid-air.
Pearce bites off the kick up the middle. Finds O'Meara, gives it to the runner Sarong. Dockers through the middle. Up to Tracy, drops the mark half forward. Spills out to Frederick. He chips it short, leading up. The young man Reid is on the end of it again. Murphy Reid Haberder mark 35 out, slight angle to the right.
Oh, it's a kick from Alex Pearce. It's just a beauty up the middle. And Geelong, it must be said, have just lapsed a little bit on team defence this quarter. The corridor's been open for business a little bit more, but Pearce with a beautiful piercing kick to open up this opportunity. Sarong got involved again, and can he kick 2 in a row?
He's got busy here. Reid comes in and puts through his second. We've heard about him, now we know about him. And it's back to 34 points. Fremantle not done yet. 13-6-84 plays 7-8-50. 26 minutes into the third. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
And what's that? They're up to 12 inside 50s now. So they're about 8 scoring. 4 goals for this quarter. The Dockers have kicked, but they've been so much more efficient. I spoke about metres gained at half time. So Fremantle are plus 300 in this quarter. So a lot more efficient with their disposal. 58 disposals, Geelong 91 to Fremantle. So having a great period here, the Dockers. Can they kick another 1 or 2 more to finish this quarter? Still 2 minutes remaining in this quarter.
Yep.
And put real pressure on Geelong going into the final term.
Yeah, can I get one more? Just get under 5 for the quarter, or for 3-quarter time, and you never know.
Closest they've been since the 17-minute mark of the second term. They've kicked 5 of the last 6, Fremantle, and they're going forward again. Jackson, service, straight down to Sarong, kicks to centre half forward. They all compete, spills down towards Tracy, got a hand pass out to Chapman, thought about it, handball goes away to Reedy. Reedy kicks to full forward. Here's Murphy Reid, he's kicked 3 in a row. Murphy Reid has kicked 3 in the space of 4 minutes. And the young man is having a purple patch. All of a sudden, this game's back on. Geelong by 28 points. The Cats 13-6-84. Fremantle 8-8-56. And Murphy Reid has kicked 3 goals, time on in the third term.
Well, clear out the forward 50. He's on fire in his first game. But it's good body work. Again, it's a centre clearance by Sarong. Tracy just gets that ball on the boot, and then, almost an impossible angle there. Just a little nudge to Connor O'Sullivan there, and he's happy about it. He's got the tongue out, and he's going to the Geelong crowd. There's no Fremantle supporters down there.
Is this game over, Rammer?
No, not now.
Not at all. No, big lift around the ball. Jackson, Sarong's been huge this quarter, 10 possessions. O'Meara's had 9.
They have really lifted the Dockers. Jackson down for Brayshaw. Now O'Driscoll. Doesn't quite get his kick. It'll come down at half forward. Downfield free kick. Was he dealt with Borley?
Yeah, Tom Stewart, just a bit of frustration creeping in.
Here's Johnson, centre half forward for the Dockers. He'll set it up really long towards full forward. 3 Cats back there. Spoiled down. Tracy off to Reedy. Make it 4 for Reid. Murphy Reid is turning this game. As good a debut as you will see. It's back to 22 points.
He has kicked 4 goals, Ben, in not just game minutes, in real time. In 6 minutes, he's kicked 4 goals on debut, including his first in AFL footy, which he balks the man on the mark. This is absurd.
Well, it could have been 5. Because he missed that.
Yeah.
Missed that first one.
This is an unbelievable debut.
That's right. He kicked the flower bag, didn't he?
Yeah. So he's had 9 possessions this quarter, 7 kicks, 2 handballs.
He gets to walk down.
And the 4 goals.
The small but vocal Freo travelling crowd. He gets to walk down. He's one out in the square. Why wouldn't he be? Everyone else, get out.
Well, bear in the square sort of moment for him.
I must admit, after their pre-season game, I got a text from my brother-in-law. He said, Murphy Reid, I like the look of him. So do I at the moment.
Look at him out of the middle again.
Jackson wins the hit out, knocked forward by Brayshaw. Fremantle going forward again. Holmes at centre half back. He kicks it out towards the back flank. Picked up here by O'Connor. O'Connor's kick. Ugly turnover. O'Driscoll. Fremantle going inside 50 again. Sharp. 55 out. Kicks all the way to the goal line. Is it held through? I think he's got it. The goal umpire likes it. Tracy shepherded it there on the line, and we're going to the arc. There was an effort made by Jack Henry getting back. Has he got something on it, Borley?
Yeah, looks like it. Yep.
All right, it's touched on the line, but Fremantle have all the running in this game. It is a 21-point advantage. I know what you're probably thinking.
Review complete. Looking at these angles, we can see the ball is touched before crossing the back of the goal line. Decision on the scoreboard.
Extraordinary quarter. And it's like 43 more possessions, 15-7 inside 50s. The clearance work, I mean, they've got a real issue. And again, this is Geelong. I mean, De Koning was terrific in the first half. Luke Jackson, it's just been a demolition out of the middle in the last 10 minutes.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Cats by 21. Fremantle with all the momentum.
Humphreys kicks up to the wing. Jackson, a lot of it. Mark not paid. Sam De Koning shovels forward a handball. Walker wins it for the Dockers. Nearly runs into trouble. Handball to Sarong. Feeds it out to Sharp. Sharp fumbles it. Coming the other way to Koning. In goes Wagner. Off to Sarong. It's all purple at the moment. Kicks to half forward. Overshoots Brayshaw. Now the slingshot for the Cats. Stewart turns it over. Brayshaw again. He'll kick high inside 50. Who's down there? Reid goes up for the hanger. Can't mark. Frederick turns tackler. This is obscene.
He's feeling it. Reid, he tried to take a hanger then. Why not?
He's knee high to a grasshopper and he got upstairs looking for the hanger. Cats by 21.
Pick 17 in last year's draft. Murphy Reid, 4 goals in 10 minutes. Holmes kicks out a defensive 50. Draper can't control it. Picked up there by Cameron. Hand pass away to Smith. Here go Geelong on the counter-attack. Kicks to Stengel, one out in the cage. Gets rid of Ryan. Stengel onto it. Stengel somehow soccers it out. Leaving it behind there is O'Connor. His handball to turnover. Ryan, hand pass to Johnson. Freo back with it. Handball to Draper, to O'Meara. He gives it to Johnson, a little slow, but got it away right on the siren for three-quarter time, which was almost drowned out by this crowd. And don't worry about Harley. I think there might be a bigger Reid in the city of Perth. Murphy Reid.
Murphy and Harley.
In 6 minutes, kicked 4 goals, including his first in AFL footy. And all of a sudden, Freo are right back in this game. The Dockers have kicked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the last 8 goals in the match. 7 of the last 8 goals after falling behind by 60 points. Geelong by 21 as we turn for home at three-quarter time. The Cats are headed indoors again with the extra time, so 8 minutes allowed due to the warm temperatures. They got a bit to ponder. After leading by 54 at half-time, the Cats' lead has been cut to 21. Geelong 13-6-84, Fremantle 9-9-63. The goal kickers, Holmes with 2, Stengel with 2, Dempsey with 2, and Dangerfield with 2. And then 1 each for Cameron, Bowes, Myers, Ollie Henry and Brad Close. While for Fremantle, 2. About to say 2 for Murphy Reid. I'm a few slow marking them down. He's kicked 4, and they came in the space of 6 minutes. 4 for Murphy Reid, 2 for Frederick, 1 each for Brayshaw, Tracy and Banfield. It's always something different at the footy, and how we've missed it, the theatre of the unexpected, and it's provided us with something again here. You don't have to wait long. We thought we had a lopsided game at half-time. We've seen a debutant, the 18-year-old, the youngest man on the ground, picked 17 in last year's draft, do something special. He kicks 4 goals from the time on stage onwards in that third quarter to get Fremantle back in the game. Cats by 21, a whole lot to chat about. The thoughts of Rama and Bawley coming up in just a moment. This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
The Socceroos are back on ABC Sport as they try to book their place in the 2026 FIFA World Cup.
Right into the 6-yard box and puts it in. It's his second of the night, and it's a well-crafted goal by the Socceroos.
Catch all the action Thursday night on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Guthrie marks in the back pocket, kicks over the head of his intended target in Mullen and puts it out on the full. Frederick takes the free for Fremantle, short kick to Reid. Marks and Murphy Reid's got it right on half forward. Murphy draws the man on the mark. Murphy Reid on the run. What a way to kick your first goal in AFL footy. Tracy got a hand pass out to Chapman, thought about it, handball goes away to Reedy. Reedy kicks to full forward. Here's Murphy Reid. He's kicked 3 in a row. Murphy Reid has kicked 3 in the space of 4 minutes. And the young man is having a purple patch.
Here's Johnson, centre half forward for the Dockers. He'll set it up really long towards full forward. 3 Cats back there. Spoiled down. Tracy off to Reedy. Make it 4 for Reid. Murphy Reid is turning this game. As good a debut as you will see.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
As we all predicted, right, Murphy Reid kicked 4 goals in 6 minutes, and all of a sudden the Dockers are back in the game after being behind by 60. What an extraordinary turn of events. And Geelong by 21 at three-quarter time. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Ahead of Roma and Bawley to the Sydney Cricket Ground as the grand final rematch is up next on the Saturday slate. Spriggy.
Corbin, the Brisbane Lions were supposed to get their premiership defence underway 9 days ago, and I suppose the response in this rematch might just be as much about how Sydney handled it. Of course, they themselves were beaten last week here at home, desperate to get the start of this Dean Cox era back on track. There is a big late change for the reigning premiers. Charlie Cameron is out with a calf issue, so it stops a run of 145 consecutive games for him and asks another huge question of their forward line without Joe Danaher. Connor McKenna will be their sub as he was on grand final day. The Lions have 21 of last year's 23 premiership winners in action today, and yet one of them who isn't is the one we're most keen to see, Levi Ashcroft, their top pick from last year, the father-son. There was talk he would be their sub. He won't be. He will debut in the 22. The home side have made a couple of changes as well. Riley Bice from Albury via Werribee won the flag last year in the VFL. Mature age draft pick in that third round last year. AFL debut today. He will debut as the sub. Joel Hamling, the ex-Bulldog and Docker, will finally play his first game as a Swan after a full year in the VFL. Very warm conditions here in Sydney, so we'll also have the extended breaks and the usual heat policy conditions, and they'll be joined by Ryan O'Keefe, Joel Patfull, Dan Garb and Declan Byrne for the Swans and the Lions coming your way next.
Thanks, Spriggy. Good calling. Brett Sprigg at the SCG. So that game is up next to the Swans and the Lions. This game has a whole lot more to be written about it yet. We've got a quarter to come. 21 points. The Cats lead the Dockers, but Freo have kicked 7 of the last 8. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas on ABC Sport.
Well, Rama, you wondered whether it might have been a Justin Longmuir spray. We're not sort of used to seeing too many of them from him, but whatever it was, or maybe it was just a group of players with some senior players who were well beaten, well down in the first half, getting together and noticing that they needed a lift in the second half. And it was really from the very first bounce. I mean, they kicked the goal in the first 20 seconds out of the centre, and that's a concern for the Cats. It was just an absolute demolition, and we know that when Luke Jackson gets in a bit of a mood like that out of the centre, he can really get his tail up. You picture that grand final way back when with the Demons, when he was just unbelievable out of the centre. It was him, it was Caleb Sarong, who was pretty well held in the first, pretty quiet in the first half for his standards. He had 12 for the quarter, 7 contested, 5 clearances, and his cleanliness with hands and feet really stood out. Jago O'Meara got going. He had 10 possessions, and then it was all about the first gamer, the 18-year-old, the star, Murphy Reid, who he mightn't have a purple patch like that again if he plays 300 games the rest of his career. Just unbelievable. Started with, the first go he had, it was an absolute sack, wasn't it? And then the next go, he sold some candy and kicked a memorable first goal, and from then on, the next 6 minutes were all about him. He actually had 9 possessions for the quarter, Reid, with his 4 goals, so really got himself in the game. I thought Alex Pearce at the other end was terrific too. I thought he really lifted him, and Luke Ryan were terrific in terms of intercept possessions and just the way they attacked. You could tell. I mean, and as they should have, they were way too safe and played into the Cats' hands in the first half. Took some risks, tried to access the corridor a little bit more, caught the Cats napping a few times, and that led to some far better scoring opportunities. And in the end, so they've kicked 6 goals, 5 from their 16 entries. It could have even been a few more. So did they leave themselves with too much work to do? We'll find out. You still feel like there's not a lot of margin for error, is there? There's still 4 goals behind, but we were walking around at half time thinking, gee, we haven't got a great one, have we, to start the year? But all of a sudden it's game on.
Just ahead of you, Rama. Andy from Wodonga off the SMS. Hello again, man. I'm into the footy now thanks to Murphy Reid and the great call. I'm a Cats supporter too. Thanks, Andy. And from Dan, Murphy Reid doing a Ted Hopkins. Of course, the star of the 1970 grand final with his 4 goals in the second half. But what a display from Murphy Reid.
Oh, it was outstanding. And that's what you want. It's that youthful enthusiasm which he showed there, and the celebrations and the like. So, but now can they capitalise on it? That quarter, 500-plus metres gained they were ahead of Geelong. Geelong were just asleep. As Bawley said, Fremantle kicked the first goal within a minute in that third quarter. So now you look now, they don't need, at 21 points the margin, they don't need to really throw caution to the wind. They can play the quarter as normal. So
Yeah, Chris Scott's seen enough out of the centre bounce there. Paddy Dangerfield, who was
Straight in the middle.
having a nice old afternoon down here on the in the forward pocket. He's gone into the centre bounce for this last quarter because, as I said, it was just an absolute demolition. So let's see if the Cats senior players can respond now.
Geelong led this game by 60 points when the halftime siren went. And now it's just 21 points, the advantage for the home team. The Rucks share it down, comes to Holmes. Holmes floats a kick inside 50 for Geelong, and Draper is there to take the intercept mark for the Dockers. Fremantle with all the momentum. They've kicked 7 of the last 8 goals in the game. Short kick to Geordie Clark. He comes wide out to O'Driscoll, who marks on the wing. Just repeating that sub, Switkowski out of the game. And so Heath Chapman in. Jai Clark yet to be activated for Geelong. In fact, we'll get down to Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. Ray.
Guys, looking very, very lively out here. Fremantle, lots of talk amongst one another. They have genuine belief here today.
There goes Chapman, kicking inside, attacking 50, and Blitzarves takes the defensive mark for the Cats. Murphy Reid was offering there, Bawley. He wanted O'Driscoll to go to him, I think, as at fullback, the Cats nearly make a meal of it. Holmes able to mop it up, kicks laterally to Ryan Myers, who kicks out towards real issues with the S's here. As Bailey Smith has it on the halfback flank. Saturday afternoon football here on ABC Sport.
Smith across to O'Sullivan, marks centre half back. And he comes out to the broadcast side for DeConing. Short kick for Geelong, finds Jack Henry. One of their premiership winners in 2022. It's his premiership teammate in DeConing, and the short kicking game for the Cats. 21 points, Geelong's advantage. If you just put the radio on, Murphy Reid, who was Freo's first pick in the draft, picked 17, kicked 4 goals in 6 minutes of real time, not game time. 6-minute burst, kicked 4 goals, including his first in AFL footy. Holmes gets a short one and then goes long up to the wing, and Jack Henry's getting a free. Tracy got in front on. So Henry can put the Cats inside the forward 50, coming home to the Barwon River end. A warm day, 33 degrees, but overcast, and a short kick's a turnover. Henry gives it back to Sharp of the Dockers.
Oh, Sharp, he turns it over. Holmes sweats on it, knocks it down, kicks to full forward. Getting back there, Draper punches it away. Loose footy in the pocket for the Cats. Oh. Strong tackle from Ryan. Maybe a little dangerous, the umpire says. Just spin it in. Have a look at the replay here, Adam Ramanauskas. What did you think?
That was okay. Play on. No, play on, that's fine.
Okay.
That's by 21 points. Did lead by as much as 60. Jackson palms it down. Live footy coming through. Here's Ollie Henry again. Dockers at fullback, and they've got possession.
Freo lost more final quarters last year than they won. They come out of defence through Sharp. They need to make up a 21-point gap. Long kick to Reedy, who marks the big ruckman, Liam Reedy.
He's going to have to hold it up here. Tom Stewart getting himself down the line. He's free too. So this is where whoever's playing on Stewart needs to get back and at least make him accountable.
Reedy, one of 3 in Fremantle's team today that played in the premiership for Peel Thunder last year at WAFL level. Gives it to Wagner. Long kick forward, and Stewart takes the intercept mark.
I think it was Frederick. He was just in no man's land. Yeah. You've either got to lead up and
get the ball.
Draw the footy, exactly, or get back and just stand, because you know that's where the ball's going. Wherever Tom Stewart's standing, usually that's where the ball drops.
Stewart on his 32nd birthday takes the mark, goes short to Guthrie, short to O'Connor. He comes wide to Smith. He's off and running, the mullet flowing. Broadcast side, long kick for Geelong to half forward. Dempsey climbs, as does Neal, and in front of all of them, Pearce takes the intercept mark. Oh, there's a free for a push. It's going Fremantle's way. It's going to come back to Alex Pearce at half back. 21 points, Geelong's lead. Freo need to keep chasing 4 minutes into the final term.
Yeah, Murphy Reid off the ground, so don't have their most dynamic forward from today as Pearce kicks around the wing, looking for Jackson or Tracy. Neither can mark. At the back, Jack Henry comes up with it for the Cats. Off to Bailey Smith to Sam DeConing, kicks wide out on the full.
Just 4 goals on debut, put a little bit of a prick in the balloon of Sam Lawler, the #1 pick for a Rising Star nominal debut.
Lawler was he?
Which way would you vote?
2 goals, 18%. Lawler was very good.
I agree.
In a win.
I agree. I had him as the clubhouse leader, but 4 goals in 6 minutes, pretty special. Short to Sarong. Sarong inside the forward 50 for the Dockers. Offhand spills into the pocket. Picked up by Jack Henry. Pushed as he kicked. Puts it out on the full. Freo go back inside 50. You reckon, Bally?
Oh, I'll have a think about it.
Yeah, 12 possessions, 4 goals.
I think I'm still with Story the win.
Yeah, one more goal Murphy Reid needs.
Warner kicks to the top of the goal square. Amos crashes the pack. They all fall down and Guthrie keeps his feet. Handball to Smith. Kicks out wide over the head of Myers. One bounce out of play. No, out on the full. Out on the full.
I thought it hit the line.
I thought it was out on the full.
That's where he kicks out in the 4 in a row. The Cats are sloppy.
Unusual. Skinny ground catching him out. That's what we'd say if it was the opposition. Sarong kicks long towards full forward. Tracy very nearly. Amos Rose gets rid of it to Banfield. Boot to ball. It's skewed offline. Out of bounds on the full in the forward pocket. The Dockers are pressing.
That's
and they find
Geelong,
that goal.
So often we see Geelong get a lead and then they're just comfortable. They play comfortable football. They played very comfortable football in that third quarter. And the Dockers were able to kick 6 goals in that quarter. They can't wait. They can't just sit and save this game. They've got to be able to score again.
Now the Dockers have to contend with the geelong chant, which has started. So, when that's up and going, it's a pretty fearsome thing to have to overcome.
It's a lively crowd at Cadidia Park.
It's the 24th man, no doubt, for the Cats. The geelong chant up and about as Mullen on the outer wing. Long kick down the eastern side. Floating through is O'Sullivan. No mark there. Mark's going to be paid. Had enough of it. Whacked out of his hands late. O'Sullivan lays it off by hand to O'Connor. Kicks inside the forward 50 for the Cats. Hands up close. No mark. Pack forms at his feet. Umpire circles. Ball up. Inside the attacking 50 for the Cats. 21 points. Now 6.5 minutes into the final term. So no change to the 3/4 time score. Still 21 points Geelong's way.
Neil flicks it to the back onto it. Sarong. Sarong with a clearing kick for the Dockers. Amos bounces off his chest. Can't take the mark. O'Sullivan onto it. Amos turns tackler, holding the ball. Brennan Cox was sore in back play as well for the Dockers. Still is. Keeled over at the moment. Amos with the free kick. Cats by 21. They led by 10 goals. Dockers have come storming back into it. Murphy Reid, 4 goals in 6 minutes on debut. Kick up towards the wing. Tracy provides a contest free kick, Cats. Mark O'Connor to receive it on the edge of the square, backward of the logo.
Kick not 15, got it to Holmes. Swings a handball away to Jack Henry. They spread now Geelong and the kick wide to Guthrie. He marks defensive side of the wing. Guthrie, off he trots. Long kick down to half forward for Geelong. Going up Neil, good mark. Velcro for hands as he takes it right on the 50. Looks corridor, good kick. Atkins marks. And he will shoot 40 out, dead in front.
I do like the new interpretation of the 15-metre rule.
Yep.
Albeit it's not new. You've still got to kick at 15 metres. But what it does is it makes the player play on. So it keeps the ball going in motion there. So O'Connor is that short little kick. Last year that would have been paid a mark. And then Geelong player goes back, sucks up a bit of time. But there, he has to move the ball on. So I quite like that.
Atkins trots in, drop punt, is good. Steadies the ship for the Cats. And just a little bit of breathing room. So back to 27 points. Halt a bit of the Dockers' momentum. Fremantle had kicked 7 of the last 8 in the game before 3/4 time, but the Cats get the first of the last. 14-6-90, Fremantle 9-9-63, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, it does. And they had a sniff too in the first 5 minutes of that quarter, the Dockers. Just weren't able to score, to capitalise. The Cats, Tom Stewart, held up pretty well behind the ball, and that one does hurt. We spoke about not a lot of margin for error when they gave up such a start. Tommy Atkins there, what's he had? He's only had 10 possessions, but he's had 10 tackles, so classic Tom Atkins sort of day. Gets on the end of one there. Lovely work from Shannon Neal, who's threatened to take some big clunks today. They haven't really stuck up until that point, but
They've owned the ball this quarter, Geelong. So 39 possessions, but 23 marks. So Fremantle have only had the 6 marks for this quarter and 21 possessions. So really owned the ball, Geelong, in the first 8 minutes of this quarter.
Reedy wins the tap, but Geelong away with it. Here's Sam de Koning. Kicks inside 50. Neil marks. In the pocket. Big scratch, Neil.
We can certainly see Shannon Neal kicking a couple of bags of goals this year. He presents well at the ball. He's aggressive in the air. He's strong in the one-on-one contest. So he's going to get a lot of opportunity this year. Last year, he really only scratched the surface. So this year, knowing now that the opportunity is his without Tom Hawkins.
Drafted out of the Fremantle heartland. He's a cat, though. He kicks the goal here and steadies the Geelong ship. 33 points their lead again. And they might have just stifled this Freo charge. 10 minutes into the fourth, Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Ray Chamberlain before Adam Ramanaskas and Luke Ball.
Bit of action down here. Jai Clark warming up and getting ready to come on. So a sub looking to be activated.
It was the three blondies out of the centre. We spoke about their centre bounce work just completely breaking down in that third quarter. The Cats, they've lifted the coning there. Lovely bit of work. Bailey Smith, who's just quietly had a really good day in his first outing in the hoops. 27 possessions, 14 of those contested, 7 clearances for Bailey Smith, so they couldn't ask for too much more. And Mitch Nevitt involved as well. And a nice mark and finish from Shannon Neal.
33 points again, the Geelong lead. They kick quick goals back-to-back. Johnson in the middle, hand pass to Jackson. Handball away to O'Driscoll. Hurried kick inside the forward 50. Stewart up strong, intercept mark. And that is his jam. Behind the footy for the Cats. 32 years young today. Kicks out wide, looking for Dangerfield. Punched away by Ryan. Dempsey at the drop. Hand pass to Humphreys. We like the cut of his jib as he goes short to DeConing. Hand pass to Close. This is nice ball movement. Here go the Cats. Sets Bailey Smith free. Pearce has got to come towards him. Smith kicks it over his head. Right to the line, not quite.
Easy, Shannon Neal he'll be disappointed. That was just an easy little chip pass over. Bailey Smith decided he wanted the goal.
Oh, Brennan Cox from the kick out. Tried to dab it short and Tyson Stengel jumped in front of the intended target.
It's the wake, wasn't he?
And marks 40 out straight in front. There's Andy Brayshaw, who's got the bandage around his bonds. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. Ray.
Been super impressed today by Jack Henry. I know he's sort of the second half he's died out. Lots of intercept marks, marshalling down back. I thought he's had a great game thus far.
Absolutely. One of the leaders out there today. Here's Tyson Stengel as he skips in. He's dropped punt. He's out to the left, but it sneaks in. It's good enough. The Cats have responded to the big Freo push here. He's got 3 on the day, Tyson Stengel. And all of a sudden, Geelong had the game in their keeping once more. It's a 40-point advantage, 16-7, 103. Fremantle 9-9-63. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. A dozen minutes into the last term, Rama.
It's a right kick by Brennan Cox. It's in the middle of the ground. It's just Tyson Stengel's awake to it. That's all it is. Geelong's forwards today. Again, we've sung their praises, but it's just the little things they do there. So Stengel's now, he's up to, that's his 3rd goal for the game. He's had the 10 possessions, but they just cause chaos in Geelong's forward line. Earlier up the field there, Brad Close was involved in the Bailey Smith behind, but they're so unselfish. They separate. They're able to divide Fremantle's defence. Just a good trio they are.
Yeah, right back in control of it are the Cats. Back feeding a handball is Johnson. Goes back to Chapman, who kicks out towards the wing. Unable to find his target, O'Driscoll onto it. Bailey Smith for Geelong. Twists and turns now, chips it short. Blitzarves marks. On the edge of the square, kicks out to half forward, spots up Bose. 50.5 metres from goal. Now we'll look into the pocket for Neal again. Doing well, Warner. Sticks out a fist, sees it out of play. Shannon Neal could have got the Jukes out in front.
Yep, get him straight out in front, big fella.
Yep, Hassaman would be saying that.
Hassaman
famously brought that to Western Australia. Everyone in WA used to mark on their chest, and Hassaman went to South Fremantle.
Certainly did.
Said, get the Jukes out in front.
Mighty Red V from the boundary throw-in. Comes down towards Nevitt. His hand pass close to the boundary line, and in the end, O'Meara has it tackled out of play by Cameron. It's a premiership player with the D's in the VFL.
It's a wealth of knowledge you are, Ben.
Yeah.
Junior coach used to always yell Hassan Man at me when I didn't get my hands out. I never knew what he was talking about.
From the boundary throw in, forward 50 stoppage for the Cats. We'll have a ball up again inside the attacking arc.
I actually met Hassan Man later on in life and did an interview with him. And I told him the story.
Up it goes. Cameron charging through the stoppage, somehow got boot the ball. Frederick knocks it away, still centre half forward for the Cats. Lawson Humphreys picks it up, kicks goalward, and in the end it almost eludes Chapman getting back on the goal line. The kick's off target, through from behind. 41 points Geelong's lead. If you've just flicked the radio back on, you think, gee, these guys sound up and about for a game Geelong's controlled. Well, Murphy Reid kicked 4 goals in 6 minutes on debut. Freo's first round pick, an incredible burst before three-quarter time. Dockers got back within 21 at three-quarter time, but Geelong have kicked the only 3 goals of this final term, which is 15 minutes old, and the Cats now lead by 41 again.
It would have been tough kicking the football to you on your chest. Like, remember, they're calling the old worm burner? Like, just not real far off the ground. It would have been a struggle being a teammate. You would have been a better ground level player.
Yeah. Throwing on the wing. Geelong by 41 points. Neither ruck overly decisive. Bill wants to know who would get Razor's Brownlow votes today.
Ooh.
Said he's got to check the stats first. Oh, that's contentious that I've gone there as Jackson wins the tap down for Jager O'Meara. Emerging with it for the Dockers is Brayshaw. Handball to O'Meara. To O'Driscoll. Handball to the runner. Brayshaw still. Half forward for Freo. Kicks to full forward. Looking for a marker. Cox! Swung forward. He takes the mark in the left forward pocket. Well worked by Freo in the end.
Yeah, nice chain of handballs out
Brayshaw
from the clearance. Brayshaw involved a couple of times. And I like this. I mean, it's going to be all too late today, isn't it? But experiment a bit. Can Brennan Cox, can he be a James Sicily type? Can he sneak forward when required and kick a few goals?
Big kick. 1 goal last year. Drills this through low. Maybe there's the faintest of pulses for the Dockers. Back to 35 points, 16-8, 104. Plays 10-9, 69, 17 minutes into the fourth. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Ray Chamberlain.
Speaking of birthday, boys, Simon Meredith, who's out here today, game 501, turned 50 years old on Tuesday. I'm not even making that up, boys.
Wow.
Get invited to the party, Ray? Or
Nah, got snubbed by the big fella. I tell you what, though, when my dad turned 50, he had 1 foot in the grave when I looked at him, and the big fella's running around out there and doing quite nicely.
Yeah. Unbelievable effort.
Yeah.
All-time great umpire.
Good on him.
That's
500.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I think Matt
Absolutely amazing.
Stevick's there next weekend, I reckon. And they debuted like the same weekend in 2004 or something. It's been an incredible stretch, and how lucky we've been to have them during that period of time, and how lucky we are to have Ray Chamberlain with us on the boundary every Saturday right throughout the season here on ABC Sport. The Dockers out of the middle, O'Driscoll to Wagner. Hand pass goes wide to Sarong. Oh, couldn't get a play on it. Spills to Holmes. Kicks Geelong out to half forward. Neal runs underneath it. Did he get a shove? The umpire said, yep. Free kick coming back to Shannon Neal. So Geelong by 35 points. After Freo got within 21, they fell 10 goals behind the Dockers in the first half. Great kick. Neal puts it into the pocket, and Jeremy Cameron takes the sprawling mark left forward pocket.
It was a good kick because Fremantle had time to get a lot of numbers back, and now it's on his wrong side for a left footer. The kick drew Cameron to the space, little pocket of space, and he was good enough to work his way in front.
Was he kick here? Is it a drop punt? No.
He's going to go the right foot.
A right foot snap.
See this often.
Natural left footer, left forward pocket. He's going to snap across the body with the right peg. He arcs out. He knows what he's doing. The celebration's on, and Chesa puts it through for his second. And the Cats are back out beyond 40 points. Geelong by 41. The Cats 17-8, 110. Fremantle 10-9, 69. We've travelled 19 minutes in the final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
And a little milestone for Jeremy Cameron, I think. Is that goal 650?
650, yep.
Oh, he's been an amazing player. Yeah. Like athleticism and the way he was able to carry that GWS forward line as a young key forward there. And then to come to Geelong and become a premiership player. Coleman medalist, I think. Am I right? Yep. So he's he's still got a lot left in the tank, so I think there's going to be a few more goals. He'll pass 700 quite comfortably.
Cats not far away from one of our favourite parts of modern day footy. Rammer as the bounce back in the middle. Jackson taps it down. Jai Clark into the action. Gathers it there for the Cats. Gets rid of it to Sam de Koning. Away to Holmes. Tapped on by Nevitt. Into the path of Bailey Smith. Sweeps a handball to Bowes. He pulls it back. Centres it beautifully to Myers. Myers accepts it. 40 out directly in front.
2019 he was the Coleman medalist when they made the grand final at the Giants, and he was the runner-up last year. So 2019 Coleman for Jezza, and then runner-up last year.
Is that the year that he kicked 9 or something in the last round to win the...
Might be.
I think it was, yeah.
They obviously went on and played in the biggest game of all.
Kicked the first goal of the game that day too.
Myers directly in front. That unique kicking style tugs it. Away to the left. Geelong lead it by 42 points. What I was speaking about, Rammer, the Cats, they like to go into the rooms and celebrate with a nice red wine.
Yeah, they do, yeah. Mark Blitzards is usually the
Chris
main
Scott gets
culprit.
involved.
Yeah.
I thought the part of the day you were looking forward to was the encore for the Geelong champ. That was about to ring out for the second time. Cats the game in their keeping. Here's Brayshaw in the middle of the ground. Got a hand pass away to O'Meara, but they've coughed it up now. Jai Clark for the Cats. Hand pass to Dangerfield. Handball to Bailey Smith. They'd love him to get one. He kicks to the goal square. A mark. Great effort. Right on the goal line. And in the end, Ollie Henry bobs up with it for the Cats.
Well, he's been superb, Bailey Smith.
Yeah.
Because it was his tackle, wasn't it, that caused the turnover originally. It looked like Brayshaw was out. Smith lunged, got the tackle, got up, got back involved.
Henry snaps across the body, pops it through for his second, and the Cats have put it on ice. Well, maybe they've uncorked it. 18-9 to 10-9, 22 gone in the final term. Geelong by 48 points.
Well, it's one of those complete games from Bailey Smith. So he's had the 31 possessions, 15 contested, and the 12 ground balls. So that's a great sign coming back from the knee injury, where you're a little bit worried about your lateral movement and how you might go. But at ground level, he's been terrific. 7 clearances, 5 tackles, 5 inside 50s. All he's missing is a goal at the moment. So it's been a great Geelong debut for Bailey Smith.
Interesting too. I mean, we think that part of the reason he's come down the highway is for some more midfield time. Now it's his first game back from a knee, but he hasn't been in too many centre bounces across the day. I think he's probably spent a lot more of his time, probably 85% of his time at half forward, but playing up the ground, which we know that Geelong high forwards do.
Sun poking through. It's been an overcast day at the Cattery. Clark driving ball inside 50. Cameron reaching for it, doesn't take the mark. Ground level, Stengel mops up, gets rid of it to Myers. He kicks inside 50, bouncing ball. Ryan beelines it, loses it. Coming through is Bailey Smith. Leaves it behind the first time. In amongst a nest of Dockers there. Clark over the top of it. That's Jordan Clark for Fremantle, and a ball up to come. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Round 1 from Cardinia Park. The Cats led it by 48 late in the fourth.
We're going to get a Bailey Smith goal before it's all said and done. As Jackson pumped it down to Wagner, he's locked up straight away.
I think his last 2 attempts, he's certainly been aiming for it. They've just fallen short.
He's in the forward 50 here at the stoppage. There's a free kick for a hold, but it's going Freo's way as the ruckman has his jump the tug. So free kick for Jackson.
And a 50.
And a 50.
That's Stengel just kicked the ball away.
Of course, Luke Jackson's on a 7-year deal. Expires the end of 2029. He's going to be a story this trade period. Now, man, the Maasai, Mitch Cleary reporting the interest from some Victorian clubs. Believe he's, as they say in the trade game, Rama, gettable. Chance to switch back after returning home to play for Fremantle.
Spent Christmas around the Geelong area too, made to believe.
A short kick to O'Meara. He can put the Dockers deep inside the forward 50. Amos down there, all floating in from the side. His teammates spoiled him in Reedy, and there's a free kick here as through it all. Jack Henry got a big shove. So he'll take the free at fullback for Geelong.
It's a good call because Rama loves these kinds of stories.
He does. I knew he was picking up what I was putting down.
As a player manager,
I think you're a secret sort of like newsbreaker, Betty. I think you secretly like it.
Do you like it more on March 15 than you do any other time of the year, Rama?
Jack Henry with a kick up towards the wing for the Cats. Off hands, it comes down in front. Out of play goes, throwing coming. Geelong by 48.
What like, is there a time when the calls start as a player agent, Rama, or are they just there 24/7 now?
Yeah, it's pretty much all year round now. But look, in terms of the seriousness of it, it's more the second half of the year.
Yep.
Dangerfield with the clearance for the Cats, kicks around the boundary line. Up goes Ollie Henry. Doesn't bring it down. Stengel roves neatly. Kicks infield. Spots up Bailey Smith. Clattered into by Wagner.
Here's his chance. Yes.
It's going to get the 50.
Well, I mean, that's okay. I'm not sure that he marked that.
So it's not late.
No, so I think it should be just a free kick.
Yeah.
Might have got a little bit lucky here, but anyway, he deserves it. He's been super. Bailey Smith, fantastic to see him back out there, and should cap off a big day with a goal here.
The crowd's been waiting for it. Just took them a minute to cotton on, but they once they realised it was 50 and there was a huge chance to kick this goal, they were all over it.
Very good call.
Got the headband on. He's a Cat now. Bailey Smith slots his first goal in the hoops. Geelong by 54 points. And that is the cherry on top. 25 and a half minutes into the fourth. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
I reckon he should probably just... Yeah, here he comes. I was about to say, that'll do you, son, for your first game.
Yeah, Paddy, you can come with him.
Both of you come off, put yourself on ice, get the cheer from the crowd.
And Max Holmes, you can come too.
That's good coaching. His name's okay. I thought he was limping.
He's running strange, isn't he?
Might have a bit of cramp, I reckon. That's a bit of groin cramp, I reckon.
Also, you've been with a bit of chafe.
Exactly. Well, either that or some nasty chafe. But either way, he's done for the day.
When I came into the box, I got here about 1:45. Ben Cameron was in a lather of sweat already. I said, Benny, what have you been doing, mate? He goes, no, I've just been walking around the box.
Well, he's got the black T-shirt on a 35-degree day, so that's an interesting start.
Geelong going forward again, picked up by Wagner at centre half back. He kicks up to the wing. O'Driscoll the target, leaping up, trying to trap the footy. Now he's tackled front on by Jai Clark. Says ball up. Haven't you missed this every Saturday?
He also used the can of deodorant as well, just to really freshen up.
I was worried about the sweating.
Smells like a...
deodorant doesn't stop sweating.
Smells like your high school... Smells like your high school dressing room with the Lynx.
Yeah, it's got Lynx.
Here's Atkins from the stoppage. Hand pass out close to the boundary line. It's going to trickle out. Boundary showing 70 out.
Maybe a bit of talcum powder next week just to really stop it.
Great to have you with us on Saturday footy here on ABC Sport.
The Cats 6 goals to 1 in the quarter, by the way. The Dockers got within 21 points at three-quarter time. Murphy Reid, the teenager, youngest man on the ground at 18, picked 17 in last year's draft. He kicked 4 goals in 6 minutes before three-quarter time for the Dockers. And the Cats steadying up with the game on the line. They closed when they needed to. They've kicked 6 goals to 1 in the last.
Jackson palms it down off to Sharp, who gets it to Brayshaw, back feeds it to Clark. Kick up the wing, looking for a market there. Blitzov spoils it away. Clean bowls, Somira picking it up. Clark for the Cats. Forward of the wing to Blitzovs, to Nevitt, to Stengel. Handball inside 50 to Koning. Arcs around, snaps from 45 and kicks it. Slam and Sam sends it through. And they're back out by 10 goals. Equal game-high lead for the Cats. 29-129 plays 10-9-69. What a start in round one for Geelong.
Well, it's been an amazing quarter. The third quarter was all Fremantle. It's completely dominated. Fremantle have only had 47 possessions in this quarter. Yeah. They've had the 7 inside 50. Geelong had 15 inside 50 for 10 scoring shots, 7 goals, 3. So they just simply can't get their hands on the ball this quarter, the Dockers. So their clearances are pretty even, but it's the ground balls that Geelong have really dominated this quarter, 21-8. They've controlled the game. They controlled the quarter in marks also.
And all of a sudden, this is a game-high margin. So Geelong by 60 points, which is what it was when the halftime siren went. And then Frederick, of course, kicked that goal after the bell to get it back to 9 goals, and the Dockers went on a run. Out of the middle go the Cats. Atkins kicks it to full forward. All right, in the end, spoils it with his boot away from Alex Pearce. Trickles out to the back pocket. Warner does very well. A hand pass away to Chapman. Handball to Ryan. Now a handball back to Geordie Clark against his old team. 5th time playing against the Cats. He's got 3 wins and 1 loss previously. It's about to become 2 losses. Long kick up to the wing, and in the end it's Brayshaw having to fight through a couple to win it. Hand pass to Johnson, to Warner, to O'Meara, to Brayshaw, back to Warner. This is all by hand on the outer wing. Handball to Johnson, hand pass back into the corridor for Warner. He fumbles. Now Nevitt tackles him, holding the ball.
Cramp or a hamstring?
Bailey Anfield, yeah.
He's looks like he's cramping up out at half forward. Hopefully that's all it is. Nevitt sends it down to Neal. Marks left half forward, kicks deep inside 50. If it's not a mark, it'll be a free kick. And on the end of it is Cameron, who's got it just right of centre. He'll kick from 15 metres out.
Yeah, be lining up for the Cats' 8th for the quarter. It is amazing to think 15, 20 minutes ago we were saying that if the Freo could get one on the board here, well, they had a little bit of momentum. We've got a ball game, and all of a sudden, since then, it's going to be, well, this will be 8 goals to 1.
Cameron to give himself 3, hooks it through, and all of a sudden it's as wide as it's been. An 11-goal advantage for the Cats. At the 31-minute mark of the final term, they finished all over the top of the Dockers. 21-9, 135. Fremantle 10-9, 69. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. We're off in different directions, so those of you in the ACT, you're getting NRL coverage coming up. For everybody else, it'll be the Swans and the Lions in the grand final rematch.
Look, I know we're not going to complain too much, but we've had 31 goals in this game kick. Now, if it's a little bit closer within the margin, I think we're going to have a pretty good season of football with the way teams are starting to attack. And again, it's the efficiency of Geelong in this quarter that's really stood out. But they've had 53 inside 50s for the game, for 30 scoring shots. So they've been ultra efficient in this game. And deadly accurate too. 21 goals, 9.
Restart in the middle. Reedy in the ruck for the Dockers. It's Liam Reedy. Murphy Reid kicking those 4 goals in 6 minutes for the Dockers on debut. Free kick picked out, going the way of Blitzarves. The leader of the red wine group for the Cats kicks out to the Hickey stand wing. Out in front of Humphreys. Kicks inside 50. Ollie Henry comes up and clutches it. A vice-like grip. And he's got a 25 out, 45-degree angle. Will go the set snap.
So yeah, today, Ollie Henry.
This will be his third.
Third, yeah.
Arcs out. Hooks it on goal. And dutifully adds another. Just running up a cricket score here on the Dockers. 22-9, 141, plays 10-9, 69.
Just a moment. As we welcome our audience throughout News Radio 2, the footy. Great to have you with us. Saturday afternoon action on ABC Sport as round 1 rolls on. If you've just joined us thinking you're about to get the grand final rematch, there's a good reason for that. It is coming your way. The Sydney Swans up against the Brisbane Lions. But first, the latter stages from Geelong, where the Cats in blowout mode. They lead by 72 points over the Dockers. Freo did get within 21 at three-quarter time before the Cats finishing all over the top of them in this final term. They've kicked 8 goals to 1. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Ray Chamberlain on the boundary, Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas. 2 minutes to play, and the champs have already taken their boots off and have started to apply a bit of ice. Bailey Smith and Max Holmes on the bench, so their day is done. And they're calling their jets, getting ready for next week. The Cats, they've got St Kilda Saturday night at Docklands. They've got a little bit of a fright from the purple. The Dockers getting within 21 at three-quarter time, but when it was time to put their foot back on the gas, they found a new gear, the Cats, with an 8-goal final term. Myers from the stoppage kicks out wide, and there's going to be a free kick. It'll go to Warner, who's dragged down. He'll get it at half-back for Fremantle.
Here is Warner, kicking forward of the logo. Jackson clattered into by Humphreys, comes down in front. O'Driscoll gathers, gets rid of it to Murphy Reid. He's just buffeted off his kick. It goes up and down, and the mark taken by the reigning rising star in Ollie Dempsey. Goes to Zach Guthrie. Cats in possession. Kick up to the logo. Nevitt. Handball away towards the run of Stewart. He chips it short. Finds a target there in close. Back to Stewart. Runs to 50. Kicks to full forward. And the mark is taken. Jezza. In from the side. He clunks it. He's done it all today, Jeremy Cameron.
Going to be a 10-goal last quarter here for the Cats. I mean, they did nod off for a bit in that third quarter, didn't they? So they would have got a little sting, but it will be pleasing for Chris Scott the way they've run this out.
Cameron pops it through. And these Cats land on their feet in 2025. 23-9, 147. They whack the Dockers. 10-9, 69. A 78-point win.
I'm not sure the PA operator realises the final siren has gone off.
I don't think they heard it.
All the players for that matter, but this game is done, and this is what we call in the radio game a hard out. So Geelong by 78 points, big winners over the Dockers. If you're in the ACT, you're off to the NRL. The Dragons up against the Rabbitohs. Time for the locals to sing the song. This game's done. For the rest of the network, the grand final rematch is on deck. The Swans and the Lions. The Cats by 78.